are being taken to the National Institute of Forensic Medicine to undergo an identification procedure. IDF representatives are accompanying their families at this difficult time. Getting back to this shot along Route 232, again, the bodies are en route. They just crossed over the border into Israel, now traveling along Route 232. People standing along the side of the road with flags and chanting in solidarity, welcoming these bodies home. And again, they are heading to this location in Tel Aviv, Israel. This is the National Institute of Forensic Medicine to undergo an identification procedure. This is a developing story, so make sure you are staying tuned to Live Now from Fox. As we further break out this developing situation, I'm going to bring up the audio so we can watch and listen in real time. If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, good morning to you. 5:44 here on the East Coast. I provided some boxes on your screen, different angles and areas of Israel to provide further perspective of what's going on this Thursday morning. So right now you're getting a live look as Hamas has decided on this Thursday to return the bodies of 4 Israeli hostages. That big box on the left side of your screen is a live look along Route 232 in Israel. The bodies of those 4 hostages traveling in real time, just crossing over the border of Israel this Thursday morning. They are headed to that top right box on your screen, the National Institute for Forensic Medicine out in Tel Aviv, Israel. Now, this is where the bodies will undergo an identification procedure. From there, IDF representatives will notify the families that this is truly their loved ones. And as this is underway, you can see in that top and bottom box how people have gathered in solidarity in Israel this Thursday with flags coming together to welcome the bodies home. That bottom box, a live look in Tel Aviv, Israel, Hostage Square. This is the scene where since the very beginning of October 7th, people have come together to demand Hamas release their loved ones, also to put pressure on the Israeli government. They are now out there on this Thursday in solidarity, welcoming the hostages home. We'll continue to watch and listen in real time as this breaking news unfolds.
אם זה הרמז, הבנתי אותו, עמי. אני הבנתי את הרמז. זה נראה כביש 4.
חבר'ה, סליחה. טיפה. לא, לא, צד שני, תראה, עומד לי בכוונה. זה גם סלוליים צד. זה המהיר יותר. זה המגבלה שלי. איפה עם עכשיו?
דווקא לא. תראה, עשי שי.
זה לא הרבה יותר מהיר. לא, המתנים המהירים זה אלה עם החד השני. רק שהשקלות, חשבתי שהם כבר עברו את השקלות.
רגע, אבל אני רוצה לקחת לצפון. מה זה פה? מה זה הרצליה חיפה, לא? הנה, אשקלות. אשקלות.
אשקלות, צומת אשקלות, איפה זה? זה אשקלות. זה אשקלות.
הנה, זה נצטרך לעזור. הנה, אשדוד. זה נכון יד. סיסה. עד בחוק. כן.
זה חצי שעה. לפני 1:05 אני אתן עליי חזרה. בדיוק, זה 10, זה דרך. כן.
ברור שזה ירד גשם שהכל יתחיל.
מעולה, מעולה.
אתה חשב אותם.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, good morning to you. An active Thursday as we are watching together as Hamas has decided to return the bodies of 4 Israeli hostages. On the left side of your screen, you're getting a live look along Route 232 in Israel. We just saw the sign as they are heading towards Tel Aviv. The bodies are heading to that top right box, the Institute for Forensic Medicine, for further analysis. And then we do see that people are standing alongside the roadways, also at Hostage Square in that bottom box. To provide further perspective, Hamas this Thursday releasing the bodies of 4 Israeli hostages, said to include a mother and her 2 children who have long been feared dead and had come to embody the nation's agony following the October 7th attack. We're learning the militants displayed 4 black coffins on a stage in the Gaza Strip, surrounded by banners, including a large one depicting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as a vampire. Thousands of people, including large numbers of masked and armed militants, looked on as the coffins were loaded onto Red Cross vehicles before being driven to Israeli forces. And right now, Israeli forces, as I just mentioned, traveling along Route 232 in Israel, heading to Tel Aviv to the Institute for Forensic Medicine. We are learning that those bodies will undergo an identification procedure. Let's continue to watch and listen in.
למרות שאת יודעת שהרבה לעשות לא מאמינה, לא רוצה להאמין. הנה זה תלמוד. תלמוד התעלו. כן,
אתם צריכים לבוא? בטח חצי שעה.
יבנה דרום. כמה זה יבנה דרום?
רגע, איפה עכשיו? מה?
יריץ 14, אתה לא יכול לחטוף מתחת הכל.
לסגור את זה.
6 o'clock here on the East Coast. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. We continue to follow this breaking news out of Israel. We went on the air about 30 minutes early this Thursday, learning that Hamas has returned the bodies of 4 Israeli hostages. If you look on the left side of your screen, you're getting a live look as IDF and ISA forces are bringing the coffins of the 4 deceased hostages into Israel. They did that early this morning, bringing them into Israel. They are headed to Tel Aviv, that top right box, to the National Institute for Forensic Medicine. This is where they will undergo an identification procedure to be identified to the families. Several shots of solidarity in all 3 boxes this morning. You can see people, how they pulled over to the side of the road to pay their respects to the bodies, waving Israeli flags. You see that in that bottom box as well, out in Hostage Square. That site we've seen on several weekends here on LiveNOW from Fox, where rallies and protests would be held, where Israelis would come together to demand the Israeli government do more to release the hostages. They were demanding a ceasefire. They were also putting pressure on members of Congress and members of the government, such as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, demanding that he do more. We continue to watch this breaking news unfold. You can see the signs as the bodies, as they are traveling along Route 232, are heading into Tel Aviv. And just hearing the chants and hearing the cries, hearing all of the emotions on this Thursday morning, it really sets the stage for what's happening on this Thursday in Israel. People coming together near and far, thankful that they have these bodies, but also there's a lot of pain. You can imagine families holding onto hope, waiting for a ceasefire, waiting for their loved ones to come home, just to find out that their family members are no longer alive, but they are demanding the bodies to have a proper funeral. Look at this shot on the left side of your screen as the bodies travel underneath that tunnel there, the overpass, having a line and drove of people standing to welcome the bodies as they continue to travel further into Israel, headed to Tel Aviv to the Institute for Forensic Medicine. Let's continue to watch and listen in as all of this unfolds. I'll continue to navigate through different parts as we watch this together. If we get any more updates from IDF, I'll let you all know.
בכל מקום, וככה זה התחיל, כאילו הלכו למשחק כדורגל. אתה יודע מה זה, ואלה שעכשיו יש עוד חברות, נכון? עכשיו זה לא כל טכנולוגיה שלהם, שתבין, אבל אתה לא יכול להוכיח, אתה לא יכול להגיד שהם גנבים. למה? כי הם אומרים זה סודי. והתוכנה היא סודית שלנו. אנחנו לא חושפים אותה.
עכשיו נעמדה לך מול הפרוט.
גם פה עומדים פה, לא, ההוא הראשון יבוא לפה, תפוס שוט של הכניסה.
זה משפחה שלה. סליחה? בואי, תן לנו שמוי.
הנה, הם עולים עכשיו לאיילון צפון.
איילון צפון, לא יכול להסתכל גם.
לא פעם.
כן, יש דבר כזה, אין דומיננטי, אתה יודע? זה כן, אנחנו שים את האצבע. שים את האצבע על הגזע. יושב את הים עצמו. עכשיו, איזה עין זה הגזע. הגזע והעין. אתה שם ככה ישר ואז יוצא מים. לא, שים עם שתי ידיים, שים. עכשיו תגיד עם שתי ידיים. עכשיו עם שתי ידיים.
אז היא הדומיננטית?
זאת סגורה עכשיו, ימין. שמאל עף לי לשם. אבל אחרי כל השנים שאנחנו מצלמים בעין ימין. לא, זה לא, אתה מצלם בעין ימין כי אתה נולדת עם עין. איפה הם?
לא יודע, עוד מעט עולים על איילון.
בסדר, לא אמרת, לא?
ראיתי איילון צפון.
לא, זה ראשון שם, לא?
נראה לי זה ראשון. זה מה שדיין. הנה, כן.
של המשטרה אולי.
כן. משה דיין, תראו כמה אנשים בזה.
כן, המשטרה מוציאה לה.
כן. לגמרי. תראה כמה עבודה זה. כל האלה שבצלנו. קורה שם גשם. זה פה בקם. לא עכשיו עבר את משה דיין. משה דיין, כן, זה היה לו.
הבנת מה שאתה צריכה לעשות? מה, הוא בכוונה עם הדגל הזה עושה לנו עכשיו? כן?
בוא נגנוב קצת פנימה.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, good morning to you. I'm Jeanne Francine. Compelling images and audio. We continue to watch and listen in as the bodies of 4 Israeli hostages travel along Route 232 this Thursday morning, headed towards Tel Aviv, Israel, to the National Institute for Forensic Medicine. They are being led by IDF and ISA forces. Once they get to that National Institute, they will undergo an identification procedure. Hearing from people in the area, they say it's a bittersweet moment. You know, they say they feel bad for the family that have been holding on to hope, hoping their loved ones would be released alive from Hamas captivity, but they say they are thankful to get the bodies to hold a proper funeral. It's been very solemn. You know, it's been raining on and off all morning as the bodies crossed the Israeli border from Gaza, where they were retrieved by IDF. But we've also seen hope and solidarity, as you can see with those white boxes on your screen. People have come together to embrace one another and hone in on this moment. We're going to go ahead and take our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll continue to watch and listen in on this live breaking news feed. 6:16 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As promised, getting right back to this breaking news. The bodies of 4 hostages traveling along Route 232 this morning in Israel headed to Tel Aviv to the National Institute for Forensic Medicine, where the bodies will undergo an identification procedure. I can tell you all this Thursday morning, there's been extreme sign of solidarity. You see it in real time on those right boxes on your screen. But then on the left, as the bodies are traveling to Tel Aviv, you'll see cars pulled over on the side of the road. You'll see people coming together across overpasses as the bodies travel underneath bridges, and you'll even see people on the side of the road waving flags and chanting. So this is an emotional time for Israel, understandably so, but it's also a time where they are happy to receive these bodies. I can tell you all, the Associated Press reporting this Thursday that these vehicles are carrying the bodies of the Bibas family. You might recall that is a family we were keeping a close eye on, as we were with all of the hostages. To provide some perspective, we know that the remains are said to be of Shiri Bibas and her 2 children, as well as Oded Lifshitz. Now, Oded was 83 years old when he was abducted. Kfir, who was 9 months old when he was taken, was the youngest captive in Hamas captivity. So we'll continue to follow and listen in on this feed. I'm going to pot up the audio now.
למטה, למטה, לא ראיתי, אני רואה אותו. אין נקמות השם, השם ייקום דמם יותר. אין נקמות השם. לאיזה עולם.
6:24 here on the East Coast. Good morning to you, and thank you for continuing to follow this breaking news. We've come on the air early on this Thursday as the bodies of 4 Israeli hostages arrive to undergo identification procedures. This is happening there at the National Institute of Forensic Medicine in Tel Aviv, Israel. This has been a long journey. We know the Associated Press has provided some context, so I want to share this with you. So to provide how these bodies got here, the militants displayed 4 black coffins on a stage in the Gaza Strip this Thursday, surrounded by a lot of chaos from what the AP reports. They say there were large banners, including a large one depicting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as a vampire. We now see as they are here that there is audio on this feed. Let's listen in.
להעלות את האנשים. די, לפתוח את התנועה. בואו תעלו, אני פותח את התנועה. תעלו. כולם באים בדרכך.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, good morning to you. I'm Jeanne Francine. An emotional time in Israel this Thursday morning. The camera panning now to the crowd that stands outside of the National Institute of Forensic Medicine in Tel Aviv, Israel. Tears and just a somber moment as these bodies arrive. I can tell you all, it's been a long journey. IDF and ISA forces are bringing the coffins of the 4 deceased hostages over the border into Israel this morning from Gaza. We're told thousands of people in Gaza, including large numbers of masked and armed militants, looked on as the coffins were loaded onto Red Cross vehicles before being driven to Israeli forces. That's when those bodies were taken. And I can tell you they traveled a long way along Route 232. And we saw in real time how people came together with flags pulling over on the side of the road, just showing solidarity on this Thursday. The Bibas family, that is the family that has been brought back, including Oded Lifshitz. Oded was 83 when he was abducted back on October 7th. And then one of the children, only 9 months old when he was taken. The family's sad that their loved ones aren't being brought back alive, but they did want the bodies to have a proper funeral. You can see the media tried to speak with that lady there who was overcome with emotion as she was crying, but she chose not to speak. But again, as I mentioned, people coming out in solidarity, waving Israeli flags. That's what you're seeing at this hour. Now, Israeli President Isaac Herzog, he did release a statement to the Associated Press. He says, quote, "Our hearts, the hearts of an entire nation lie in tatters." He goes on to say, "On behalf of the state of Israel, I bow my head and ask for forgiveness. Forgiveness for not protecting you on that terrible day. Forgiveness for not bringing you home safely." Getting back to this live shot in Tel Aviv, Israel, we are learning that the military plans to hold a small funeral ceremony at the request of the families before transferring the bodies to a laboratory for formal identification using DNA, a process that could take up to 2 days. We're learning only then will the families be given the final notification. So we saw this entire process here on Live Now from Fox, a bittersweet moment for many in that area. Sad that the hostages have not been returned home alive to their loved ones and to their friends, but they do say they are thankful to get the bodies to have a proper funeral. The images speak for themselves, the tears, the embraces of people who don't even know each other, but have come together to support the Israeli community in real time. So just wanting to share that with you. Some of the feeds dropping out, this one staying up. I do want to show you, speaking of solidarity at this time, this image truly compelling. It takes us out to Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. This is the location where we've seen on many weekends where protests and rallies have been held, where people have gotten on stage and called out the Israeli government, specifically Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, demanding that he do more for a ceasefire so that the hostages can be released. Again, just seeing all of the flags there waving in the wind and seeing people not talking, just watching the screens and watching everything in real time, it truly speaks volumes. We are not knowing if an Israeli government briefing will happen because of this, but if we get any word from the offices there in Tel Aviv, Israel, we will make sure to update you. 6:30 here on the East Coast. Let's take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. .633 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. It's been an emotional Thursday morning for many as we came on the air early to show you as the bodies of 4 Israeli hostages across over the Israeli border and enter to Tel Aviv, Israel. I want to take you back out to Tel Aviv to show you the very latest, as this is Hostage Square. But we do know the bodies of 4 Israeli hostages. They did arrive at the National Institute of Forensic Medicine on this Thursday morning to undergo an identification procedure. This shot of solidarity truly speaks volumes as people are overcome with emotion. We've seen tears, we've seen hugs, we've seen a few smiles as people are happy to have the bodies back to have a proper funeral. Again, we are working to get more from the Israeli government on this Thursday, working to learn if they will have any press conferences in response to Hamas releasing these bodies. Also wanting to know if Hamas will release any more before the weekend. We do know that Saturday has been that day where they have done so. And then what will happen now that these bodies have been released? We know Israel, because of the ceasefire, they have been made to release different Palestinian prisoners in response to this. So a lot to dissect. And then, of course, seeing if the Israeli government will happen to hold any briefing on this Thursday. We will continue to monitor this breaking news feed and bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. 6:34 here on the East Coast, and we do want to transition to other headlines we are following here on Live Now from Fox. It takes us out to the nation's capital, giving you a live look at the White House in Washington, D.C. This as the White House tries to mediate an end to the war between Ukraine and Russia. Tensions are flaring this morning, according to Fox News, between President Donald Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Fox's Rebecca Castor has the very latest from Washington on the public spat between the two leaders and the delicate negotiations.
After nearly 3 years of war with Ukraine, Russia is at the table, ready to strike a deal to end the fighting.
I came away today convinced that they are willing to begin to engage in a serious process.
U.S. officials held talks with Russian diplomats yesterday, but Ukrainian officials were not invited. And President Zelensky is adamant his country be involved in negotiations. President Trump says they will be, but also threw some blame on Zelensky.
I heard, oh, well, we weren't invited. Well, you've been there for 3 years. You should have ended it 3 years. You should have never started it. You could have made a deal.
Part of Trump's peace plan includes holding elections in Ukraine, which is likely a non-starter for Zelensky since millions of Ukrainians have fled the country and hundreds of thousands are currently fighting. But Trump claims Zelensky is just unpopular.
And I hate to say it, but he's down at 4% approval rating, and where a country has been blown to smithereens.
Unfortunately, President Trump, with great respect for him as a leader of the people, which we respect very much, the American people who constantly support us, unfortunately lives in this disinformation space.
Today, Zelensky meets with U.S. Special Envoy Keith Kellogg, hoping to get on the same page.
Part of my mission is to sit and listen and say, okay, what are your concerns? Where we are, so we can go back to the United States, talk to President Trump.
President Trump also indicated he could meet with Vladimir Putin by the end of the month. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much for that detailed report. 6:37 here on the East Coast, and our next story takes us out to Rome. You're getting a live look outside Gemelli Hospital in Rome this Thursday as Pope Francis continues to recover in the hospital as he battles pneumonia in both lungs. Vatican officials now saying he is slowly improving. Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul joins us now with the latest.
Pope Francis spending a 6th day in the hospital where doctors are currently treating him for double pneumonia. Officials in Rome say he is stable and showing slight improvement. Wednesday afternoon, he received a visit from Italy's prime minister, who said the 88-year-old was alert, responsive, and even joking.
We should all feel reassured that Pope Francis is in good hands. We look at this particular moment for the Church with serenity.
The Holy Father was hospitalized with bronchitis last week, but on Tuesday, a CT scan of his chest revealed he developed pneumonia in both lungs. The Vatican described the situation as complex, though Pope Francis is reportedly not on a ventilator and is breathing on his own.
Some infections require prolonged treatment because they're just harder to clear from the system.
The Pope has been hospitalized several times in recent years with health issues, and he's prone to respiratory infections after having a large portion of his right lung removed when he was younger. This week, people gathered in St. Peter's Square to pray and show their support.
I hope that he can recover and get better, but if not, that he can feel the love of the Catholic community around the world to guide him through this time.
Even though we cannot encounter him directly, but I think to remain with him in prayer, that's more important.
Pope Francis has already canceled public appearances for this weekend as he continues to recover. In London, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
All right, Jeff, thank you so much for that detailed update. Getting back out to Rome outside of Gemelli Hospital, a live look there. And in Jeff's story, he spoke about how people have come together to send well wishes at St. Peter's Square and also to send prayers. We've also seen that happen outside of this hospital in Rome. Towards the right side of your screen at the bottom, you can see that monument there. People have actually come out and stood for a moment of silence to give well wishes. We've also seen them lay flowers there as to provide hope to Pope Francis. We've also seen droves of police vehicles come out as well. You can imagine people learning that the Pope is here. They'll try to enter the hospital to get an up close and personal look at him, and that is simply not allowed. So people, the furthest they can get is to that monument there at the bottom right of your screen, where they are sending their well wishes and providing their flowers. So this is a story we will continue to follow on this Thursday. Getting back to breaking news on this Thursday morning, it takes us back out to Tel Aviv, Israel. We continue to follow the very latest as on this Thursday, Hamas has returned the bodies of 4 Israeli hostages. This live look takes us out to Tel Aviv, Israel Hostage Square, where people have come out in solidarity for the Bibas family. Also, for the other hostage that was released, Oded, that's his name, Oded Lifshitz. And we know that Oded Lifshitz was 83 years old when he was abducted by Hamas back on October 7th. I'm going to see if there's any audio on this feed. So you can hear based on the music and then some of the gnat sound in the background, how it's a very solemn and somber moment in this area. You can see the signs. They are in Hebrew and also the flags. We've even seen a few tears and hugs on this Thursday. Again, we will continue to follow this breaking news. At this hour, though, the bodies, they have been taken to the National Institute for Forensic Medicine, also there in Tel Aviv, Israel, near Hostage Square. This is where the bodies will undergo an identification procedure. So we will continue to follow this feed this morning here on Live Now from Fox, and of course bring you the very latest. We are getting some more feeds on this Thursday morning as we're following other top stories, and I want to transition the shot as we are getting the G20 summit arrivals. This takes us out to Cape Town in South Africa. Foreign ministers from G20 countries arriving for a meeting in Cape Town, the first major meeting of the G20 since South Africa took over the presidency. So wanting to provide that perspective. 6:43 here on the East Coast. We're going to take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. .45 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Our next story takes us out to the Big Apple, giving you a beautiful sunrise shot there at the New York City skyline. This as President Donald Trump is following through on his promise and moving to kill congestion pricing in New York City. However, the tolls are still active, so don't expect a free ride into Midtown just yet. Fox 5 New York's Haley Fixler joins us live on the East Side with the very latest on this developing story. Haley, good morning.
Good morning. Well, Governor Kathy Hochul says that she and the MTA will fight back. She says these cameras, they're staying on and the tolls will continue. And this could mean a very long, very messy legal battle.
This is an attack on our sovereign identity, our independence from Washington.
It all started with this letter from the Secretary of Transportation dated Wednesday. In part, it says, quote, the president expressed his concerns about the extent of the tolling, adding, and the significant burdens on the New York City residents, businesses, and area commuters. The letter ending with a statement, the congestion pricing program would be terminated. Hours later on Air Force One, President Trump telling reporters,
congestion pricing is not a good situation. And they're treating the people of New York very badly.
And on social media, Trump declaring, quote, congestion pricing is dead. Manhattan and all of New York is saved. Long live the king. But Governor Kathy Hochul is not backing down.
New York hasn't labored under a king in over 250 years. And we are not. We sure as hell are not going to start now.
The MTA quickly filed a lawsuit. And until a judge issues a verdict,
we're not turning off the tolls.
The MTA board is doubling down on what they say are the benefits of the tolling program. They have reported that since it went into effect in January, traffic has been down 9%.
1.2 million fewer vehicles entered the central business district.
It's a statistic that President Trump believes is problematic. He has said that the lack of cars coming into the city is, quote, destructive to New York.
Traffic will go down because people aren't going to come. If people don't come, that means the whole place it's going to be a disaster. That means they're not going to spend their money in New York.
The legal battle beginning on a day both Mayor Eric Adams and the Justice Department headed to federal court after the department moved to drop corruption charges against Adams. It also comes just one day after Hochul met with Democrats as the calls for her to remove Adams from office grow louder. And critics say that Trump does not have the constitutional authority to remove congestion pricing, but until a judge makes some kind of decision, people will need to pay those $9 tolls. Live on the east side, back to you.
All right, Haley Fixler there with Fox 5 New York. Thank you so much for that detailed update, Haley. Enjoy the rest of your day. And as we further discuss this developing story, giving you this tweet from the White House from President Donald Trump. It says, quote, "Congestion pricing is dead. Manhattan and all of New York is saved. Long live the king." Again, this coming from President Donald Trump. And you can see that magazine cover on the left side of your screen where the president is seen in a crown, and it says "Long live the king" to provide further perspective. 6:49 here on the East Coast. We are going to take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. .51 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. It's been a very active Thursday, or as I like to call it, Friday Eve. We've been following this story out in Tel Aviv, Israel all morning. Live look there at Hostage Square as Hamas releases the bodies of 4 Israeli hostages this morning. They were released and returned to IDF this Thursday morning out in Gaza. And then we watched together as the bodies crossed the Israeli border, arriving at the National Institute of Medicine there in Tel Aviv, where the bodies will undergo an identification procedure. Again, we are awaiting to hear from the Israeli government to see if they'll hold a briefing or any type of press conference related to this matter. Of course, if that happens, you'll get it right here on Live Now from Fox. We're also following this live event. It takes us out to Cape Town, out in South Africa, as the G20 summit is kicking off on this Thursday. Right now, foreign ministers arriving from G20 countries for this meeting in Cape Town, the first major meeting of the G20 since South Africa took over the presidency. Of course, once this event gets underway, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. As we await, though, an event early this morning, it takes us out to Taipei, Taiwan, the Halifax International Security Forum. Organizers saying it's the most consequential meeting of its kind because they deliberately link democracy with security. Several topics discussed, including the conflict with Ukraine and Russia. Let's listen in.
building up their defense industrial complex. In Ukraine, society really entered this sector and helped to protect our country, helped to fill the gaps that our government had. We are a young country, young democracy. Our state, even though it is functional and resilient, it still lacks a lot of capacity. It still is sometimes not very institutional when it comes to big security functions. And you know, we have huge funds in Ukraine who started collecting money from society to buy drones. Then we had think tanks who helped draft reforms to help us adjust our military to NATO standards more, so that we have more horizontal army, command-driven army, where people can take decisions in a more decentralized way. When they are facing dangerous situation, they don't wait to hear what the top official says. They are agile. And this is what really saved us. And I think this is what Taiwan should do. They should really try to build this cohesion. When I explain the way Ukraine works to our partners, even US are surprised when the inspector from Department of Defense, Mr. Storch, who is overseeing security assistance to Ukraine, when they come and when they learn how much society has oversight over defense spending. We created Anti-Corruption Council of the Ministry of Defense. We participate in this monitoring of Prozoro platform, which you, Liam, mentioned. All non-lethal procurement goes through Prozoro. And we even created supervision in over lethal spending. When they learn about it, this is unprecedented. Pentagon doesn't have it. European countries don't have it. So everybody is surprised how come the sector can be so open and transparent, but this is our survival mechanism, and I think it would work well for Taiwan as well.
But you're not suggesting that corruption in Ukraine is over.
Corruption in Ukraine is very much exaggerated, and it is used against us as a narrative by Russia. It's part of the strategic, disinformation, cognitive warfare against Ukraine. Of course, we have so many anti-corruption investigations because we have so many anti-corruption institutions. We have a system where all government officials declare their assets, where we monitor all procurement, and sometimes, very often, where we see inefficiencies, Ukrainians immediately say, oh, it's corruption. But in reality, the fact that we have so many of these cases and we deal with them, we should turn it into our achievement, actually.
Meaning there is corruption, but you're fighting it, and that is the proof that we are a resilient democracy. Peter, sorry.
Well, no, Western countries, I think, and Canada among them, were very involved pre-Russia's invasion to help Ukraine build that capacity of anti-corruption. It is the reason and the narrative at the Bucharest summit in 2008 that NATO did not grant Ukraine membership action. But what was just stated in terms of this incredible learning that Ukraine has been undergoing as a result of this invasion, it's exactly why NATO should be granting them membership. This is going to be the most instructive war that NATO has ever observed. And yet, there are still member countries who are dragging their heels. And I, was at that conference in 08.
I think it's more than dragging their heels at this point.
Yeah, they're
erecting barriers.
Correct, erecting barriers, which will ultimately be very much to their detriment, in my opinion.
Liam Maxwell, bring us back to Taiwan. You've worked in Taiwan, AWS works in Taiwan. What technological lessons should Taiwan take from Ukraine?
So I think one of the things that we found talking about the way that the resilience of Taiwan was, of Ukraine was so demonstrated to us was a point that Elena raised earlier, which is it's the whole of society resilience, which is really important, because in an era of hybrid warfare, you're not going to get just kinetic effects. There's a lot of attacks on Ukraine and Ukrainian society. And so that approach to, I mean, we've talked about it sometimes and say it's wealth and health. It's trying to make sure that the country is in a position to be as prosperous as possible and as resilient, and resilience helps that be a part. So technological resilience of the technology platforms that you use to ensure that your society operates and the continuity of that is fundamental to it. But could I just come to another point, which I think is one of the learnings from Ukraine, which we saw. It reflects something that we try to do in Amazon. Amazon is very famous for its leadership principles, but also one of the key things and reasons why we as a company can go fast is because we deploy an idea around one-way and two-way doors in decisions. That you try to deploy as far to the edge in the entire organization, this idea that people can take decisions. And if they can take decisions, take them quickly. And if it's a two-way door decision, if you think you've got 70% of the way there, take that decision. It's really interesting that it's a very similar approach to what you've been doing within the military. Yes. And so as coming back to your question, what would I, if I was a country and organization thinking about working in the most resilient way, I would start thinking about those one-way, two-way doors and devolve decision-making down as far as you can so that people can take decisions quickly, effectively. And a two-way door decision is a decision you can come back to. And that's one of the things that civil services, I know very well. I lived in the world of Yes Minister and Whitehall. It can sometimes...
We come from the world of beef, so...
It can be sometimes be very difficult to take those decisions because you don't get a grasp of the risks. Take two-way door decisions quickly, and that would be my one takeaway.
Do you know if Taiwan is doing that already?
I don't at this point. I don't. We're in our government business. We're quite new to Taiwan. We've been here since 2011. We've switched. We've launched and announced a major investment in Taiwan this year, which is a multi-year investment of infrastructure. So we are learning at this point.
Peter McKay, there's been a lot of discussion in Washington when it comes to Taiwan about Taiwan spending more money, taking more responsibility for its own defense, and prioritizing an asymmetric defense. Today, do you think Taiwan has done enough toward those goals?
Those are familiar demands to a Canadian. And so are they doing enough? I think they're doing all they can. Why wouldn't they? You know, democracy is resilient when there's opportunity. And I think, you know, again, looking past the negativity that we feel, there is opportunity here. Opportunities, as I said, to reach out, to diversify, to cozy up to other democracies, but in terms of business opportunity as well. Those partnerships, trade agreements, you know, we hear the downside of tariff, but there's an upside to trade. And renewed and restored, and in some cases, pronounced trade agreements for Taiwan, I think, are actually becoming a better opportunity in Europe, throughout the Asia-Pacific, and in parts of North America. So I know exactly what it feels to hear that your country is not doing enough. We live in sort of a splendid isolation, I think, in North America sometimes. But we have vulnerabilities in our country as well. North America in the Arctic region is now becoming a very real vulnerability. And for that reason, and again, we have aggressive neighbors who, if we're not in Ukraine, would very likely be just across the water in the Arctic, menacing Canada and North America. We also see China expressing a very real interest in calling themselves a near Arctic neighbor, wanting to traverse the Northwest Passage, part of which is internal Canadian water. And so are we doing enough? I would say, again, for emphasis, we're doing all that we can. We want to do more. democracy is also predicated on a performing economy and your ability to generate wealth, to be competitive, to send products. In the case of Taiwan and Ukraine, it's very often technology. There's another parallel because Ukraine was a very, very forward-leaning part of the world when it came to aerospace and defense. We used Ukrainian helicopters in Afghanistan. And Canada, on the other hand, has God-given wealth of resource, oil and gas in particular, but foodstuffs, grains, things that we can send into the world where they're needed most. And so that allows you to generate more, to put into your aspirational goal of 2 or 3 or 5% of your GDP spending on defense. And so I think you're going to see greater emphasis and recognition of the geopolitical shifting sands that will force countries to do more. But that also means more trade, more opportunity, and more wise investment for their own sovereignty protection and projection of sovereignty and democracy for other countries.
So is Taiwan doing enough?
Taiwan, I think, can and will do more, as will Canada.
So I have time for about one more round, and then I will open it up to the audience. So please get prepared with your questions. Elena Tregu, we've been talking about Taiwan. You described your lessons for Taiwan in terms of civil society. And I wonder also if there are other lessons that you believe Taiwan should take in terms of the sense of unity that Ukraine has felt. You know, I've been going to Ukraine for more than a decade, since the Maidan, since 2014. It's not a cliche to say that when I was in Kharkiv in 2014, there were mixed responses to the Russian invasion of Crimea and then annexation. Today, we have, there is no mixed response, I would argue, in Ukraine. And I wonder if there's a lesson for Taiwan in that, which, as we'll get to in our next session, does have political divisions today.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for asking that, because that's the other important point I wanted to mention. In Ukraine, we did not fully understand how much information can be weaponized. And for many years in Ukraine, we allowed Russian narrative to dominate. We allowed Russian TV channels, media, pro-Russian politicians to broadcast their views. And our people, especially in the East, they were influenced very much by these fake narratives. And this is why the unity was not quite there. Once the missiles started hitting buildings and killing babies, then the unity emerged immediately. And we made a mistake that we did not prohibit all this malign Russian information influences after 2014. We should have done it earlier. Instead, we did it only in 2022. After, as I said, the missiles started coming. And the same thing about how Russian Orthodox Church was influencing people. Also, it's essentially the department of an FSB. They are weaponizing church, Russians weaponizing media, weaponizing church. They are exploiting our openness, our democracy, our pluralism in Ukraine, using it against us. And we did not expect that it will be weaponized to the extent that they will, you know, start the kinetic war, but it happened. So Taiwan should be very careful with this, because I am sure that China is spreading the same narrative about Taiwan as Russia spread about Ukraine, that it's a messy, corrupt democracy. But China is not corrupt, Russia is not corrupt, North Korea is not corrupt, Iran is not corrupt, right? Because these authoritarians, they say that these democracies, they are completely incapable, they are feckless, they are weak, they are corrupt, but we autocracies, we the ones who give you good life. And this is the narrative that Russia was spreading through those TV channels and influencing those people you talked to. Because they were saying, look, Ukraine, you changed so many MPs, many presidents, but what is your result? If you join Russia, your salary will grow, you will have order, you will have no corruption. Of course, this is fake. Putin is probably the richest man in the world. How did he become such a rich man without corruption? But nobody talks about it because people who talked about it are dead in Russia. And this is the lesson, I think, very important, that information matters. It's a cognitive warfare. And you should be preparing your society to resist this warfare.
Liam Maxwell, let me ask you a pointed question. From where you sit, what would be the impact if Beijing invades, blockades Taiwan?
I think the effect on supply chains would be extremely severe at that point. And it's something that we hope would very much not happen, I think. We all saw what happened, think about what happened during COVID, which interrupted supply chains a small amount. And then think about what happens if you actually start to interrupt the supply chain of things where only only the components of some things are only made in Taiwan. So that is a major change. And that brings us back to that idea about societal resilience, nation-state resilience, not just in Taiwan, but also in countries around the world, is to sit and understand and game out what happens when you're faced with these questions. I work with governments around the world. I work with about 60 governments. And we have engagements with them where the questions that are coming back from those customers to us now are help us understand what happens if something goes wrong. Help us game out what happens if there is an incident, if there is a natural disaster, if there is a cyber attack. Because going back to my previous point, the trust of the citizens in the society is that you're a government, that your systems work, that they'll be there. If I need to get my benefits paid, they will be paid on Friday. If I need to have a health appointment, it's going to be there. If you have those things in place, if you have the continuity of government that's possible, that means the heavy lifting of running a society has been resolved. And I think it is really incumbent on all governments to try and be in that position where they are resilient, able to have continuity of government. And I would say an example of that was the education system, the university application system in Ukraine, which my team put together, which meant that anybody, no matter where they were in the world, could take their Ukrainian university entry exams. And that was not a sign of defiance, it was a sign of strength to say, we're still here, we've still got a government, we're still working, and you can still, life carries on. And that's actually one of the most powerful things that we can help people provide.
Again, this is my final question, and then we'll turn to the audience. Peter McKay, forgive me for bringing it back to Trump, but I think this will give you an opportunity to perhaps say in something a larger point. When the President of the United States argues it's okay to annex Greenland on the basis of national security, including using military force, when it's okay to use economic force to perhaps force Canada to become the 51st state, does that erode the moral ground, the moral high ground, to argue that Beijing should not invade Taiwan?
Well, look, firstly, Canada's never going to be the 51st state of the United States. As much as we admire and partner with and work with on so many levels, it's just not in the cards. I think the point was made in a very articulate way that authoritarian, totalitarian countries like to poke holes in democratic countries and say, you see, one that comes to mind when there's a big protest in a democratic country. You see how out of control these democracies are. Imagine letting your people go out into the streets and protest. Well, what happens in totalitarian countries like Iran, like Russia, like China, is that they crush the people. They arrest them, they eliminate them, they disappear. And this is what is the real narrative. And the people in those countries that crave democracy, that civil societies that promote it, the use of communication that tells those in non-democratic countries what's really happening in the rest of the world. It's why the media are so important. You know, and I'm not blowing smoke, but it is so important to get those stories out. Does it justify or in some way mollify China invading Taiwan to say, you know, look at what the President of the United States is saying about Greenland, Denmark, Canada, Panama? No, absolutely not. There is no moral equivalency. Number one, these are musings. These are mouthing words, not actually sending shock troops into the streets to crush democratic expression. You know, the very essence, the very lifeblood of democracy is people's dissent and their willingness, ability to express that to the people who they've elected, who they can unelect. And that's, you know, that is, as I said before, not only fragile, it can be fleeting. We saw one of the most tragic examples in my lifetime of what happened in Afghanistan. They had for a brief moment a taste of what it would be like to go and mark a ballot without a gun. And so I think the hard lessons of democracy are that indeed it is worth fighting for. It is worth also reaching out to other democratic countries, as flawed as they may be, and saying, help us. And the last thing I'll say is when your friends and partners pull back, and when they very deliberately say, we don't want to be your friend anymore, you have to find other friends. And you have to work hard sometimes to keep those friendships up so they don't pull away. But if that is the determination, then you simply have to wait for cooler heads to prevail and go out and fortify your other friendships, because they're there. There's a lot of countries who I know are very much interested in engaging in meaningful relationships. And that's what it comes down to. Relationships that are built on trust and the knowledge that they have your back when you need them most.
On that note, let's open it up to the audience. I'm just going to look around and just see where our hands are, make sure I don't miss anyone. All right, so we'll start on this side and then we'll come around.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, good morning to you. On the left side of your screen, we are in Taipei, Taiwan, the Halifax International Security Forum taking place on this Thursday, a discussion on NATO and Ukraine and Russia war wrapping up. So right now they're opening up the discussion to audience questions. On the right side of your screen, some active boxes on this Thursday. That top right box, a live look as foreign ministers are arriving for the G20 summit there in Cape Town, South Africa. And that bottom box, a live look out in Tel Aviv, Israel, as Hamas returns the bodies of 4 hostages on this Thursday. We saw it play out in real time early this morning here on Live Now from Fox. And speaking of the return of the hostages, right now I want to transition to show you the latest from Israeli Defense Forces on X. They say, quote, the IDF salutes the deceased hostages as they return home after over 500 days in the hands of terrorists. This is IDF retrieving the bodies from Hamas in Gaza early this Thursday before they were put into the caravan of vehicles and then crossed over the Israel border to arrive at the National Institute of Medicine, where they will undergo an identification procedure before the families can be officially notified that they are their loved ones. This is a developing story we will continue to follow right here on Live Now from Fox. 7:17 here on the East Coast. Let's take our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. 7:19 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. A lot of breaking news flowing into our Live Now from Fox studios on this Thursday morning. Our next headline takes us out to the Czech Republic. Take a good look at your screen. This is a crime scene underway out in the Czech Republic. Learning from the Associated Press, 2 women have died in a knife attack this Thursday at a shopping center in the Czech Republic. Police saying they detained a teenage suspect in connection with the stabbings in a store in that city, some 100 east of Prague. You're getting a live look at this hour. You can see emergency personnel, a law enforcement official still there at the scene surveying what exactly happened. We do know that reports initially said the victims had been injured, one of them seriously, but police later confirming that both of them had died. Their identities not yet released to the media. A 16-year-old Czech national was detained by police about 1 kilometer from the scene. That's about half a mile from the scene shortly after the attack. Police reporting a knife was found nearby. The prime minister in the area offering his condolences to the relatives of the dead. He posted on X early this morning saying, quote, "What has happened today is an absolutely incomprehensible and horrible act," end quote. At this time, the motive for the attack not immediately known. Police saying the situation is under control and there was no danger to the public. No other details immediately available. So sharing this with you on this Thursday morning out in the Czech Republic, learning 2 women have died in a knife attack at this shopping center. You're getting a live look there. Again, law enforcement still there at the scene. And then you can see some crime scene tape there as it is put there across some law enforcement vehicles there, red and white crime scene tape. No word if this is still an active scene, but again, we are learning that the 16-year-old suspect has been detained by police. Police saying the motive for the attack not yet immediately known, but they do say the situation is under control and there is no danger to the public. As this story develops, you'll get the most up-to-date headlines right here on Live Now from Fox. 7:22 here on the East Coast. Let's take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, more breaking news headlines, live events, and top stories for your Thursday morning. 7:24 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate you staying tuned to get all of your breaking news headlines, top stories, and your live events of the day. Our next story takes us back out to Cape Town, South Africa. We saw as the different foreign ministers were arriving on this Thursday, but now the G20 opening about to begin. South Africa hosting this meeting of the G20 foreign ministers. We know that the welcome speech is expected from the Director General of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. Then we'll have the official introduction from the President of South Africa's Foreign Affairs, the foreign minister there, and then also the keynote address from the President of South Africa. So that introduction by the President of South Africa's foreign minister, and then the keynote address by the President of South Africa. And then we also know that delegates will pose for a family photo at the end. So we are seeing this shot. We're also getting some more shots courtesy of our content partners at the Associated Press. I'll bring up the audio to see if we can listen in to see if things have officially started and continue to navigate you through this live event. All right, it seems like that shot briefly went out to show outside as more foreign ministers were arriving. And then right now they are officially showing the podium. So let's continue to watch and listen in as everything gets underway for the G20 summit out in Cape Town, South Africa. The official open ceremony about to begin.
Okay.
All right, so they are getting final preparations underway as they change out the camera angles to show you many of the dignitaries and officials that are there at the event. Let's go ahead and take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour here at 7:27 on the East Coast. That way, when this event gets underway, we don't have to take that many breaks for you. As I say that, they are transitioning to show you more officials and dignitaries that are entering. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. 7:30 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We continue to monitor the G20 summit out in Cape Town, South Africa. They panned the camera to a different shot to show as more dignitaries and foreign ministers are arriving this Thursday morning to attend the event. This is an outside shot. I'm going to give you all a live look inside as we are also monitoring the opening to begin. So as we continue to do so, and you can see right now, as more foreign ministers arrive, they are speaking to one another, saying hello, shaking hands. And then we do see this podium shot continues to pop up as we are preparing for the official welcome to begin. If you're just now tuning in, the welcome speech will be given by the Director General of the Department of International Relations and Cooperations. Then South Africa's Foreign Minister will give the introduction. The keynote address will be given by the President of South Africa. So they're following a few minutes behind. So as we wait, I actually want to go to a live event with the United Nations. At this hour, we're learning they're having a discussion on AI's impact on the labor market, that is artificial intelligence. Let's watch and listen in.
Intelligence sources in order to reskill and upskill the population. And there are several ways that we're doing this. We are paying a lot of attention to the vocational training centers, particularly the public vocational training centers. We are actually pairing with them in very close partnership also with the private providers in order to reskill and upskill the population. Another good thing I would say that we're doing in terms of policy making is also the digitalization of employment services. By digitalizing the employment services, we're trying to democratize the communication between the job seekers and the employment office counselors. So basically trying to change the culture of not only how to do your job better when it comes when it concerns the context of the information technology, but also how to use the technology to apply for a job in case you are belonging to a vulnerable group or a category that doesn't really have access to technology.
Now it's my great pleasure to give the floor to someone who's joining us online. It's Estela Arana. She's Special Advisor to Brazil's President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, and you are online, and we've been talking about G20, of course. We're talking about the international environment, not just the European Union. So, Estela, your contribution is very welcome.
We need to look at the social and technical aspects of the use of AI in our society. We need to prepare, and I'll be mentioning many of the many topics that require preparation and debate. But for example, we need to focus on perhaps legislative changes so that we can guarantee fundamental rights as we look at the digital transformation, labor law, labor rights. Of course, in our debate, we need to come up with new processes. So the first thing I wanted to raise in this debate, we've already mentioned our society and science and technology. Well, we have the Brazilian Artificial Intelligence Plan, which is being debated.
All right, you're listening in as the United Nations. They are holding a discussion this Thursday morning on AI's impact on the labor market. Getting word from our media partners inside of the G20 summit there in Cape Town, South Africa, that the event is officially about to begin. So let's go ahead and get our final 2-minute commercial break out of the way. And when we come back, heading out to that live event in South Africa. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We see the stage is finally set for the G20 summit to get underway. Let's watch and listen in as the welcome speech is about to begin.
Mr. President Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Your Excellencies, Ministers of Foreign Affairs of the G20 members and the guest countries, Your Excellencies, Ministers of Foreign Affairs of invited guest countries, G20 shepherds and sous shepherds, heads of invited international organizations, distinguished guests, Excellencies, members of the diplomatic corps, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm South African welcome to Nasrec Expo Center, Johannesburg, South Africa, for the first foreign ministers meeting of the G20 in 2025 on the African soil. It is also the first G20 foreign ministers meeting happening in the African continent. We have no doubt that during your stay in our beautiful country, you will experience its captivating beauty, as well as the warmth, friendly, and the diversity of its people. We are gathered here in the hall named Under the Tree. In African folklore and communities, we gather under a tree to have difficult conversations that challenges us. I hope that this hall will present a good platform for all the G20 participants to engage robustly to find solutions to global challenges. Let me first take this opportunity to thank His Excellency Ambassador Mario Vieira, the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Republic of Brazil, for hosting me and my delegation during the G20 handover ceremony in Brasilia, which took place immediately after the successful Leaders Summit that was held in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil in November last year. South Africa continues to look forward to your guidance as members of the Troika as we navigate through our G20 presidency. In the same breath, I would like also to welcome the incoming member of the Troika, the United States of America. We are confident that this new Troika will be a source of wisdom as we seek to steer the work of the G20 to a successful conclusion. South Africa looks forward to your support and continued contribution. As we have seen in the program that has already been circulated, our meeting today commences with this opening session as well as two main sessions. In the first session, we will discuss the global geopolitical situation, while in the second session, we will deliberate on South Africa's G20 priorities and high-level deliverables. It is our hope that we will have rich and productive engagement on these issues, setting the tone for the remainder of the South Africa's G20 presidency in the lead-up to the November 2025 Leaders Summit. We are honored by the presence of the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Mr. Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, whom I have the pleasure to introduce to you to deliver his welcoming address. Mr. President, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Minister Ronald Lamola, the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation of South Africa, distinguished ministers of foreign affairs of the G20 family of countries, as well as invited guest countries, honorable leaders of representative organizations or representatives of international organizations, as well as regional economic communities. I also extend my greetings to heads of delegations who are here present, and all of you honored guests, and particularly the galaxy of media representatives that I see here. Welcome, and a really warm, hearty welcome to this first foreign ministers meeting under South Africa's G20 presidency. You have now arrived finally and you may not believe this, to the most beautiful country ever to be made in the world. So welcome. It is significant that the G20 Leaders Summit later this year will be convened for the first time on African soil. This in many ways highlights the growing importance of the African continent in global economic, political and environmental discussions that are ensuing around the world. Africa is home to some of the world's fastest growing economies and in many ways faces unique challenges such as the impact of climate change, developmental needs that it has, and the effects of global trade dynamics. This summit's location underscores the need for African voices to be heard on critical global issues like sustainable development, the digital economy, and the shift towards green energy. It is a great opportunity, too, to promote greater collaboration between African nations and the rest of the world. But it is also a great opportunity for all of us as members of the G20 and invited countries to engage in serious dialogue. Geopolitical tensions and rising intolerance, conflict and war, climate change, pandemics, and energy and food insecurity do threaten an already fragile global coexistence. These challenges are interconnected. They require responses that are inclusive and responses that should be well coordinated through various forums such as the G20. Yet there is a lack of consensus amongst major powers, including in the G20, on how to respond to these issues of global significance. Extreme poverty and growing inequality within and among nations weigh heavily on the conscience of the world. We are just 5 years away from 2030, the deadline for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals as adopted by our United Nations. As the international community, we committed ourselves to this very ambitious agenda to end poverty and hunger, to protect our planet, to achieve greater equality, also gender equality, to have universal education, health coverage, and to promote decent work and sustainable economic growth. Our commitment to achieve these targets, we must not waver from trying to achieve them. The nations of the world look to the G20 for leadership, for inspiration, and for guidance on the most pressing issues confronting our world, more so now at this time in the history of our world. Just as cooperation supported the progress of early humans, our modern-day challenges can only be resolved through collaboration, through partnership, through dialogue, and through solidarity. This is why South Africa has placed as its theme for the G20 the issues of solidarity, equality, and sustainability. These are at the center of South Africa's presidency of the G20. We would like our G20 presidency to be one in which all voices are heard and in which all views should count. The G20 represents over 2/3 of the world's population. Its decisions and policies reflect the needs and aspirations of all who form part of the G20 family. The G20 must also seek to reflect the needs and aspirations of all people who call this planet their home. This year marks 80 years since the United Nations was founded and the UN Charter was adopted. The United Nations was established to reaffirm fundamental human rights, to promote social progress, and to save successive generations from the scourge of war. While these essential goals of the United Nations remain, the world has changed in fundamental ways. The UN must also change accordingly. We continue to call for the UN Security Council, the multilateral trading system, and the international financial architecture to be realigned, to be reformed, to make them more representative, more agile, and more responsive to today's global realities. As the G20, it is critical that the principles of the UN Charter, multilateralism, and international law should remain at the center of all our endeavors. It should be the glue that keeps us together. The conflicts between Russia and Ukraine, conflicts that's raging in the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, in the Sudan, in the Sahel, and in Gaza, continue to exact heavy human toll and heighten global insecurity. South Africa welcomes the ceasefire agreement reached between Israel and Hamas as a crucial first step towards ending the severe humanitarian crisis faced by the Palestinian people in Gaza. This ceasefire must lay the basis for a just and lasting peace in line with UN resolutions, in line with international law and internationally agreed parameters. As the G20, we must continue to advocate for diplomatic solutions to conflicts. Our own experience as South Africa is that the peaceful resolution of conflict through inclusive dialogue is the foremost guarantor of sustainable and lasting peace. So, Your Excellencies, the climate crisis is no longer a threat. It is a catastrophic reality that all of us in the world must face. Last year, global average temperature exceeded 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels or industrialization levels for the first time. The impact of climate change places a disproportionate and unjust burden on the poorest as well as the most vulnerable. As the G20, we must seize this opportunity of crisis to innovate and drive sustainable solutions. We must remain true to the original G20 mandate of promoting strong, sustainable, as well as balanced and inclusive growth. In line with this mandate, South Africa has identified 4 priorities for its G20 presidency. These are issues we would like all of us to engage with. Firstly, we should take action to strengthen disaster resilience as well as response. We are on a continent that continues to suffer major and catastrophic climate disasters. Climate-induced natural disasters affect countries around the world, but we feel them acutely on this continent as well. But they have a particularly devastating impact on countries that cannot afford the costs of recovery and rebuilding. We will call on G20 leaders to urge the global community, including international financial institutions, as well as development banks, and the private sector to scale up post-disaster reconstruction. Secondly, we should take action to ensure debt sustainability for low-income countries. Developing economies are currently experiencing the highest borrowing costs in nearly 2 decades. The Secretary General of the United Nations says that poor countries pay up to 8 times more than your more developed economies when it comes to servicing their debt. Debt payments are essentially crowding out vital domestic expenditure and diverting critical resources away from those countries' development. More than 3.3 billion people live in countries where interest payments of debt exceed the payments or expenditure that is made for education and health as well. The G20 needs to renew its efforts to advance debt sustainability with a particular emphasis, yes, I would say on African countries, but more broadly on countries in the global south who continue to face those challenges. Thirdly, we believe that it is important to mobilize finance for a just energy transition. Although climate change affects developed countries as well as developing economies alike, the impact is uneven. Every nation has a responsibility to contribute to global climate effort in line with the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. Those most responsible for climate change do have a duty and a responsibility to support those least responsible. G20 leaders should secure agreement on increasing the quality and quantity of climate finance flows to developing economy countries. Now, this is not new. The world has been dealing with these matters in various forums, and we do believe that the G20 forum is a very credible forum to take these discussions forward. And this includes strengthening multilateral development banks, enhancing and streamlining support for country platforms such as the Just Energy Transition Partnership, which a country like South Africa entered into with its partners, as well as other countries who have followed suit, and also with a view of leveraging private capital more effectively as we address this just energy journey. Fourthly, we will seek to harness critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development. We will champion an inclusive G20 framework on green industrialization and investment to promote value addition and beneficiation of critical minerals. And this we will do with a view of ensuring that the benefits flow mutually to all. And we're not talking about a one-dimensional benefit only. All should benefit. In other words, both the South and the North should be able to benefit. South Africa will seek to take forward the recommendations of the 2024 report of the United Nations Secretary General's panel on critical energy transition minerals. Now, long before our freedom was won, South Africa's founding father, Nelson Mandela, spoke of a society in which all persons live together in harmony and with equal opportunities. This universal aspiration is reflected in the UN Charter. As a premier forum for international economic cooperation, the G20 needs to play a leading role in the global agenda for people, planet, and prosperity. As we strive towards a common purpose, I think it is important that we should remember that cooperation is our greatest strength. Let us seek to find common ground through constructive engagement. Through the G20, we should be able to set the coordinates of a new course for human progress, one that is founded on solidarity, equality, as well as sustainability. In the end, we will find that through solidarity, we've been able to make progress as humanity. Through fostering equality, we've been able to be real humans. And through engendering sustainability, we have a better future as humans on this planet ahead of us. This task is now in our hands as the G20 family, and I do believe the various meetings we are going to hold throughout the year, this one being one of the key ones, will lead us in the direction that we all seek to move in. So I thank you, and once again, I welcome you dearly to South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We will now have a tea break for 15 minutes, and we will come back to proceed with our agenda. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa.
All right, so we just heard from the president of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, and then the moderator there saying they will take a quick 15-minute break and then reconvene. We are getting a different shot that I can share with you out in Cape Town as the G20 summit kicks off on this Thursday. They are taking some photos, expected to take a family photo. So I don't know if they did that in the corner, but I do want to provide some context for you about the G20 summit taking place in South Africa this year. South Africa hosting a meeting of the G20 foreign ministers. This is the first major meeting of the G20 since South Africa took over the group's presidency. This year's theme for the summit is solidarity, equality, and sustainability. We do know that U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has opted not to attend the summit. 1 minute shy from the top of the 8 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. We've been on the air all morning, coming on an hour earlier to share with you breaking news as it relates to the bodies of 4 Israeli hostages that had been released to IDF out in Gaza. Early this Thursday, we saw as those bodies traveled and caravanned to Tel Aviv, Israel, to the National Institute of Medicine, where they will be undergoing an identification process. So we do know that happened. Also following breaking news out of the Czech Republic. So it's been a very active morning. As we continue to follow live events, we do see that one is taking place. It takes us out to the United Nations, a conversation underway at this hour about AI and how it's impacting different social norms and labor markets. Let's listen in.
And opportunities to establish and foster concrete multi-stakeholder actions and solutions. Now, it is my pleasure to give the floor for her introductory remarks to Cinzia Del Rio. Cinzia is President of the Section for Employment, Social Affairs and Citizenship of the European Economic and Social Committee. Cinzia, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Shada, and welcome to everybody, and thanks for your participation to this event. As Shada said, we agreed to exchange views and focus our event on the impact of artificial intelligence in the world of work and in the society. Therefore, great opportunities and also challenges to address. I would like to highlight 3 aspects for our discussion. We all agree with a human-centered approach, but the challenge is how to enforce compliance with the human in control principle in decision-making processes in workplaces and in society. Second, workers' and citizens' rights change with the use of high technology in workplaces, but also in the delivery of services. The third point I would like to highlight is on the need of a participatory approach in the decision-making processes, which depend on algorithmic management, actively involving several actors in the design and implementation of AI systems. Social dialogue and collective bargaining are key to anticipate and regulate changes, but they are fragmented among countries. How can we ensure social cohesion and social justice and make it possible for technology to be used for the benefit of all? The debate is around a common regulatory framework, if needed, in order to direct innovation, not limiting it, and making it available to citizens in a fair and inclusive manner. I wish you all a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
And now it's my great pleasure to give the floor to Oliver Robke, President of the European Economic and Social Committee, to take the floor to open the event.
Once again, it's really a big day for our committee that we are gathering here together to discuss artificial intelligence and the way forward. And it's really a great pleasure for me to open this event, which is organized jointly by the ESC and its SOC section and the International Labour Organization. I extend a warm welcome to all of you here at the ESC. And I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the ILO Director General Gilbert Hunkbo for launching the Global Coalition for Social Justice and for inviting the ESC to be an active part of this transformative initiative. The ESC has joined as one of the first institutions this important global call. So this event today is a great opportunity for the ESC to underscore the significance of the coalition and to reaffirm our steadfast commitment to championing social justice in the EU and beyond. Advancing social justice in today's world is deeply intertwined with the ethical development and application of artificial intelligence. AI technologies hold enormous potential to enhance competitiveness, drive productivity and promote inclusion. However, they also carry the risk of exacerbating inequalities if not thoughtfully and responsibly designed. The impact of AI depends on how wisely and ethically we choose to shape it. Some days ago at the World Economic Forum annual meeting in Davos, the World Economic Forum itself pointed to the fact that the AI revolution is more disruptive to the labour market than many of the technologies that came before it. And further disruptions continue to be expected in the near future. We know that blue-collar jobs have long been impacted by automation. But now 60% of the white-collar workers fear that AI will make their jobs redundant. And the World Economic Forum estimates nearly a quarter of all jobs globally will change in the next 5 years, with a structural job growth of 69 million jobs and a decline of 83 million jobs. So this corresponds to a net decrease of 14 million jobs, or 2% of current employment. And we have to discuss how to manage this process. We need to make sure that AI expands access and equity in the labour market. It must also enrich innovation by incorporating a wide range of perspectives and experiences. AI has a great potential to promote inclusion, but algorithms are only as unbiased as the data they are based on. If we are not careful regarding AI implementation, these technologies can also reinforce all kinds of stereotypes, sexism and discrimination in the labour market. Having said this, once again, thank you very much and wish you all a fruitful afternoon. Thanks a lot.
Now, to start the panel, let me first go to Agnieszka Dziemianowicz-Bąk, Minister for Family, Labour and Social Policy of Poland. The question is for you. What is your government doing and what do you think is worth sharing with the audience here? Please. Yes.
Thank you. So once again, thank you for having me here. It's a great pleasure for me to be here in Brussels and discussing such an important topic. As you probably know, we are now 1 month in Polish presidency in EU. So that's even more important for me to have this opportunity to discuss with you the topic that is one of our priorities as Polish presidency.
Priorities are fighting discrimination, exclusion, or we want to develop all possibilities to choose equal employment. We all realize that new technologies, including AI, may lead to big opportunities, but also big threats for workers and everyone who works in the area of employment. So to evaluate how technology and AI affect employment, we already have to see how it is implemented at the workplace and how regulations on technology are adopted in national and international law. So in this context, while we're preparing for a controlled, smooth transition instead of violent revolution, questions around social dialogue, enhancing workers' representation are key. We need to have policy to develop social dialogue. We need social policy that will boost the role of traditional trade unions or other workers' organizations. All this will make it possible to avoid the risks such as mass layoffs or excessive control over privacy of workers or insufficient transparency about setting the rules at work or to evaluate people at work or to let algorithms evaluate people. We have fragmentation in at work. We have more and more remote work. People have less and less contacts between employers and employees. So it weakens traditional forms of how workers organize themselves and how law is developed and implemented. So national decision makers must get interested. They have to put people at the center. So at national levels and the international level, we need to try to boost social dialogue, to bring more members into trade unions, to strengthen workers' organizations, using digital technology as well. May help use all the chances, opportunities coming from technology. By this, I mean that we can use new technology to fight discrimination, gender-based discrimination. We can also involve people with disabilities. Digital technologies, AI as well, can help diagnose what is needed on the labor market, so the market becomes more friendly to people who were excluded before. This can help people support these workers on a daily basis. So we're facing a digital transformation, but there's also another transformation happening, the so-called silver transformation due to demographic changes. So we need to support older people, help them remain active, using digital technology. And maybe it can also help to see what these people need when the market changes. That's another opportunity that we should not forget about. It will not be possible to use it without everyone involved, all social partners involved in creating new legislation, but not just legislation. We need the entire system to protect workers' welfare in this new digital era. So we need social dialogue and social partners involved. That should be the first step.
Let me turn now to Yolanda Diaz, the second Vice President from Spain, Minister of Labour and Social Economy. Please, Ms. Diaz.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the EASC and the ILO, because this is one of the conferences that I think is the most interesting in the world we're living in. We need to guarantee one of the key parts of this debate, which is to adapt this new assistive model of AI, and it's key that we keep our human and labor rights. That is the crux of the issue today. You will agree with me that it should be evident that there are some very difficult jobs. It all depends on what we do at this point in history, how we use artificial intelligence, and of course, how we use it for the digital economy. And as we've done in my country, Spain, we need to also focus on labor law. In Spain, we had one of the few existing laws in the world, the so-called rider law, which allows us to guarantee this. A large multinational company rebelled, if I may say, trying to not apply the law. But very clearly, we showed that it was possible not only for the law to exist, but for all major companies to follow the law and apply it. And that is what we need to do. We need to break through our fears of technology taking over our jobs. All of these reports saying we're going to lose millions of jobs, when the reality is we are creating another several tens of thousands of jobs with added value that are very important for society. But as Agnieszka said, we need to change a few things. And when we change things, we need to see how. If we speak about digitalization, we need to focus on democracy, inequality, and the climate crisis, because generating data has a very large impact on the climate, a very large consumption of water, and all this data uses up a lot of energy. We can't just focus on social dialogue. Of course, social dialogue is a perfect way to bring democracy to labor relations, but we need to go one step further. Unions and social activists in Europe and throughout the world need to be part of the specific negotiations on the use of these mathematic algorithms and subscriptions that affect people's lives. And this requires efforts, requires training for the unions so that they are prepared for a collective bargaining that needs to look at the digital situation in the world. And I think this is the main pillar that we need to focus on. Of course, we want to uphold social dialogue, but not just in and of itself. As we've seen in Spain, in collective bargaining, we need to focus on the use of algorithms and everything it entails. Many negotiators tell us that they don't even know what the algorithm that they use does or how it can be biased when it comes to labor relations, and this is not democratic. So we need to change a few things which are vital. So let's do away with this talk of dystopia or being against technology. We need to uphold the rights of workers throughout the world. This is what we need to do. We already have enough dystopia going around, but we need to take concrete steps in a different direction. And I think that there is a lot to be done. For example, unions need to be part of the design and use of algorithms, as well as the digital rights of workers, self-employed individuals. This is key. There need to be algorithm authorities within companies so they know what the bias is that the algorithm is causing. This is vital for democracy. And I'll finish by pointing out something that I think is very important. Since we're here in Brussels, Europe needs to stop putting its head in the sand about technology. We need to show leadership in the world. We need to show a new social contract that is based on technology and digitalization. In the 21st century, there are many topics we need to include. Technological capitalism has a few traits. For example, it's held in very few hands. Now, of course, there's the added value of intellectual property and data. This is a very important part of technological capitalism. The weakening of the state. The strategies of 5 big multinational companies who own our data about our private lives, our companies, and our labor relations. What they seek with this strategy of weakening the public sector of the state is to make it difficult to regulate the digital economy. Look, within the EU, we've often spoken about how difficult it is to legislate democratically so that the power of these 5 multinationals don't overpower nation states or the EU.
Now I'll give the floor to Niki Karameas, Minister of Labour and Social Security of Greece. Of course, Ms. Karameas, you're also part of the EESC High-Level Forum on Enlargement. So we're very happy to have you here. And the question for you is basically also about how your government is helping in the transitioning of workers, particularly through education, skilling and social protection programs. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I want to start off by thanking very warmly the ESC and the ILO for the invitation to be here among such a great panel, and to talk about a topic that I think is heavily discussed in all our member states. I would start off, first of all, with a very optimistic note, in the sense that I think that the rapid progress of AI in the recent years has been truly remarkable. It is already transforming our daily lives in ways that we may not have yet fully perceived. As far as the labour market is concerned, I think there's no doubt that this evolution presents both opportunities but also great challenges which have to be tackled. And following up on what was said earlier, it is of prime importance to align this technological revolution with social justice. What percentage of EU companies actually uses AI today? 13%. That's it. 13.5%. Based on the data I recently saw, uses AI in Europe. Of course, that being said, the evolution is expected to be really rapid. But that's the state today. Now, going to digital skills, if we look at the EU as a whole, what percentage of EU population possesses basic digital skills? 55%. 55%. And the target is for us to reach 80% by 2030. We have a long way to go in order to protect workers, protect our citizens in acquiring basic digital skills. In Greece, the number of employees in the computer programming sector has risen by 83% in the last just few years. So we're talking about a drastic, I would say, increase. In Greece, we're following a two-pronged approach. What are we doing in order to protect our workers? We're doing two things. The first thing we're doing is we're focusing tremendously on mapping out this evolution. What are the concrete labor market needs going to be in the near future, medium term, long term? So the first aspect has to do with detecting the actual labor market needs, trying to see what will be needed by the workforce, what the labor market will need. And why is this extremely important? This, in my opinion, is extremely important because you cannot craft protective measures unless you know what the problem is, what the challenge is ahead. So the first thing we're doing is we're working really hard on, I would say, further enhancing a labor market diagnosis mechanism that we have in Greece at the Ministry of Labor, which monitors workforce skills and labor market demands, both real-time and also trying to forecast such needs for the near future and long-term future. So that's the first prong. Once you've mapped out the needs, once you've had a more concrete approach on what those needs are, here comes the second part, which I think is extremely important. There's no doubt that every technological revolution comes with tremendous changes to the labor market. Think of when computers were first introduced. They completely changed the labor market as a whole. So I agree that we should not have any fear whatsoever. Yes, jobs will change. That's the word, change. Some jobs will disappear and many other jobs will be created. What's the triggering point here? What's the point that all governments, in my opinion, have to pay tremendous attention to? Reskilling, upskilling, ensuring that as governments, we and the EU as a whole invest sufficient funds and effort so as to protect workers through very active policies for reskilling and upskilling. The Greek government, for the past 5.5 years, has been undertaking a massive reskilling and upskilling program. And of course, it's of prime importance for this reskilling and upskilling to be inclusive and accessible. Having said that, and I will close with this, it is true that this topic is not as, I would say, pressing when one looks at the figures as a whole, comparing Europe to, for instance, the United States. And I say this as part of a larger discussion as to how competitive we are as a whole, as to how competitive we are, how our competition rules allow or not for technology to flourish in Europe. I was looking at recent data, and the data showed that 73% of foundational AI models have been developed in the United States, while the EU accounts only for 6%. So that shows, I think, also that we have time, unless things change drastically, which I hope they do, for Europe to become more competitive. But that being said, AI is not as present yet in our companies. I think that will change in the months and years to come. And I think that the way forward for Europe to stand as a whole and protect its workers in this positive revolution is to stand by their side and to invest heavily in reskilling and upskilling.
Thank you very much indeed to that. I'm going to give the floor now to Ms. Olta Maniani. She's Deputy Minister of Economy, Culture and Innovation of Albania. Ms. Maniani, the floor is yours, please.
What's interesting about Albania is that, and probably most of you in this conference hall don't know, is that Albania is one of the most highly digitalized governments in Europe. We offer more than 95% of our services online, which means that digitalization is really one of our crucial pillars, along with human capital development and skills. These are the two main pillars for our reform agenda within the European Union's growth plan, which is the EU plan for the Western Balkan countries. But one of the biggest challenges right now is how to turn from a digital, how to have a smooth transition from a digital government or digital governance to a digital society. I also think that the pace of the job depletion is actually not the same with the pace of the job creation, which means that right now we're not really facing any major disruptions when it comes to major unemployments because of the technology. It's happening so gradually that actually it is leaving us time, the governments and the policymakers, to do the things right and to get adjusted to a smooth transition. So what we are doing currently in Albania is also similar to what Greece is doing. We are focusing very much on reskilling and the upskilling. So basically using this time to get used to the use of the technology and to have as a smooth transition as possible. But before knowing on how to reskill or upskill the population, we're first running skill assessments analysis, including sectorial skills needs analysis in the key sectors of the economy like tourism, ICT. We also refer a lot to the European Skills and Job Surveys in order to understand what are the main skills related to digitalization and the introduction of artificial intelligence, so that we can prepare and we can use the skills intelligence sources in order to reskill and upskill the population. And there are several ways that we're doing this. We are paying a lot of attention to the vocational training centers, particularly the public vocational training centers. We are actually pairing with them in very close partnership also with the private providers in order to reskill and upskill the population. Another good thing I would say that we're doing in terms of policy making is also the digitalization of employment services. By digitalizing the employment services, we're trying to democratize the communication between the job seekers and the employment office counselors. So basically trying to change the culture of not only how to do your job better when it comes when it concerns the context of the information technology, but also how to use the technology to apply for a job in case you are belonging to a vulnerable group or a category that doesn't really have access to technology.
Now it's my great pleasure to give the floor to someone who's joining us online. It's Stella Aranya. She's Special Advisor to Brazil's President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, and you are online, and we've been talking about G20, of course. We're talking about the international environment, not just the European Union. So, Estella, your contribution is very welcome.
We need to look at the social and technical aspects of the use of AI in our society. We need to prepare, and I'll be mentioning many of the many topics that require preparation and debate. But for example, we need to focus on perhaps legislative changes so that we can guarantee fundamental.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, good morning to you. On the left side of your screen, we are live as the United Nations. They are holding a discussion this Thursday morning about AI's impact on the labor market. On the right side of your screen, we are following breaking news headlines. That top right box, a live look out in the Czech Republic. As we're learning from the Associated Press, officials reporting 2 women have died after a knife attack at a shopping center in that area. That bottom box, a live look there in Tel Aviv, Israel, Hostage Square, as we are moments away from the daily Israeli government briefing. This coming on the heels of breaking news this morning as 4 bodies were brought to Tel Aviv. Israeli hostages that were kept in Hamas captivity. They were released, brought to a medical center for identification procedures. The Israeli government going to speak on the heels of that event. 8:30 is the time. Let's take our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. 8:32 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. A new breaking news alert coming into our Live Now from Fox studio. It takes us out to Israel right now, giving you a live look in Tel Aviv, Israel, a hostage square to be specific. This morning, we were following the very latest as Hamas released the bodies of 4 Israeli hostages that were in captivity, 3 of them belonging to the Bibas family. Well, at this hour, we have another update, courtesy of the Associated Press. We're learning Hamas is set to free 6 living hostages Saturday in exchange for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners, and says it will release 4 more bodies next week, completing the ceasefire's first phase. Now, that will leave the militants with some 60 hostages, all men, around half of whom are believed to be dead. Hamas has said it won't release the remaining captives without a lasting ceasefire and a full Israeli withdrawal. The Associated Press goes on to say that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, with the full backing of the Trump administration, says he is committed to destroying Hamas's military and governing capacities and returning all the hostages, goals widely seen as mutually exclusive. Taking a further dissection, we know President Donald Trump's proposal to remove some 2 million Palestinians from Gaza so the U.S. can own and rebuild it, which has been welcomed by Netanyahu but universally rejected by Palestinians and Arab countries, has thrown the ceasefire into further doubt. Hamas could be reluctant to free more hostages if it believes the war will resume, with the goal of annihilating the group or forcibly transferring Gaza's population. Israel's military offensive killed over 48,000 Palestinians, mostly women and children, according to Gaza's health ministry. It's important to note Gaza's health ministry does not distinguish between civilians and combatants in its records. Meanwhile, Israel says it has killed over 17,000 fighters without providing evidence. Again, this information just into our Live Now from Fox Studios, learning that Hamas is set to free 6 living hostages Saturday in exchange for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. As we further discuss this breaking news alert, I want to give you a live look out in Gaza. This is Khan Yunis. You can see destruction from the Israel-Hamas conflict in real time. Let's go ahead and take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue with your breaking news headlines this Thursday morning, giving you another live look out in Gaza. Gaza was the scene this morning as Hamas released the bodies of 4 Israeli hostages to IDF, which they then drove in a caravan to Tel Aviv, Israel. We know where they will shortly undergo identification procedures. The Israeli government choosing to speak to the media on the heels of this breaking news. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Shalom. I'm David Mensa, Israeli government spokesman for the National Public Diplomacy Directorate in the Office of the Prime Minister. It's Thursday, the 20th of February. I'll make a short statement and then we'll take your questions. This morning, Israel received the coffins of 4 deceased hostages after they had been released from Hamas captivity. A ceremony led by the IDF chief rabbi honored the 4 slain Israeli hostages. The coffins were transferred to the National Institute of Forensic Medicine for official identification, where they currently are. The IDF are accompanying the families of the deceased at this unbearable time. The National Institute for Forensic Medicine will confirm identities as efficiently and as respectfully as possible, with the priority being our responsibility and compassion for the families. After initially informing their families, information will be shared through official channels. These are sensitive moments for the families and for our nation. Israelis line the street in respect today. These people were taken hostage alive 503 days ago, but today we bring home 4 of our own. We do not bring them home as we had prayed, as soldiers had fought so bravely for, as their families had hoped against hope. Today, 4 Israeli hostages, our sons and daughters, return to their families in coffins. Their families and our nation have lived through agony beyond words. They are lives stolen, dreams shattered, and families broken. Their only crime, being Israeli, being Jewish, captured by Hamas in its barbaric assault on October 7th. That crowds of Gazans in civilian clothes stole our people and celebrated and shrieked with delight, parading them through Gaza. But be in no doubt, the return of our hostages' bodies is not a gesture of mercy. It's a reminder of the depth of Hamas's cruelty. Just take a look at the ceremony today. Ceremony in inverted commas. Gazans brought children, and they can be seen in the crowd. They celebrated with music. These hostages should have been released alive. They should never have been taken. Instead, they were tormented in their final days, and their families were denied even the dignity of knowing their fate. Unimaginable pain. No parent, no child, no brother, no sister should receive their loved ones in a coffin. No family should have to live with the horror of not knowing. Israel will not rest. We will not stop until every hostage, alive or murdered, is brought home. Hamas is not a resistance movement. Hamas is a death cult that murders, that tortures, and parades dead bodies. It has no place amongst civilized nations. It has no place in Gaza. May their memory forever be a blessing. Their return, though in tragedy, strengthens our resolve to bring the others home. That's the end of our briefing here today. Please put your questions in the chat together with your news outlet, and we'll take a few. Okay, first question is from Joel Pollack at Breitbart News. What's Israel's response to the International Committee of the Red Cross participating in the gruesome Hamas handover ceremony today? Thank you for that question, Joel. The Red Cross have not once visited our hostages while they were alive, never mind dead. The Red Cross, it seems to the government of Israel, made no effort whatsoever to take medicines to our hostages. In fact, the Red Cross, in participating in these gruesome ceremonies, I think have expressed themselves in the minds of Israelis as partly complicit in this whole hostage affair, because they have not insisted on visiting our hostages. Let me make this further point here, because in other times when hostages have been taken in Gaza, there has been international outrage. For instance, in 2007, when the BBC's Alan Johnston was kidnapped in Gaza by the Army of Islam, he's actually still at the BBC. Now, he was only released by Hamas after a huge international campaign, after 4 months in captivity, 4 months after a huge international campaign. A tremendous amount of pressure was put on Hamas, and that's why Hamas eventually released him. Pressure on Hamas works, but not enough pressure has been put on Hamas. Not enough pressure has been put on Hamas by international institutions. Not enough pressure has been put on Hamas by the global community. Not enough pressure has been put on Hamas for holding babies in captivity. The humanitarian outrage of holding our babies in captivity. Not enough pressure has been put on Hamas to set our people free. Next question from Sveta Litvanov from TPS. Following TPS reports that Mohammed Abu Warda, a terrorist freed on January 30th and slated for deportation to a third country via Egypt, was seen in a Hamas ceremony in Khan Yunis. What actions, how does Israel ensure that Hamas terrorists marked for deportation are indeed expelled to a third country? And what actions will be taken when it becomes clear, as in Abu Warda's case, that deportation was not executed? Thank you for that question, Sveta. I haven't got any further information on that point. The release of terrorists, convicted terrorists, is a painful price that Israel is paying to get our people home. But our priority now is to bring home our people. It is our humanitarian duty to bring home our people, and it is our duty because the record, the testimony which our hostages have shared with us, for instance, Oded Ben-Ami, just last week, shared with us the brutal reality of life in Hamas captivity. This is rarely reported, but there was severe malnutrition and starvation. hostages were released in an emaciated state with significant body weight loss due to prolonged malnutrition and deliberately deprived of food and forced to ration scraps at a time and at times having to decide amongst themselves who would eat and who would go hungry. With consistent physical and psychological abuse, Israel's priority is to bring home our hostages. It is our moral, it is our ethical duty, and that is what we will do. And we have made clear that our prerequisite is that the worst of these killers, these convicted killers, should go to a third party. But I don't have any information on the case which you raised today. Hanani Lidman from AP. You're asking if there's any updates on caravans or heavy machinery that are being allowed into Gaza as a result of the release of the bodies and the 6 hostages on Saturday. That's from Melanie Lidman at AP. Thank you for that question, Melanie. There is a framework agreement, and at each stage, at each important marker, when Hamas release our hostages, as they have today, murdered hostages, dead and live hostages, there are actions that will happen as part of the framework, and Israel will of course adhere to that framework because our priority is to bring our people home. Another question here from a question here from Gaspar Ruiz Canela from the Spanish news agency EFE. Hello, what do you say to Hamas allegations that hostages died in Israel's bombardment in Gaza? Thank you for that question. Let me deal with this question head on, because I've seen actually, not just on many news media, but I've seen leading the headlines for the last 2 days on the BBC particularly, that they have repeated this canard, that our hostages, exactly the allegation that you have made. Let me make this clear. Our hostages were taken alive. They were taken alive on October the 7th. Most of them were taken alive. Some were taken as dead bodies, but the hostages we're talking about today, being released today, their bodies being released today, they were taken alive. And this effort to somehow whitewash the crimes of Hamas and the crimes of the civilian population that abducted our people on October the 7th. They were wearing civilian clothes. They were paraded through the streets. They were shrieks of joy and delight when they were taken hostage. This effort to whitewash the crimes of Hamas is appalling. And every time this is repeated by news media, I've heard it from the BBC in particular, it simply says to Israelis that the BBC wants Hamas to win. They actually support Hamas's actions, because why else would they seek to whitewash their crimes by repeating this Hamas line? On the BBC, look, this war started with the BBC unwilling to call Hamas terrorists, and recently they've used the son of a senior Hamas founder for a primetime documentary without telling us the fact that this young person's family links to Hamas. And we see now Hamas propaganda parading as BBC News. And we say to media that simply repeat Hamas's lines, that Hamas are using you. So when the BBC repeats these lines, as others have, that you are, in effect, in partnership with Hamas. I don't say it's a formal written contract, but it is a partnership nonetheless, where Hamas can rely on the BBC and other news media to give Hamas's account, to be given legitimacy by the BBC. The people responsible for the death of our hostages are Hamas and the other terrorist organizations, and indeed the Gazan civilians that took them as hostage on October the 7th, and no one else. Okay, next question is from Jody Cohen, Newsmax. How many Palestinian prisoners are being released in exchange for 4 hostages today, and how many of these were serving life sentences? Thank you for that question, Jody. There is a framework agreement, and the agreement states clearly that the release of our hostages, once we have identified them, our unfortunately dead hostages, has a corresponding link to the release of Hamas terrorists in custody, convicted terrorists. And those are clear on the framework agreement, which Israel will adhere to. Next question. From Jody Cohen at Newsmax. With 3 million people expected to be suffering from PTSD in Israel since Hamas's 7th of October massacre, what is being done to support people during this difficult time? Thank you for that question, Jody. It's a very important question. As a father of children, our education ministry today released guidance to our people, asking parents and carers not to allow their children to watch these scenes, to allow them safe spaces to be able to talk about what they've seen, but also not to allow them, especially young, impressionable minds, to see these horrific scenes. So that guidance has been given by the Israeli Education Ministry, and they certainly resonate with for the rest of the population as well. Yes, we are a nation traumatized because we know that Hamas are a genocidal, murderous organization, but our war aims remain very, very clear, for which there is overwhelming support amongst Israel's people. And they've been clear since October the 7th, when Hamas perpetrated the worst massacre on Jews since the Holocaust. They are destroying Hamas's governing and military capability, the release of all of our hostages, and ensuring that Gaza does not become a threat to Israel again. These remain our objectives in this war, and actually the Prime Minister and President Trump and Steve Witkoff are in regular contact, because they are working together to get our hostages home, and we will not rest until we get them all out. Okay, Edmund, you're asking me again. Yes, but were the caravans allowed into Gaza today? Thank you again for that question, Melanie. I would advise you to check the Twitter feed or the pronouncements from the IDF, which show what is going in. But as I said, there is an agreement, and when our hostages are identified, then the corresponding action, as laid out in the framework, will be taken by Israel. Israel will adhere to the agreement, because our priority is to bring our people home. And it has been Israel's consistent pressure, and the Prime Minister's made this crystal clear. It has been Israel's consistent pressure, our clearness of vision that has ensured that Hamas are in no doubt whatsoever where our objectives lie. They need to adhere to this agreement, and if they do not adhere to this agreement, then there will be repercussions, and they will be immediate and swift and heavy and harsh against the terrorist organization. Okay, I believe that's the last question here today. Thank you for joining us here. We'll have, as soon as our hostages released today are identified and the families have been informed, we will release that information in the usual official channels. In the meantime, please do stay safe, and we'll have another briefing very soon. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So that was the very latest from the Israeli government speaking. I'm going to change the shots of a live feed. That was the Israeli government holding a briefing as Hamas released the bodies of 4 hostages. We saw it unfold in real time this Thursday morning, and also learning some breaking news that Hamas is set to free 6 living hostages this Saturday. Of course, as all of this unfolds, you'll get it right here on Live Now from Fox. 8:57 here on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're following some more live events right now, switching the feed, as right now British Defense Secretary and the Norwegian Defense Minister, they're holding joint remarks on international conflict. Let's listen in.
An extensive defense and security cooperation that we deeply value. Over the past years, both Norway's and United Kingdom's security environment has deteriorated in the wake of Russia's brutal and devastating full-scale invasion of Ukraine. War is raging in Europe. These are demanding times, and as close allies, it is crucial that we are able to adopt our joint strategic partnership to this new and lasting security political change. Therefore, we have met here today to announce that we are starting to work on a new ambitious defense agreement between our 2 countries. We commit to develop and strengthen our defense and security cooperation even further. We will also step up our commitment to work together to strengthen Euro-Atlantic security in NATO, the Joint Expeditionary Force, the Northern Group, and other multilateral forums. It is our shared intent to reach a higher level of military cooperation in order to enhance the operational capabilities of both nations and ensure a higher degree of interoperability across all domains in our proximate surroundings and beyond. It is also our shared intent to strengthen our cooperation on securing critical undersea infrastructure. Despite Russia's focus on its war in Ukraine, Russia continues to place great value on its capacities meant for undersea sabotage. Over many years, Russia has continued to fund and develop military capacities meant for undersea sabotage, targeting Western critical infrastructure on deep waters. The United Kingdom and Norway knows that Russia is willing to utilize all means at its disposal in order to undermine Western cohesion and support to Ukraine. And we are concerned that Russia's decision calculus for damaging Western undersea critical infrastructure may be changing. Any activities that damage seabed infrastructure, including undersea cables, especially during periods of heightened tensions, risk understandings and misperceptions that could lead to unintended escalation. Both our nations places great effort in protecting our critical underwater infrastructure, and through decades of cooperation, we know that together we stand strong. The visit of RFA Proteus to Bodø today is a signal of our joint commitments to safeguard our critical undersea infrastructure. Both RFA Proteus and KV Bison, lying next to us, are equipped with the Kongsberg Hugin uncrewed underwater vehicle, which is capable of surveilling underwater infrastructure bound to extreme depths. By using our advanced capabilities to monitor our underwater infrastructure, we are able to send a message to anyone who may intend to cause harm to our critical national infrastructure that we will see you. Thank you. John.
Thank you, Tori.
All right, and we were just listening in there to some remarks from a bit earlier this morning. The British Defense Secretary, and Norway Defense Minister giving joint remarks on international conflict. And we also heard before that the Israeli government spokesperson, David Mencer, discussing the release of those bodies of the hostages. Thanks for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Matino. I'll be with you for the next several hours or so. We do have a live event starting now out of Florida. We're hearing from the governor there, Ron DeSantis. Not quite sure exactly yet what he is speaking about, but let's pivot over and listen in.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us. 2026 will mark the 250th anniversary of the founding of our great nation. In honor and in lead up to that event, Florida is going to be hosting today is the first of many events we're going to see today was the idea of the governor, and we are really, really excited to demonstrate and show the nation that Florida, in the run-up to 2026, will be hosting many, many such events. So without further ado, yeah. So I want to thank first the governor, First Lady DeSantis, for defending our history by proudly displaying this statue of George Washington for the public to admire. I want to give special thanks to the Mount Vernon Ladies Association, the site's director, its curators and staff who worked with our team in Florida to make this possible. My team at the Division of Historical Resources played an important part in the transport, care, and installation of this statue. We are grateful to provide a home for this important symbol of our republic. The statue comes under our stewardship just in time to spark some early interest for our semi-quincentennial celebrations next year, which marks the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence on July 4th, 1776. Because of the strong relationship the Department of Historical Resources has maintained with Mount Vernon through the years, they were excited to share the statue with us. Now, thousands of people who visit Florida's Capitol building every year will see the statue and will inspire patriotism and remind people of the civic virtue embodied in President Washington. A little bit of background on the statue. It was sculpted by Robert Schur in 1996. The 6.5-foot bronze statue depicts Washington as the American Cincinnatus, a reference to the Roman soldier and farmer who resigned great military power and returned to civilian life. It is a powerful symbol of the wisdom, strength, and civic virtue of America's first president. It is a replica of the marble statue by French sculptor Jean-Antoine Houdon from the late 18th century. The original. As Chief Arts and Cultural Officer, I hope to see more great works of art like this that are family-friendly and have a great educational value. That's why I enthusiastically support the governor's focus on the fiscal responsibility budget, which includes funding for arts and culture projects related to the America 250 celebration. These grants will inspire patriotic works of art that all Floridians can enjoy. Once again, thank you, Governor, for your leadership. Without further ado, thank you.
Well, thanks so much. Well, thanks, Cord, for helping make this happen. We also want to recognize our Senate President, Ben Albritton, our President Emeritus, Kathleen Duthmeyer's gotten off to a great start. He's making things happen. And then, of course, our wonderful First Lady, my wife, Casey, for being here. We're here. We decided to do this today leading into the weekend. I've got to be up in Washington tomorrow. Holiday in the U.S. Code. The holiday is put in statute to commemorate George Washington's birthday. And I think it's important to remember that because he is the father of our country, and he earned the right to have a holiday to honor him. And I'll talk about why that's true in just a minute. But as Cord said, Florida embraces this 250th anniversary that we'll be celebrating in 2026. We're starting this year. There's going to be things that we do all throughout 2025, leading up to the semi-quincentennial next year, all the way through July 4th of 2026. While others are tearing statues down, we are putting statues up to honor the heroes of our republic and our great history. I also want to thank Gay Gaines from down in Palm Beach, a great friend of ours. very passionate about our history. She's been on the Mount Vernon board for a long time and helped arrange this, and so we'll be having this for what, a year, I guess, we'll have here in Florida Capitol for people to be able to do. Now, Washington is a unique figure in American history, and he's ubiquitous because Washington, D.C. is named after him. There's a state named after him. We have a county in Florida named after him. Many other states have things named after him, but it's almost as if it's been sanitized as just Washington means the capital or America or whatever, without reflecting on what really made him great. And it's often remarked, and it's true, as a military general, he obviously engineered an important victory, but he is not regarded as a great military level of some of the greatest generals in history. As a political theorist, that really wasn't his cup of tea. He's not somebody that probably could have written the Declaration of Independence the way Jefferson did, or helped structure the Constitution the way James Madison did. He was not somebody that was known necessarily for policies, even as a president. He was not somebody like Alexander Hamilton, who could crank out a report on manufacturers and show a dynamic speaker. He was reserved. He was quiet. You know, he probably wouldn't be viable in today's climate, which very much values entertainment over accomplishment. And yet, we've never seen anybody like him. And why is that? It's because Washington exemplified leadership, he exemplified civic virtue, and he had character on founding the country, but keeping the new republic together in those early formative years. And yes, the Revolutionary War was one of the most improbable victories in all of human history. Britain was the most powerful nation on earth. Not only were the colonists not terribly powerful, they only had about a third of the colonists who were even supporting the revolution. A third were opposed, and a third were sitting on the fence, as we see throughout history. Many people sit on the fence. And so it was really through force of will, through grit, through determination, going through some really, really difficult times that Washington was able to lead our then new country to victory. And it almost got derailed right at the beginning. There was a situation, a lot of the military officers were not happy with the lack of compensation. They were in Newburgh, New York, and there was a conspiracy to basically subvert the fledgling republic, install a military dictatorship so that the military could be taken care of. And word got to Washington that this was afoot, and if that had been something that Washington had embraced, it probably would have been successful. But that was not why Washington sacrificed. He was not trying to put himself in power. He wanted to be a founder of a republic. And so word got to Washington. He went and he addressed the troops in Newburgh, and as he started to speak, he paused, he grabbed his spectacles from his jacket, and he put his glasses on. He said, "Forgive me, but I've not only grown gray, but blind in the service of my country." And at that point, it kind of hit all these guys that, you know, we cannot let the old fox down with doing what we're doing. And the conspiracy basically evaporated immediately after Washington spoke. People don't talk about that, but our whole country could have been derailed if he did not have the fortitude to stand up and say what you're doing is wrong. We also saw Washington surrender his sword to the Continental Congress at the conclusion of the Revolutionary War. We kind of think it now, oh, well, of course he would have done that. Why would you not? That was not the historical norm. When commanding generals succeeded in a revolution of that nature, they immediately themselves in power. And Washington could have done that. He could have been the king of the United States of America if he wanted to do it. But instead, he showed up, he surrendered his commission, surrendered his sword, and went back to retire to Mount Vernon. When word of this got across the pond to King George III of Great Britain, King George III couldn't believe that someone would actually have refused power like that, and he said, if Washington actually did that, then he's the greatest man in the world. We also saw the Republic struggling in its early years. We had an Articles of Confederation. There were things that were just running asunder. There was different types of civil unrest that caused a lot of problems. And so there was a movement to establish a federal constitution. And of course, they met in Philadelphia in 1787 and hammered this out, and it was ratified the next year. The Constitution absolutely would not have been created and certainly would not have been ratified. And so although people like James Madison are considered the father of the Constitution because it was their political theory that informed how the Constitution was written and structured, the reality is that if they did not have GW, they would not have had a Constitution at all. And of course, he could have just ceremonially been elected as long as he wanted to, but he set the precedent of a two-term limit. And what he was trying to show was that he was not indispensable, that ultimately the Republic would go on and that you could elect different people to office. And that was a tradition that stood in this country until 1940 and then was eventually put in part of our Constitution following Franklin Roosevelt running for 4 terms. So Washington's virtue is something that we should study and we should honor, because at every the viability of the Republic and the good of the people over his personal desire for power. He could have taken power for himself multiple times, and he didn't. Now, we're often told that ours is a government of laws. That was a famous phrase that a lot of the founding generation used, and it's important, and it's true. And what it means is it's not about the individual. Nobody's indispensable. It's about reflecting the will of the people in a constitutional system. But even though we're built on the idea that nobody is indispensable, even though we operate on that idea, and even though it is in fact true, Washington is the exception to that rule. Indispensable leader. He was the one that kept this together. And without Washington, you can conceive of America getting off the ground successfully without Franklin, without Hamilton, without Madison, without Jefferson, without some of these guys. You cannot conceive of this having succeeded without George Washington. He truly was first in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen. I'm glad that we have this statue here today. I hope folks, particularly young people, will take the time over the next year, year and a half, to study the folks who were involved in creating and founding the United States of America. And although we celebrate the July 4th, 1776 of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, and we say that's when America announced independence, we didn't actually achieve the independence until we won the war. And we didn't solidify that independence until we created a constitution and launched the new ship of state in a way that was durable. And Washington was the central figure in all of that. So I want to thank Cord.
All right, and we've been listening in there as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis unveiling this statue of our first president, George Washington there. Again, this is live right now from Tallahassee, Florida. I did want to pivot away for a break, though, because on the other side, we are going to bring you this live event as we're hearing from Senate Democrats. On your screen there is Senate Democratic Whip Dick Durbin. They're speaking on the nomination of Kash Patel to be director of the FBI. So we're going to go away for that 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to bring that to you in full. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Your time 9:18 on the East Coast, 6:18 on the West Coast. And I do want to head out live now to this event. As you see, U.S. Senate Democratic Whip Dick Durbin joined by other members of the Senate Democrats against this nomination of Kash Patel to be director of the FBI.
Thank you for joining us here this morning. On this brisk morning, my fellow Democratic Senate Judiciary Committee colleagues and I are here at the FBI headquarters today on the day the Senate Republicans have scheduled a vote to confirm Kash Patel, President Trump's nominee for FBI director. We stand outside the building that Mr. Patel on one day plans to, quote, shut down and reopen the next day as a museum of the deep state. That is one of many of the bizarre political statements made by the man who is asking for 10 years as director of the FBI. After meeting with Mr. Patel and reviewing his record, and questioning him at the hearing, I'm convinced he's neither the experience, the judgment, nor the temperament to lead the FBI. My Senate Republican colleagues are willfully ignoring myriad red flags about Mr. Patel, especially his recurring instinct to threaten retribution against his perceived enemies. This is an extremely dangerous flaw for someone who seeks to lead the nation's most powerful domestic investigative agency for the next 10 years. What is this all about? What is Patel's mission? It's pretty clear the first item on his mission is to revise history, to somehow blame the police for January 6th, to call the National Guard cowards in uniform, quote unquote, cowards in uniform. Before his nomination, Mr. Patel was an endless source of outrageous conspiracy theories that benefit President Trump, claiming that January 6th was, quote, never an insurrection, quote unquote, and that the FBI was, quote, planning January 6th for a year. Planning January 6th for a year, he said of the FBI. It's not only dangerous, but what he's doing is irresponsible. Mr. Patel has even gone so far as producing and selling recordings of songs performed by the January 6 rioters who violently assaulted police officers. Mr. Patel calls these rioters political prisoners. Patel's sympathies are clearly for the convicted mobsters and not the police who were their victims. And now he wants to be the director of the #1 criminal investigative agency in the world. I was there that day on January 6th, as many of my colleagues standing here with me. Those insurrectionists are not political prisoners. They were rioters on a mission from Donald Trump. Before even being confirmed as FBI director, Mr. Patel was already seeking retribution on behalf of President Trump, despite his status as a private citizen. What is happening now, we verified through multiple whistleblowers inside this building and beyond. The new administration is cleansing the ranks of the FBI of anyone who may have participated in the investigation of January 6th. We are talking about 5,000 people in the FBI who were doing their duty as asked. 5,000 out of 38,000 who now stand subject to the new administration's scrutiny. Multiple whistleblowers have verified this information over and over again. Senior leaders with collectively 100 years of experience have been forced out, creating a leadership vacuum here at the FBI. Thousands of line agents fear losing their jobs simply because they were assigned to work on cases involving January 6th or President Trump. In the FBI's long history, this has never happened before. There was only one political person in the FBI, the director. All the others are professionals, law enforcement professionals, risking their lives for the safety of America. Mr. Patel has been open about his plans to dismantle the FBI and seek retribution. His directives as a private citizen have already thrown the Bureau into chaos before the actual vote. Mr. Patel will be a political and national security disaster if confirmed. My Judiciary Democratic colleagues and I have continually sounded the alarm. Now it is up to a handful of Senate Republicans as to whether they have the courage to step out and do publicly what they have told these FBI agents they want to do, and that is vote against Kash Patel. What is at stake is the future of the FBI, and I look forward to this vote today in the hopes that they will come forward and join us in this effort. Next is Senator Whitehouse.
Oh, what's his name?
Senator Sheldon Whitehouse.
Thank you, Dick.
Got to hold on to this.
Yeah. When left to his own devices, Kash Patel has proven himself to be a wildly vindictive partisan. When around Donald Trump, Kash Patel has proved himself to be a sycophantic suck-up. He has multiple foreign entanglements that are not adequately explained, including Chinese interests through Cayman Islands shell corporations. This from a guy who in this building is supposed to look out against China and Russia. And last, this is the first senior law enforcement official in American history to have pled the Fifth, and he has been unwilling to even explain to the Judiciary Committee what crimes it was that he was concerned about that caused him to plead the Fifth. Kash Patel, mark my words, will cause evil in this building behind us, and Republicans who vote for him will rue that day. Senator Coons.
This morning, tens of thousands of FBI agents got up to do their job, to serve our nation, to help to keep us safe. And later today, the Senate will vote on whether or not to confirm Kash Patel to lead the men and women of the FBI. The Bureau needs and deserves a politically independent and capable leader to stand up for the brave men and women of federal law enforcement. And after the confirmation hearing and questions, it's clear to me and my colleagues here that Kash Patel is not that leader. He is a yes man for President Trump, already undermining the critical bureau he wants to lead, already demonstrating an alarming willingness to do the bidding of a vengeful White House. Whistleblowers have alleged he's helped orchestrate the purge of senior FBI agents, its leadership, and those involved in January 6 investigations before being confirmed. When Kash Patel in the future breaks the law, violates norms, erodes trust, and harms our public safety, every Republican who votes for him today needs to know that they will own those facts. When he weaponizes the FBI, and he has literally said he plans to do just that, Republicans better hope that that weapon doesn't end up pointed at them. The men and women of the FBI who bravely serve our nation and who keep us safe at home and abroad deserve better than Kash Patel. Americans deserve better than Kash Patel. And we intend to vote against him for confirmation today. Next is Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Senator Durbin, for your leadership. Thank you to my colleagues for their work. Many of us, as federal prosecutors, have spent a fair amount of time in this building. As U.S. Attorney, I work closely with the FBI. Let me say, no building in our nation's capital better deserves the American flag than this one, because the FBI agents who work here, put their lives on the line, risk everything for our country, are patriots and heroes, and they deserve better than Kash Patel, who promised, I'm quoting, all FBI employees will be protected from political retaliation. He said it under oath. At that very moment, he was involved in directing covertly the purging of FBI employees based on political retribution. At the very moment, under oath, he was denying that there would be any political retribution. And in fact, In the days that followed, top leaders were fired, and a lot of employees were given word that they would be let go as well simply because they were involved in a criminal investigation of Donald Trump to which they had been assigned. They did what they were assigned to do, and the result was political retribution. For all the reasons that my colleagues have outlined so well, and I think that, there are just overwhelming number of factors that argue he is unprepared and unqualified. He has an enemies list. He has these foreign entanglements. He has talked about and glorified the January 6th rioters as political prisoners. There's no question he is unqualified and unprepared. The only question is whether my Republican colleagues will do the right thing. And let me say to Republicans who may vote for Kash Patel, this vote will haunt you. You will be held accountable. You will rue the day of this vote if it's in favor of Kash Patel, because the American people will hold you accountable, and we will make sure that the American people know about this vote. And with that, let me introduce Senator Padilla.
The first of our California delegation.
Right.
Good morning. I want to thank Ranking Member Durbin for bringing us together today. It's pretty clear to me what's going on. If you think back to President Trump's first term, his trademark strategy was to try to, quote, flood the zone, to muddy the waters, to put us in a state of constant chaos for the purpose of confusing the American people, make people feel overwhelmed with so much that happens in a single day, and to distract from the real dangers and threats that he represents. He's doing it again, and doing so to try to pull attention away from the extreme nominees he has put forward to serve not just in his cabinet, but in a number of high-level positions in the administration. So for people listening to us today thinking, well, maybe this is just politics as usual. Of course, Democrats are going to oppose President Trump's nominees. No, this is not a distraction. This is a real danger and a real threat. Only in the year 2025, when President Trump has the Republican Party basically in a headlock, can an extreme nominee like Kash Patel be put forward with the support of the president and seemingly the support of Republicans in the Senate. Kash Patel has consistently demonstrated, as you've heard over and over this morning, a complete lack of judgment, a lack of preparation, a lack of the independence necessary to serve as director of the FBI. So no, this isn't just politics. There is a real threat to the safety of Americans in every community across the country. If he is confirmed, the purging of law enforcement will continue. If he is confirmed, this department will be weaponized as he has threatened to do. If he is confirmed, Americans will be less safe. Now, we expect this from the president. The question now is to our Republican colleagues. Will they abide by their oath of office, their commitment to the Constitution, their loyalty to their own constituents, or will they too fall behind the wishes, behind the whims, behind the dangerous agenda of Donald Trump? That is the question at hand. And as you've heard from my other colleagues, not if, but when Kash Patel breaks the law, when the FBI misses an important lead and a crime is committed in the United States because the FBI was redirected to a political agenda, not our public safety, every member of this committee or every member of the Senate who votes for Kash Patel will also be held accountable. So my pleasure to introduce my colleague from the state of California, Senator Schiff.
And you are taking a live look out of Washington, D.C. this morning. We were just outside the FBI headquarters as we were listening into Senate Democrats speaking out against Kash Patel's nomination to be director of the FBI. A lot's going to be going on in the nation's capital a little bit later today as the Senate is set to vote on whether to confirm Kash Patel as FBI director. And that's a decision that could place him atop the nation's premier federal law enforcement agency, despite those concerns from Democrats over his qualifications. Also, a little bit later here today, this is actually set to start here shortly. This is going to be the programming that is beginning for CPAC, and we are expected to hear from Vice President JD Vance in a short time here. He's set to speak in the 10 o'clock Eastern time hour. So within the hour here, and we're going to bring those remarks to you on Live Now from Fox as we do get this. CPAC is being held in National Harbor, Maryland. And for those who aren't familiar with the DMV region, that does border Washington, D.C. So again, being held in Maryland, but very close to the nation's capital. We're going to go away for a 2-minute break. On the other side, we'll head back to that live press conference with Senate Democrats. Stay with us. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're going to take you back out live right now as we were listening in to Senate Democrats as they are speaking out against the nomination of Kash Patel as the FBI director.
U.S. Attorney in Los Angeles for almost 6 years. There wasn't a finer law enforcement agency that I worked for at that time, nor have I witnessed in the 30 years since than the FBI. But inside that building right now, there is a purge going on. Inside that building, FBI agents who have dedicated their careers to protecting the public are being purged from their offices. Thousands of FBI agents have been sent questionnaires asking them about their work on the January 6th investigations. And let's just take a moment to understand what that's all about. On January 6th, a violent mob attacked the Capitol, beat police officers, bear sprayed them, gouged them in the service of an even bigger crime, which was stopping the peaceful transfer of power. Not only were these agents who are being purged assigned those cases and did their assignments, but they did so in a righteous prosecution against those involved in attacking police and attacking the peaceful transfer of power. But they're being purged. And the man that they would have head the agency, the man that Donald Trump would have head this agency, is someone who made common cause with those violent attackers. This is someone who joined them in song, helped produce music by these people who beat and gouged and bear sprayed law enforcement officers. This tells you something about the character of Kash Patel, or rather his lack of character. This is someone who said he wants to close down this building and open it up as a museum of the deep state. This is someone who, when I asked him whether he was aware of any firings within the Bureau or any potential firings within the Bureau, said he didn't recall. Said he didn't recall when whistleblowers have said he was deeply involved in those firings of top FBI personnel. This is someone we cannot trust. This is someone who lacks the character to do this job, someone who lacks the integrity to do this job. We know that. Our Republican colleagues know that. The only qualification Kash Patel has to be FBI director is that when everyone else in the first Trump administration said, no, I won't do that, that crosses moral, ethical, and legal lines, Kash Patel said, sign me up. In the first Trump administration, as we are seeing in the second, you rise to the level of your sycophancy, and no one is a bigger or more dangerous sycophant than Kash Patel. This political hack does not deserve to be in this building. He can't do the job. He won't protect the public. He will misuse the resources of the Bureau. He will weaponize it against the president's political opponents rather than protecting the safety, the public safety of the American people. We will vote no. Our Republican colleagues, intimidated by this president and threats of primary challenges from MAGA world, may vote to confirm him. But as my colleagues have said, they will have to live with that vote, be accountable for that vote, and be accountable for all the destruction that Patel does to this premier law enforcement agency. We stand, us Democratic members of this Judiciary Committee, stand shoulder to shoulder with the professionals in the FBI, with law enforcement everywhere, and we wish our colleagues would do the same. And with that, let me proudly introduce my colleague, Peter Welch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's like we're in the Windy City here, kind of Chicago cold. You all are doing pretty good. Well, it's not quite Vermont cold. I mean, we know cold in Vermont. You know, I'm not going to repeat the things my colleagues have said, which I agree with, but here's the context. Since January 20th, Donald Trump has been on a lawless rampage. He has invaded the authority of Congress by canceling programs that have appropriated funds. He's inflicted cruelty on people who have been loyal public servants and agencies across the country. He is threatening farmers with these high tariffs, calling it an emergency. Kash Patel is a crown jewel in this lawless rampage. He's an instrument of Donald Trump's effort to destroy the Justice Department and the FBI so that he is absolutely and completely not only above the law, but beyond the law. He's called it my Justice Department. Kash Patel agrees. He willingly agrees to carry out the vengeance tour of Donald Trump. That's what he does. This FBI, it has been so revered in our country. Sure, it has issues at various times, as every agency does. But this has been a non-political agency, no longer. And when in the confirmation hearing, my colleagues Adam Schiff and others asked about the purge, he heard nothing, see nothing, hear nothing, say nothing. He didn't know anything about it. 2 days later, it comes out he was masterminding it and implementing it as he was lying to us in the committee. So the biggest threat to our country right now is Donald Trump's frontal assault on the rule of law. And one of the generals in that assault is Kash Patel. We must defeat his appointment as the FBI director.
Thank you. Questions? Too cold for questions?
Too cold for questions. All right. We're out. Thank you. Thank you all.
All right, gentlemen. Thank you.
All right, taking you back out to the nation's capital, where moments ago outside the FBI headquarters, you did just hear from many Senate Democrats speaking against Kash Patel's FBI director nomination. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, the Senate is set to vote today on whether to confirm Kash Patel as the director. He cleared the Senate Judiciary Committee last week by a 12-10 party line vote and is set for consideration by the Republican-controlled Senate this afternoon. Of course, any updates on that, we will bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. This next shot isn't too far away from the nation's capital. There's a lot going on in the DMV region, and that's a shot of National Harbor, Maryland. It borders the Washington, D.C. line. That's where we're going to hear from Vice President JD Vance in just a short time, and I can pull up that shot for you as you can see the CPAC logo there as the stage is now set for the program to begin today. CPAC is the Conservative Political Action Conference. And again, we're going to hear from the vice president within the 10 o'clock Eastern time hour. This is going to begin, though, first with the Pledge of Allegiance, the national anthem, and a prayer. We're also going to hear from other members of Congress as well. So Vance is expected to speak on President Donald Trump's policies since returning to the White House a month ago, as he does kick this off today. And he's no stranger to CPAC, but he is going to sit down for that interview. And Fox News is reporting that a source is saying, quote, the vice president is expected to emphasize the historic rate of achievement during President Trump's first month in office. Set to start here shortly, and we will bring it to you once it does. If you are just joining us, my name is Christy Mattino. We're going to go away for another 2-minute break this hour. We'll be right back. And welcome back. I do want to take you back out to that shot we showed you before the break of CPAC, which is the Conservative Political Action Conference. Set to start here very shortly. Again, we're going to hear from Vice President JD Vance as he's going to speak on President Donald Trump's policies and record since getting back into the White House, all set to start here within the next hour or so. We're also going to hear from a number of other speakers as well, one of them being Senator Ted Cruz. He will be at CPAC a little bit later today, but right now he is busy on Capitol Hill as we're going to take you out to this live event right now. This is Senator Ted Cruz as well as some other members of Congress as they're convening a nomination hearing for Stephen Bradbury, who's President Donald Trump's nominee to be U.S. Deputy Secretary of Transportation. Once CPAC does start, we will pivot to that. If you'd like to watch this in full, you can head to our YouTube where you can watch it uninterrupted.
Mr. Bradbury, you also saw the loosening of fatigue prevention requirements for truck drivers. At the same time, vehicle safety was being called into question, and we saw an increase in fatalities. There are some other issues that I'll bring up, but Mr. Bradbury, we need a leader on safety. We need someone who is going to make it the #1 priority, not modify the rule to suit the industry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Bradbury will now recognize you for your opening statement.
Thank you. Chairman Cruz, Ranking Member Cantwell, and distinguished members of the committee. It is the highest honor of my life to come before you today as the President's nominee to be the Deputy Secretary of Transportation. I'm profoundly grateful to President Trump for placing his trust in me, and I'm deeply thankful to Secretary Duffy for his confidence and his growing friendship. I also want to thank my family for their love and support. I'm forever grateful for my wife, Hildy, the love of my life, my rock, who's here to support me today, and for our 3 amazing children, each of whom has grown to be an accomplished role model for me. I learned from them. Let me take a moment, too, to remember my mother, Cora Gill Bradbury, the daughter of Cornish and Irish miners from Butte, Montana. She raised me as a single mom in Portland, Oregon, ironing clothes for 75 cents an hour and working nights in a bakery to supplement our Social Security checks. She was the kindest, most selfless person I've ever known, and it was only because of her unfailing support and encouragement that I came to be the first in our family to attend a 4-year university. After graduating from Stanford University and later from the University of Michigan Law School, I was drawn to the practice of law here in the nation's capital. Early on, I had the tremendous fortune of clerking for Judge James Buckley on the U.S. Court of Appeals in D.C. and Justice Clarence Thomas on the Supreme Court, 2 of our greatest jurists and greatest Americans. Though coming from completely opposite backgrounds, both have had a profound influence on my life and career. That career has included more than 20 years of private practice in major law firms in Washington and nearly 10 years of extensive prior service in the executive branch. Back in the mid-2000s, I headed the Office of Legal Counsel at DOJ, advising the President and executive branch officials on compliance with the Constitution and laws of the United States. And during the first Trump administration, I was the Senate-confirmed General Counsel of DOT, managing all legal matters and supervising more than 500 attorneys across the department. For the last 1.5 years of the administration, I performed the duties of Deputy Secretary, among other things, helping to lead the department's response to COVID. At DOT, safety is paramount, and I have the deepest appreciation for the department's safety mission. That mission is exceptionally important in no small part because the liberty and prosperity of the American people depend on the nation's transportation systems and infrastructure. I believe I know the department well, and I have great affection and respect for the dedicated career staff of DOT. If confirmed as Deputy Secretary, I'll devote myself to helping the Secretary advance safety and efficiency through faithful application of the authorities and resources granted by Congress in accordance with the Constitution and the policy directions of the President. Of particular importance, in light of the terrible aviation crashes of recent days, I believe I can effectively assist the Secretary as he works with FAA to upgrade our nation's air traffic control operations and improve the effectiveness of safety oversight and enforcement. I also expect to assist in advancing smart regulatory reforms that promote safety and affordability while maintaining competitive markets and the incentives necessary for innovation, as well as in supporting cost-beneficial infrastructure improvements of national importance. In all these endeavors, I would be an advocate for transparency with Congress and the public, and I would stress the importance of maintaining open and candid channels of communication with this committee and all other committees of jurisdiction. I pledge to you that if confirmed, I will bring these values to work with me every day at the Department of Transportation. With the Senate's consent, I'm eager to partner with Secretary Duffy to get to work for the American people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bradbury. Let's start with this.
All right, so we were just listening in there to Stephen Bradbury, who is President Donald Trump's nominee to be U.S. Deputy Secretary of Transportation. And we are going to head back to this. We just do have to sneak in one more 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. Much more to come. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Just giving you a live look once again at the Conservative Political Action Conference, also known as CPAC, where we are expected to hear from the Vice President, JD Vance. Within this hour, he is going to be sitting down for an interview to discuss President Donald Trump's record and the steps that have been taken since he has been back in office. And that's all happening in National Harbor. I do also have a live look at that for you right now. Again, all of this happening just outside of Washington, D.C. This is technically in Maryland, but very close vicinity to the nation's capital. As we do await for CPAC to start, I do want to take you back out as you're seeing Senator Ted Cruz on your screen. This is the nomination hearing for Stephen Bradbury. He's President Donald Trump's nominee to be the U.S. Deputy Secretary of Transportation.
Well, the Secretary will make that judgment, but he's been pretty clear that all safety critical officials are exempt from the recent cuts and the focus and air traffic controllers certainly fall into that category. We need more air traffic controllers. We need a faster pipeline, larger capacity in that, and clearly Congress has spoken on that, and I think it's a major priority.
And just to clarify what the Secretary has said, there's been a lot of news coverage about the reduction in force at the FAA. My understanding is it's less than 1% of the workforce. And what Secretary Duffy has said is that no air traffic controllers were included in that and that no safety critical positions were included in that. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, I heard those statements, and that's very consistent with what I know to be his focus, to ensure that as we achieve greater efficiencies in funding and staffing throughout the department, that those cuts, where appropriate, will be made without compromising safety, and he'll ensure that safety-critical staffing is sufficient to address those needs.
So in his confirmation hearing, Secretary Duffy made various commitments to this committee, and I want to run through a few of them right now to make sure you and he are on the same page. And to make this easier, the answer to each of these questions should be yes. Will you work with my office to ensure that the new Center for Advanced Aviation Technology, created by the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2024, is established in Dallas-Fort Worth, consistent with congressional intent?
I will certainly support the Secretary's efforts in that regard.
Will you prioritize the renewal of TxDOT's NEPA assignment authority on reasonable terms before its expiration in March of 2025?
I think the department, certainly I personally strongly support NEPA authority being assigned to states that have the capability of undertaking complex NEPA assessments. I certainly understand that Texas is one of those states, and I think this is a good, efficient process.
For nearly 4 years, 5 deepwater port license applications have languished in the U.S. Maritime Administration, MARAD. Will you commit to expediting MARAD's review of the application from Texas-based Delphin and LNG?
I definitely intend to look into that and make sure that MARAD is moving those applications forward as quickly and that there aren't any unnecessary, unreasonable delays in that. I totally support the effort with deepwater ports.
Will you commit to reviewing penalties issued by the FAA against SpaceX and curtailing bureaucratic overreach at the FAA's Office of Commercial Space Transportation?
Yes, and I strongly support further streamlining efforts with regard to commercial space licensing regulations.
Will you commit to providing my office with the DOT staff ratings for all discretionary grant applications over the last 4 years in which the California High-Speed Rail Project received an award?
I understand that the Secretary received that request and will be responding to that, and I will work with the Secretary to make sure that this committee and you, Mr. Chairman, get what you need.
He said yes, and I'll take that as a yes as well. And finally, do you agree that pipelines are one of the safest modes of surface transportation and that DOT should let data drive regulatory decisions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Bradbury, I brought up the SMS rule in my opening statement, and I'm assuming you know enough about safety management systems to have this discussion. That safety management system is about a continuous improvement and an analytical approach. So it basically means when you come up with a problem, you're going to stop and fix it. So it's not, you can't keep moving forward. So in this article that was reported in the, can you just put it on the chart thing there? We know that the rule was halted 9 days after the MAX crash. Why did you stop the rulemaking from happening?
Well, I don't know that I stopped it.
That's what's reported in the paper, and I mentioned the FAA person who was in charge of the process, who said the industry and everybody wanted to move forward, and it was submitted, and then next thing you know, it's pulled. So,
well, certainly we go through a review of every regulation, and as I recall, in that regulation, there were questions on the merits about which entities it should apply to and how it might apply to small businesses or small entities. Those are the kinds of questions that need to be addressed whenever.
So you're saying you might have killed the SMS rule because you didn't want it to apply to small manufacturers?
I wouldn't say I killed the SMS rule. And let me say,
we still don't have one. Our committee has worked hard to get one, and now it's going to be in law. But I have more questions about this. But yes, you did stop it from happening. There was a recommendation to move forward on it, and your office stopped it.
well, Senator Cantwell, let me say I strongly support safety management systems as an approach to regulation.
A mandatory, not
I would
an
support
optional.
mandatory safety management systems, and I would appreciate the opportunity to work with this committee to make sure we have them in place, not just in aviation, but in other transportation sectors, because I think it's a smart way to regulate. You put the onus on the operators and the manufacturers to avoid safety problems, defects. You put it on them. They have to come up with the system to do it, and then you hold them accountable. I think we can.
Did you agree with the FAA's decision to allow the Boeing company to continue to fly MAXs after the first crash?
That was, I know, agonizing period, and I know the experts at FAA were looking very hard at it, looking at what might have been involved in that. And the Secretary's office, I was assisting the Secretary. We were very closely monitoring the FAA, the professionals at the FAA in that. We certainly supported their decision to ground the 737 MAX. In hindsight, a lot could be said for doing it sooner. It was an unprecedented situation for the FAA to ground an entire fleet of aircraft like that, but I think they made the right decision. And then, you know, we were very involved for
the right decision
to ground the plane,
But back to the FAA went to Seattle after the Indonesian crash and basically didn't do any kind of thorough review. Again, a safety management system would have required an analysis. That's what safety management system is, of critical features. But the FAA, filled with light touch people, which we've tried to root out, and that's why we try to pass strong legislation, because we don't want a light touch in aviation. And we can't have an efficiency approach or a bean counter approach, because that's not saving lives. And in reality, it's not saving money either. So we need an FAA and a DOT and a general counsel who is going to stand up to get these rules in place.
I agree. I agree that we need strong safety management systems, as I indicated before, with accountability, with real penalties, and we need to be tougher on Boeing. We need to be tougher on the industry. We need to be tougher on the railroads, as we've seen with the East Palestine disaster.
Okay, I don't have a ton of time.
And we are just listening in there to the Senate nomination hearing for Stephen Bradbury. Once again, that is President Trump's nominee for Deputy Secretary of Transportation. All of this coming in the wake of several recent deadly air crashes and DOJ-related cuts to the FAA and related agencies. But a lot going on Capitol Hill today, a lot more Senate confirmation hearings, as well as President Trump's pick for FBI Director Kash Patel is going to face a Senate-wide vote on his confirmation. That's going to be a little bit later this afternoon. Also happening right now, Linda McMahon, who's the nominee for Secretary of Education, is expected to face her Senate committee vote as the GOP works to advance her nomination as well. If you would like to watch in full Stephen Bradbury's hearing without commercial interruption, you can head to our YouTube page, yes, and it's LiveNOW from Fox. If you just search, you should be able to find it. Did want to let you know before we go to that 2-minute break that we are going to be bringing you CPAC, as we are set to hear a sit-down interview with Vice President JD Vance. All of that set to start here shortly. I did want to share with you, though, we did see this on social media from CPAC, and it reads, Eli David, whose brother is still being held hostage in Gaza by Hamas terrorists, began our international summit with a prayer. We won't stop fighting to free the hostages of the October 7th attacks until every single one of them is returned to their families. This coming after Hamas released the bodies of 4 Israeli hostages today, and it included a mother and her 2 children who have been long feared dead and had come to embody really this tragedy, this agony for the nation. So we did see that a little bit earlier this morning on LiveNOW from Fox as well. All of this, again, set to start here shortly, so I do want to sneak in a break before we get to it. Stay with us. And welcome in here to Live Now from Fox as we are watching as Senator Ted Cruz, as well as other members of Congress, are holding this nomination hearing for Stephen Bradbury, who is President Trump's pick for U.S. Deputy Secretary of Transportation.
When you and I
I
had
agree.
when we had a briefing, they never said that that was their policy. This just came to light when some, my guess is whistleblower or someone in the community saw all of this happening and came and said, oh, there's this letter. This is what their policy really is. Or at least this is what somebody stated to Eleanor Holmes Norton.
Well, and the Department of Army did tell us in our briefing here, it came close to telling us that they regularly turn off ADSB out. They didn't say 100%. 100% is, sadly, it's not surprising, and I think it's indefensible. I feel confident that policy will change either by this administration unilaterally, or I feel confident that Congress will make that policy change, given the tragedy that happened over DCA. Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bradbury, as you know, rural communities rely heavily on the Essential Air Service program. It provides them with connectivity and access to critical services. In my home state of Nebraska, we have 7 communities that are served by Essential Air Service. It provides these communities not just with an increased opportunity to connect with the outside world, but it serves to help them attract business, attract visitors, and it drives local economies. Yesterday in our meeting to get to know each other and have a good conversation, thank you for coming, you mentioned looking at potential reforms to the Essential Air Service, and you said including examining the subsidies that airports receive. Stand with rural America and ensure that our airports are able to maintain essential air service.
All right, so we are listening into that nomination hearing for Stephen Bradbury, but as you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, it does look like the Conservative Political Action Conference is getting underway, so let's head over here and listen in.
Once so proud. And bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly seen. And the rockets
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pastor Joshua Neverett with today's invocation.
Before I begin to pray, I just want to say that we are living in the greatest time of our era, the golden age. And I want to thank God for the greatest president of our lifetime, President Donald J. Trump. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you for this great and victorious event at CPAC. We want to thank you for the leadership at CPAC, Matt and Mercedes Schlapp, because you've allowed them to lead a great organization with American patriots. And we want to thank you for America, the greatest nation of our lifetime. And because of you, Lord, we've turned our eyes and sought your face and your righteousness. And now we are blessed with the golden age. But we ask you that you bless America, bless our people, and bless our allies. And we pray, God, for a victorious event over the next 4 days, that it be a safe event. As we strategize and we look upon the heavens, that you find favor over us, Lord, and you continue to bless America. Lord, we ask you that you protect our president and the vice president and all of leadership, and that you put favor over America. We ask you these things in the name that's above every name, that every knee shall bow and every tongue confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. In your precious name we pray, amen.
And we just heard that opening prayer, and we are expecting the vice president come out here shortly to give that interview. So I do want to see, let's just turn up the sound again and see if this is beginning.
America is back on track. Please welcome CPAC Senior Fellow Mercedes Schlapp and CPAC Chairman Matt Schlapp.
Pretty cool.
Someone real special about to get on stage, right, Matt?
We have some seats open here. Let's go. Pack it in, folks. We got some red seats open here.
They're moving.
What do you think about CPAC 2025? Are you glad that America is back on track? Has it been a long, tedious 4 years? Are you ready to tell the whole world that America is ready to be America again? We have some announcements and some news.
There's so much going on. We have a very special guest who's going to be here during the conference. You know, kind of like a tech titan, maybe. Responsible for Doge. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, because thank God we're back to 2 genders. Yes. Elon Musk will be here on the CPAC stage. We just launched yesterday with the CPAC International Summit, where we had several key members representing from different countries with their delegations, where we passed 3 resolutions, Matt.
That's right.
Do you want to share what we did there?
Yeah, we passed 3 resolutions in support with one of America's greatest ally, the State of Israel. We were both saddened and honored to be joined by the families of those who have friends and family members as hostages by the evil Hamas.
And we have 2 of the hostages that were freed joining us today, and I believe they're here, right here with us.
God bless you.
America stands with you. America stands with Israel, and we will ensure that Hamas is eradicated. We will bring peace to the Middle East under President Trump. And then the second resolution.
It's hard for me to get over that because that's just, thank you for being here. You honor us with your presence and your courage and your strength. And we have a president now in the United States of America that will not only help your loved ones, he's going to make it so that there aren't future victims, which we have to make sure we prevent. So thank you. Gordon Chang wrote a very important resolution. By the way, these resolutions were supported by all the nations that were assembled at our 2nd annual CPAC International Summit. We are working not as government entities, but as entities outside government to push for these policies. And Gordon Chang wrote a very important resolution to combat the Chinese regime, the communist regime in China. And I want all of these despots and dictators to know that Donald Trump might talk to you. He might make you feel like you're welcome because that's part of his job. But in the end, we have a president that's going to stop you cold in your tracks. And all of these countries accepted that resolution as well. And perhaps my favorite resolution, I wish I had it here and could read to you on my phone, but I think I have the gist of it, which is we have a message to the globalists. Last year, Mercy and I stood on this stage and we said globalism, at CPAC, globalism was going to die. I thought that was an audacious statement. I thought we'd just say it, right, Jerry? Let's just say it. And then it happened. It's kind of amazing. And so our message to the globalists is, no matter whether you're at the World Economic Forum, the WHO, the EU, you can boo at any time, the UN, no matter who is trying to tell you as a mom or a dad, as a church member, as a teacher, as a cop, no matter who is trying to tell you what pronouns you should use, how you should pray to your God, how much you believe your country is racist, all that's over. And a part of that is, and this is a great way to start, we just had Natasha out here and the great pastor from Arizona who was with us on the campaign trail in Arizona. Part of that is, can we all just thank God for giving us a president?
Amen.
Who knows how to lead. And I'll expand that to a great young vice president who knows how to lead. All these resolutions passed. I don't know how CPAC became a global brand fighting the globalists with people here from like every country all over the world, but let's go with it because it seems to be working just fine.
And I want to leave you with this. You are the reason because President Trump is in the White House today. All of you, each and every one of you, fought hard, stood up, shared this incredible, optimistic message that we need to save America and, in essence, save the world. So I want to thank you all personally from the bottom of our hearts as being part of this incredible CPAC family, because you all have made the difference in this past election.
It's the truth.
So we honor you. We appreciate you so much.
So, we've talked long enough.
Yes,
let's get this
let's
show on
get
the road.
going.
I think you have something big that you want to announce
All
that's
right,
coming out here. Good luck. I'll be in the wings making sure you do a good job.
Okay, Dad. All right, all right. All right, gang, are you all ready? Okay. So, you know, there's this young guy, you know, with this beautiful family, with this beautiful wife that is actually just a shining star right now in American politics. Marine veteran, former Ohio senator, one of the coolest guys I think we have around, and one of the best communicators in this Trump administration. Can you please let us applaud together, let us welcome the greatest Vice President of America, JD Vance.
How we doing? Hey, how are you? Dude, thanks for doing this. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. It's great to be with you. It's good to see you.
It is great to see you too. I mean, you've been like on a whirlwind here.
Yeah,
Are you a little jet lagged or no?
You know, yes, I am a little jet lagged. So we did a trip where we went to France and then to Germany, and then we went to San Diego for a family wedding, and then back in DC, and we did all that in like 7 days. So a little jet lagged, but that's okay.
Well,
I'm in a good place right now, Mercedes.
Well, you know,
I got some sleep last night.
Okay, good. Then we're ready. We're ready. But it's a real special day today. You know what today is, guys? It's February 20th. That means our first 30 days, the happy one-month anniversary of the Trump-Vance administration. I mean, how exciting is that?
It's very exciting. It's hard to believe we've only been in office for a month, because I think we've done more in a month than Biden did in about 4 years. Yeah. And thank God for that. But, you know, the president keeps us on a pretty breakneck pace. He always asks, what have we done today? What are we going to do tomorrow? What are we going to do next week? Because I think he realizes this is a special moment in time. And by the way, thank you. Thanks to all of you for making it possible for us to do all the great work we've been doing in the administration. I know we wouldn't have been here without you, but I think the president is acutely aware that the American people gave us a window to save the country, and that's exactly what we're going to do, and thank God for that, because it's been a hell of a lot of fun the past month.
Okay, so I don't even think we can keep track of all the things you all are doing. In fact, I don't even think the press can keep track of all they're doing. I mean, they talk about the shock and awe strategy. Seriously. So when you're looking at this list after list after list, what stands out to you?
Well, speaking of the press, I do think that we've had maybe more executive orders than CNN has viewers each night. So hello to our friends at CNN. I actually think that their plan was they were going to go all in on anti-Trump and hope that he could save CNN in the same way that he did, frankly, in 2017, because nobody really watched the network until he became president in 2017. But that's maybe the one thing I think the president has been unable to do, unable to save CNN's ratings over the last few months. But look, I think that what the president has tried to do is recognize that we have a historical mandate on a few issues. We have to secure the southern border, and thanks to his actions, border crossings are down well over 90%, and we're just getting started. He recognizes that we have to really unlock the engine of American growth. We've got to get back to having a growing economy that creates good jobs and high wages for the American people. And a lot of that goes back to drill, baby, drill. We've done more on energy under President Trump's leadership than I think any administration in history, and that's not an exaggeration, and of course we're going to do more. And then I think the third thing that he's tried to do, of course, with the help of Elon and all the great folks at Doge, is ask, what are we doing with all of the American taxpayers' money, and why are we wasting so much of it on garbage that the American people either aren't aware that we're spending it on or don't want to be spending it on in the first place? Like, for example, the stuff that we've figured out, Mercedes, is unbelievable. Why are we spending money on progressive modern art projects centered around toilets in Afghanistan? That's actually something that your tax dollars were funding until very recently. And I think all of us are sitting around and asking, what the hell have we been doing with the American people's money for the last 4 years? Let's turn off the spigot and spend the American people's tax money on the American people's priority. And that's, of course, been a big focus of the administration, too.
Let's dig deeper into the immigration issue.
Sure.
We've seen, and you've met many of the victims, people who have family members who have died,
Yes.
have been tragically murdered. Those angel families in the hands of these criminal illegal aliens.
Sure.
What's your message to these families? What is your message to these horrific drug cartels and human traffickers who have preyed on the most vulnerable in the world?
Well, our message to the drug traffickers is get the hell out of our country. Your free ride is over because President Trump is back in the Oval Office. That is, you're not welcome. You were never welcome, according to the American people, but unfortunately you had President Joe Biden who allowed you to run free over the United States of America, and Donald Trump has said, you're terrorist organizations, we're gonna go after you, we're gonna wage war on you, and certainly we want you out of the United States of America, and that's an important message, of course. But our message, and you know this, Mercedes, our message to the families is President Trump cares about you. He thinks that it's disgraceful what your own government let happen to your children, to your grandchildren, and it's got to stop. And of course, we mourn with people, we pray for people, but we're also asking, as their government, why did this happen to your child in the first place? And the answer is that under Joe Biden, your government didn't do its job. Under Donald Trump, it is. Thank God for that.
On the economy, and I'm getting this question all the time, you know, it's this question of affordability, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of stress on our families, something that I think Joe Biden could not manage in terms of really helping lower that cost of living and making things just simply more affordable.
Sure.
We talked about energy independence being a critical component of this, of ensuring that we unleash this economic prosperity. What more needs to be done?
Yeah, so one of the first interviews I did, it was, I think 6 or 7 days after the inauguration, and somebody asked me, well, it's been 6 days, what have you guys done to fix the inflation crisis created by Joe Biden? I'm like, well, first of all, it's been 6 days, we've done a lot in 6 days, but it's gonna take some time to fix what Joe Biden broke over 4 years. And we know it is easy, unfortunately, to burn the house down. It takes a little bit of time to build it back up. And here's what we have to do. Because look, the fundamental goal of our immigration policy, of our border policy, of DOGE saving taxpayer money, the fundamental goal is we want your children and grandchildren to be able to raise a family in security and comfort in the country that we all love. That is the whole goal of President Trump's agenda. Like safety and prosperity, right? Yeah. It's pretty common sense stuff. And we know that to do that, we have to, first of all, unleash American energy. Now, why is that so important? Because look, if, you know, we all know grocery prices got too high under Joe Biden's leadership. Well, one of the main drivers of groceries is energy. Because if the farmers are paying more for energy, then we're all paying more for what the farmers grow. And if the truck drivers who are delivering the groceries are paying more for fuel, then we're all paying more for what the truck drivers are delivering to the grocery store. If we unleash American energy, that will do more than anything to drive down the cost for the American people. The second thing, Mercedes, is we have got to stop spending the American people's money on garbage. Every dollar that we take in and spend, you have to pay for, either through taxes or through inflation. And if we spend the American people's money more wisely, if we stop taxing and spending the American people to death, that's also going to bring relief to all of the pricing pressures that are out there. We're going to make it affordable to live in this country again. That's our mandate. That's our goal. And you're right, there's a lot more that we can do, but I think we've got a pretty good start after 30 days.
We've got a pretty good start, but we've got this big, beautiful one bill budget reconciliation scenario. How is that working? What are the dynamics that are happening right now in Congress and what the administration is doing to ensure that a lot of what the president is wanting to do in terms of really pushing forward with economic prosperity and his tax relief initiatives gets done in these bills?
Yeah, it's really important. So the Senate obviously has its own approach. And the president has been very clear that his preference is to put everything in one bill.
Right.
And part of that is just simple legislative strategy. I think the president has learned a lot about how DC works. And I actually talked to the president about this yesterday, and he said to me, look, it's very rare that you can get 2 reconciliation bills done in one Congress, which is why he thinks we've got to do a lot with that one big, beautiful bill, that first reconciliation package that we're going to get through the House and the Senate. It's going well. It's early, right? This stuff takes time to put together. I think, you know, if you had a record pace reconciliation bill, we would get this thing done in May or in June. I think we're on track to do that. But we've got to do some basic things, Mercedes. One, like I said, we've got to continue to unleash American energy. That's part of the reconciliation bill. We've got to make sure that other countries stop taking advantage of us. That's a big part of President Trump's tariff policy, is we got to stop being taken advantage of. You know, of course, we want to make the President Trump tax cuts permanent and extend them into the future. We want no taxes on tips. We got to do some of the things we talked about during the campaign. That's got to be part of it. And then finally, and this is really important, everything the president has done on the border, we have got to empower him to do it, not just for a month, but for the next 4 years. And we've got to hire more Border Patrol agents. We got to give Tom Homan and Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem the resources they need to secure the border. And just not to return to the border, but I think so many of our issues come back to the border, because if you take 30, 40 million illegal aliens, you take Medicare fraud, Social Security fraud. Why are we taking the people's Social Security payments and giving it to illegal aliens? We know that's happening in the United States of America today. We've got to stop it. If you get control of the border, Mercedes, you do more to control the fiscal problem, the financial problems that we have in this country than almost anything. Get illegal aliens out of our country, make sure American tax dollars go to American people. That is how you solve the fiscal crisis in the United States of America.
Shifting to your incredible speech at the Munich conference. Did you all watch that? I don't know. I think they
I'm
really
glad you guys liked it. Not everybody liked it. You guys liked it.
Okay.
Not everybody liked it. Good to see you. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll take a standing ovation for a speech I already gave.
That's
like
awesome.
2 for the price of 1.
Yeah, I was going to say, here's your speech to say it again. All right. But it was fascinating because there was obviously some of these European leaders that, you know, they were a little uptight about it. It stressed them out just a little bit.
A little bit.
But you talked about the greatest threats in Europe.
Yeah. So, look, the greatest threat in Europe, and I'd say it was the greatest threat in the United States until about 30 days ago, is that you've had the leaders of the West decide that they should send millions and millions of unvetted foreign migrants into their countries. That is the biggest threat to Europe. And frankly, it remains, by the way, the biggest threat to the United States, because yes, we've got 4 years of President Trump's leadership, but I guarantee you, if the Democrats ever get power again, they're going to try to do it again. We cannot rebuild Western civilization. We cannot rebuild the United States of America or Europe by letting millions and millions of unvetted illegal migrants come into our country. It has to stop. Thank God it stopped here, but it's got to stop there. And a related issue, Mercedes, is you can't just stop it. You have to allow European peoples, and of course the American people too, to raise issues about it.
Right.
You have to allow free speech to debate this stuff. You have to stop doing things to the populations of the world. You've got to give the populations of the world the opportunity to speak up and say, no more of this BS. We want borders. We want sovereignty. We want to be able to speak our own mind in our own country. And I guarantee you, if we don't allow free speech, and of course, the Biden administration, I made this point, Mercedes, the Biden administration did more to destroy free speech, not just in the United States, but also in Europe, than any administration in American history. I'm not even blaming the Europeans. I'm actually saying you follow the lead of Joe Biden into censorship and mass migration. Follow the lead of Donald J. Trump, and that's free speech, borders, and sovereignty. That is the future for our shared civilization.
And I will tell you something that is really, truly remarkable that's happening at CPAC is, and we had our second CPAC International Summit yesterday, and we have many of these conservative European leaders with us today, where we stand in solidarity because they have an opportunity to basically make Europe great again, make Asia great again, make Latin America great again. And so in essence, I think your message was very well received by many of those conservative leaders across the globe. But what does this mean with the U.S. now that, in giving that speech, what does this mean with the U.S.'s relationship with Europe?
Well, look, obviously, we're going to continue to have important alliances with Europe, but I really do think the strength of those alliances is going to depend on whether we take our societies in the right direction. Think about this. Germany's entire defense is subsidized by the American taxpayer. There are thousands upon thousands of American troops in Germany today. Do you think that the American taxpayer is going to stand for that if you get thrown in jail in Germany for posting a mean tweet? Of course they're not, right? So the point that I try to make to our European friends, and I think that they're our friends, I believe that, I know President Trump does, is that friendship is based on shared values. You do not have shared values if you're jailing people for saying we should close down our border. You don't have shared values if you cancel elections because you don't like the result, and that happened in Romania. You do not have shared values if you're so afraid of your own people that you silence them and shut them up. So let's have shared values. Let's defend democracy. Let's have free expression, not just in the United States, but all over the Western world. That is the path to strong alliances in Europe.
We had Ambassador Rick Riddell with us yesterday. He'll be on the CPAC stage during these conferences. He has like 3 jobs, or 4 or 5.
Yes, he
does.
does.
Let me ask you this. Where are we on basically the status of the Russia-Ukraine moving forward in terms of these negotiations in bringing peace to this endless war?
It's early, and I think what President Trump, what makes him such an effective negotiator, I've seen this in private, is that he doesn't take anything off the table. When he walks into negotiation, he says, everything is on the table. And of course, that makes the heads explode in the American media because they say, why are you talking to Russia? Well, how are you going to end the war unless you're talking to Russia? You've got to talk to everybody involved in the fighting if you actually want to bring the conflict to a close. And I know the president does. But I'll tell you the goals that animate President Trump's policy. It's really simple. He wants the killing to stop. He wants to bring lasting peace to Europe. He doesn't just want to stop it now and have the war restart a month from now. He wants to bring lasting peace to Europe because the president believes this, and he's absolutely right. Peace is in the interest of Russia. It's in the interest of Ukraine. It's in the interest of Europe. But most importantly, peace is in the interest of the American people, and he's going to fight for it for the remainder of his administration. Wherever war breaks out, he's going to be the president of peace. Now, he, of course, is a very good negotiator, a very good businessman. He recognizes that a lot of these issues are tough. It's going to take a smart statesman to figure this stuff out, but we've got that in the White House, and I really believe that we're on the cusp of peace in Europe for the first time in 3 years because we have leadership from the Oval Office, and we haven't had it in 4 years in this country.
Matt and I mentioned this right when we started the conference. We're honored by the presence of 2 hostages that were freed after the Hamas atrocity, the tragedy that we've seen happen. And we have several of the family members as well who still there. There they are. Where their loved ones are still being detained by Hamas. What is your message to these hostage families, these survivors?
Our message is that President Trump loves you. He hasn't forgotten your loved ones, and he's going to fight every single day to bring them home. That is exactly what he's been doing, and that's what he'll keep on doing. I was actually talking with one of my best friends about this a couple of days ago.
Can I be your best friend too?
Yes.
Okay. I think we all want to be your best friend, right? Okay.
But I was talking with him, and he was asking me. He was like, well, I don't understand. Why was Biden unable to do this? And then, like, the minute that Donald Trump won, we started to make progress in bringing the hostages home. And I said, man, it's just a question of leadership. You actually need a president who is willing to pick up the phone and say, you got to bring these people home. No. We're not focused on that crap right now. We're focused on bringing hostages home. And then when the negotiations hit a wall, because they always do, you need a president who picks up the phone and says, cut this crap out. We've got to make progress, and you've got to keep that pace going. It's leadership. It really is. And I saw it behind the scenes. And what the president did is he empowered, in particular, because remember, this was before we were inaugurated. This is before we had our great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, or any of the great people around us. The president sent his dear friend, and he's become my dear friend, Steve Witkoff, as an emissary of the President of the United States. And he said, Steve, you speak for me, get it done, and if there are problems, pick up the phone and call me. Steve Witkoff, with the president's leadership, got it done, and it's amazing. And of course, we still got work to do. We've got to finish the process, but I really believe the president is as committed to this as any American leader in my lifetime. We're going to keep on fighting for it.
One of the issues that's central to the CPAC community is the issue of pro-life.
Of course.
And what is the administration going to do to defend the unborn, to provide support for those mothers, those fathers that choose life?
Sure. Well, one of the things, of course, the president got done during the first term, and I think that it's why he is accurately called the most pro-life president in American history, is he finally made it possible for the will of the people to speak on the life issue. And that was the Dobbs decision. What that did is it gave the abortion question back to the people. It took it out of the hands of unelected bureaucrats and unelected judges and gave it back to the people. And I think the most important thing that we can do, and as you know, Mercedes, I'm very pro-life, I'm a devout Christian, is that we have got to persuade our fellow Americans, because now we've got the power. We've got the power of persuasion. We've got to persuade our fellow citizens that unborn life is worthy of protecting. It is sacred in the eyes of God, and it should be sacred in the eyes of man too. And we have to pick up the torch and fight for that every single day. And I know you guys are up for the task. I am too. And I think on the administration side, what the president has said, and it's been consistent, it's going to be consistent in the rhetoric and in the policy, is we believe in the Trump administration that babies are good, that families are good, and we want to make it easier for young moms and young dads to choose life, to start families, and to bring new life into the world. That's the whole point of our policy. Now, some of that, of course, is supporting our great crisis pregnancy centers at the moment of these important healthcare decisions, encouraging young women to choose life at that important moment of choice. Some of that is bringing costs down so that, young moms and dads don't look to the future and a new baby and say, how can I afford this? And if they're able to actually afford to raise a family, maybe they'll start thinking of babies as the blessings that we all know that they are.
Yeah.
And I think... But I think fundamentally, this is going to take a lot of leadership from the president on down, but from every single person in this room. We've got to persuade our fellow citizens to stop thinking about babies as inconveniences to be discarded. We've got to start thinking of them as blessings to cherish, and that's exactly what I promise to do.
So now we're going to get personal. This is going to be so fun. Your faith.
Yep.
Why is it so important to you? What does it mean to you? Tell us why, when you go every single day to work, how faith is a part of who you are.
Well, I mean, first is I believe like the fundamental tenet of the Christian faith, it's not just a set of good moral principles, though it is that. I think the fundamental tenet of our faith is that the Son of God became man, he died, and then he raised himself from the dead. That is the fundamental tenet of the Christian faith, and I think so much flows from that. And I think one lesson that flows from that is that we shouldn't fear death. Of course, death is a very bad thing, but there are much more terrible things than just losing one's life, and importantly, you could lose one's soul. And I think whether it's fighting for the unborn or fighting for peace and security for our citizens, I want us to be the kind of society where my kids can grow up to be virtuous young people, can be good young Christians, of course, because that's what I'm trying to raise them to be. And that's what our public policy is trying to do. Creating the space where moms and dads can raise their children in their faith to become good young people who believe the things that I do. That is what I'm trying to create, is the space for you, of course, to raise your children as you see fit, but the space for me to raise my kids to be the kind of young people that I think they ought to be. And the other thing that I take from it, Mercedes, is if you look at the long history of the Christian faith, we've been around for about 2,000 years now, give or take a few years, and there have been really dark times in the history of the Christian faith. There have been really good times in the history of the Christian faith. And I just try to remind myself that we put our faith in God above, we put our faith in the grace of God, and we try the best to do His will, and we don't worry so much about whether we're gonna have earthly rewards. We worry about whether we're doing right by God Almighty above. That's what I try to do, and that's how I try to run my life in public.
You mentioned raising these children into good people and also into good citizens that can contribute to society and to the world. We had so many young people come out and support Donald Trump and JD Vance
and thank you.
This past election. So what is your message? And what is your message to the young men?
You know, I guess my message to young people generally is we're trying to make your life better. And that is the simple thrust of President Trump's policy is we want you to be able to buy a home. We want you to be able to work a good job. We want you to be able to raise your kids, like I said, according to the values that you believe in. And we want you to be able to build a nice life in this country that all of us love. That is what we're trying to do. And you know, you guys more than anybody, more than me, I'm talking about people under the age of 30 in particular, you guys are gonna have to deal with the consequences of good policy or of bad policy for much longer than the rest of us. And I want you guys to think about the future and ask yourself, do you want safe communities? Do you want a prosperous life? Do you want to be able to work a good job? Or do you want that job shipped off to China or somewhere else? We're fighting for you every single day. We want you to help fight for us because we've got to win. Not just the policy battles of the next couple of months. We've got to win the midterm elections in a couple of years. We need you. We recognize that we need you, and we're fighting for you every single day. And I think, you know, you asked me, you know, my message to young men is, I think that our culture sends a message to young men that you should suppress every masculine urge. You should try to cast aside your family. You should try to suppress what makes you a young man in the first place. And I think that my message to young men is don't allow this broken culture to send you a message that you're a bad person because you're a man, because you like to tell a joke, because you like to have a beer with your friends, or because you're competitive. It's... Our message, the cultural message, and I think the president's and mine is the exact opposite, but our cultural message is, I think that it wants to turn everybody, into, whether male or female, into androgynous idiots who think the same, talk the same, and act the same. We actually think God made male and female for a purpose, and we want you guys to thrive as young men and as young women, and we're gonna help with our public policy to make it possible to do that. And by the way, I actually think, Mercedes, this is the thing that President Trump, this is why the media went after him so hard, is because, you know, when I think about like what is the essence of masculinity, you could answer this in so many different ways, but when I think about me and my guy friends, we really like to tell jokes to one another. Like, we like to laugh. If you think of all the movies that were really popular.
Are you saying you're pretty funny?
I try to be.
Okay, President Trump, who's funnier? Who's funnier?
President Trump.
All right, there you go.
Let's be honest.
There you go.
He's got the best sense of humor of any American political figure. But I think this is why young men in particular are so, you know, they're so inspired by President Trump, is because he doesn't allow the media to tell him he can't make a joke or he can't have an original thought. President Trump just says what's on his mind. That's a damn good thing, and it's a good example to set for young men in American culture.
You know, I always tell my 5 daughters, I don't have any sons, but Matt and I, we have 5 beautiful daughters, and I always say, you know, the most important decision you'll ever make is who you marry.
That's right.
Always who you marry. And you made a very important decision in marrying Usha.
I did. I married up.
She is a beautiful second lady, and I want to know, what is the best advice Usha has given you?
Well,
This is so fun. Okay.
This is going to be very personal. One piece of advice she gave me like a week ago was, you should be nicer on social media. I don't know that I'll take that advice. Some advice is good. Some advice is, you know, can be good, but you don't have to always take it.
You sound like my husband.
The best advice Usha ever gave me, when it comes, I mean, she gave me so many good life advices, or pieces of advice, but the best advice she gave me when it came to politics is, don't let them filter you. And in politics, you know, you've got consultants, and you've got media professionals, you've got pollsters, you've got a lot of people who try to tell you what to say or how to behave or, you know, what to do. And Usha just said, just be yourself, be authentic, go out there and say what's actually on your mind, maybe a little nicer from time to time. But I think that's the best advice that she gave me, and that's why we take our kids everywhere, and that's why I'm not afraid to make a joke on social media, even if it's sometimes a dad joke. I forgive me, all of you who don't like dad jokes, but you just got to be yourself. Yeah. And I think that's President Trump's superpower in American politics, and that's probably the best advice Usha ever gave me, at least on politics.
Okay, last question. What inspires you every day?
Well, I mean, one is my family, right? I mean, I'm blessed to have a 7-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 3-year-old, and I can't help but see the country through their eyes. And when we were on the campaign in particular, and we would take our kids with us, all of my kids, when we were about to land in some new place, you know, they'd all rush to the window of the plane and they'd look out and they'd say, oh, Dad, this looks so cool. Like, you know, the beauty of the Arizona cactuses and Arizona deserts. Or, you know, we'd be in Texas for a fundraiser and they'd be like, oh my God, like, look at just all of that open space, right? Or we'd be in North Carolina and say, oh, look how beautiful the Green Mountains, right? This idea of these beautiful green mountains of Appalachia, North Carolina. We love North Carolina. And I guess what inspires me is, you can't help but be hopeful and energetic and optimistic about this country when you see it through the eyes of a child. So I hope I never lose that perspective, because it does inspire me every day.
Well, Mr. Vice President, you inspire us every day. We are praying for you. We are praying for your family. We are praying for this incredible administration, for, of course, President Donald Trump, and we are honored that you are here with our CPAC family.
And I'm honored to be here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. I love you guys. Thank you.
just watching there as Vice President JD Vance finishing up that moderated conversation at CPAC 2025 over in Washington, D.C. On the left-hand side of your screen, you can see that we have multiple of these panel events, discussions, and speakers set throughout the rest of the day today. And a reminder that if you do want to watch this full coverage uninterrupted, we do have a stream going on our YouTube page. Just search up LiveNOW from Fox. Thank you all for being with us on this Thursday. It's February 20th. I'm your host, Carl Lahara, and I'll be with you throughout the next couple of hours, continuing to guide you through the day's top stories, showcasing, of course, live events from around the world. That's what we do here. Speaking of, a live look that I do want to take, we're staying in Washington, D.C. Take a look at this over on Capitol Hill. We are seeing senators there debating on the Senate floor, and this comes as later today we are expecting the Senate to vote on whether to confirm Kash Patel as the new FBI director. It's a decision that could place him atop of the nation's premier federal law enforcement agency, despite concerns from Democrats over his qualifications and the prospect that he would do President Trump's bidding. Now, we continue to monitor this. So at the moment, at approximately 11 in the morning Eastern time, which is right now, in fact, we are watching here as the Senate is taking that procedural vote to break the filibuster on Kash Patel's nomination to be the FBI director for a 10-year term. Now, this is not the final confirmation. If this procedural vote manages to overcome the simple majority threshold, then there will be up to 2 hours of debate on the nomination, followed by a final confirmation vote at later on this afternoon. Now, no GOP senators have formally opposed Kash Patel's nomination, but we are closely watching. As we know, Senator Mitch McConnell has voted in the past against a couple of President Trump's nominations so far. So we are watching out for this. It's happening at this moment. Let's go ahead and pump up the audio a little bit. Listen in to what they're saying. We're listening here to Senator John Thune. Let's hear.
Room because of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Anyone who pretends that this wasn't the case is either ignorant of the law or being deliberately deceptive. Mr. President, the income tax cuts for individuals are expiring at the end of this year, along with a key small business tax cut called the Section 199A pass-through deduction. And none of our top priorities for this year, or I should say one of our top priorities for this year, is extending this tax relief. But not just extending it, Mr. President, making it permanent. As I and several other Finance Committee Republicans noted last week in a letter on this subject, and I quote, "A temporary extension of these pro-growth and pro-family policies is a missed opportunity. Businesses need certainty while investing in their companies, and taxpayers should not fear tax hikes due to congressional inaction," end quote. That's it. In a nutshell, Mr. President. Hardworking Americans shouldn't have to live in fear of a tax hike every few years. And businesses need a clear picture of the tax outlook so that they can plan for the long term. Mr. President, making the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent would protect hardworking families from uncertainty and ensure that they can keep more money in their pockets. And it would have significant long-term economic benefits. The National Federation of Independent Business reports that making the small business Section 199A deduction permanent would result in the creation of an additional 1.2 million jobs annually, with that number climbing as the law goes on. And the Tax Foundation reports that long-run gross domestic product would increase by a substantial 1.1%. The President has called for making the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent. And I'm committed to ensuring that any tax bill we consider does exactly that. We have a real opportunity to improve the lives of Americans both here and now and for the long term, and we can't waste it. Mr. President, needless to say, drafting major tax legislation takes time. And Senator Crapo, the chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, has been doing an incredible job laying the groundwork for a permanent Tax Cuts and Jobs Act extension. But there's still substantial work left to do to arrive at a bicameral agreement. And we have to take the time to get it and do it right. As we continue to move full steam ahead on this key part of the President's agenda, however, there are other pressing priorities that need to be addressed immediately. When the President's border czar was here last week, he emphasized that the administration cannot sustain its effort to deport criminals here illegally without additional funding. And the last thing we want is to delay other parts of the President's agenda, like border security, while we do the work needed to arrive at a tax agreement that can pass both houses of Congress. That's why the Senate is moving forward on a two-part legislative plan to accomplish our and the President's top priorities. The first bill we consider will address immediate needs like securing the border and other key national security priorities. The second will focus on making tax relief permanent. The budget resolution we are taking up this week will address the border security part of the equation. And then we will take up a second budget resolution for the tax portion. I want to thank Chairman Graham for doing the work to get today's resolution to the floor, and I look forward to passing it later this week. Mr. President, I look forward to taking up that second budget resolution as well in the not-too-distant future to prevent a $4 trillion tax hike on hardworking Americans and making the individual and small business tax relief from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Patel nomination be waived.
Is there objection? Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Kash Patel of Nevada to be Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Kash Patel of Nevada to be Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso.
We were taking a listen in here as senators were debating on Capitol Hill as they are set to vote later on today on Kash Patel and his confirmation to be FBI director. They did invoke cloture, which means the debate period is over. That vote set to happen today at 1:45 p.m. Eastern Time. I do want to remind you all that we have continuing and uninterrupted coverage as well of that vote. There are plenty of live events throughout the day today, but we want to make sure that we get them all in. So anyone who has an interest specifically in this Kash Patel Senate confirmation vote, you see a QR code on your screen right now. All you have to do is scan it. We will periodically be bringing it up throughout the early morning today. Up ahead to that vote, you can watch that confirmation vote live, raw, and unfiltered on our YouTube page. You can also just head to YouTube and look up LiveNOW from Fox. We do want to step away for our first commercial break of the hour. We continue with many more of these events coming out of Washington, D.C. when we come back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, where we are continuing to monitor some of these major events happening out of Washington, D.C. A reminder that later on today, Senate is set to vote on whether they will confirm Kash Patel to be FBI director. So we'll have that for you. We'll bring it to you as breaking news, but also we will carry a full uninterrupted live stream of that event. I'm going to pop up this QR code once again here on your screen. If you are interested in watching this specific confirmation vote, just scan this QR code. It'll take you straight to our YouTube page, where we have multiple live streams going on several events, as we have a very, very busy Thursday ahead of us. In the meantime, let's head back again to Washington, D.C. and continue on with some more of these remarks that we are listening from the CPAC 2025. This is a panel concerning crypto. Let's watch.
This as an opportunity, a different opportunity. We were a software company, and we were staring at a quick death or slow death or take a risk. And you know, when the COVID lockdowns took place and the interest rates went to zero, we had to decide, were we going to sell the company, throw in the towel, or could we find a way out? And this is the challenge that 40 million companies in America have, which is, if you're not one of the Magnificent Seven, if you're not Apple or Google or Microsoft, how are you supposed to compete in a world where trillion-dollar companies have all the power, big banks have all the power, big government has the power? And Bitcoin offered us the way out, because if you recapitalize a company on Bitcoin, you're not slave to the bank, you're not slave to the currency, you're not slave to the local politician that tells you what you can do and how you can use your money. Instead of having the central bank take interest rates to zero and keep them there forever, right? Bitcoin gave us a 60% return every year, because the Bitcoin interest rate is set by a global decentralized system of capital flows. So my company was able to save itself when we switched from Bitcoin, from the US Treasury or the bond to Bitcoin. Our market cap increased from $1 billion to $100 billion. And our enterprise value increased from $600 million to $105 billion. And we went from a $500 million company growing 0% a year, competing against a monopoly, Microsoft, where it's hopeless, to a $50 billion company growing 60% a year that's part of the digital economy. So I feel blessed, and we are very fortunate, but that really motivated me with a mission. And what I realized is Satoshi gave us a way out of our conundrum. Satoshi gave us a strategy that makes a small company big and powerful, that makes the individual more powerful than the state, that turns the power balance between the collective and the individual on its head. And the secret to that is this powerful worldwide network that puts the individual first, that's uncorruptible, that anybody can join, that gives you unfettered, uncensored property rights. Well, to that point, I had spent the last couple of days preparing for this and had a list of questions for Michael. And about 10 minutes before we sat down on the stage, and he goes, let's talk about why Bitcoin is conservative. Let's talk about why this is your coin and this is your industry. So, Michael, how is Bitcoin conservative? Why should it be important to this audience, the largest conservative conference in the world? Bitcoin literally represents the conservation of energy in cyberspace. Satoshi implemented a protocol which is inherently conservative. If I send Bitcoin to you, I lose it, you have it. I can't create more. I can't lie about it. The thing that's beautiful about nature is conservation of energy. Conservative is based on natural law. It's based on the idea that if you just make something up which isn't true, you'll be punished. And the Bitcoin network represents that innate integrity and truth. So, you know, if you think about the world today, there's just an inherent force. There's a struggle between capitalism and socialism, between people that believe in freedom and free markets and those that believe in central planning and collectivism. And if I'm a socialist, I want to take away your guns and your money. And Bitcoin is money that they can't take away. Like, what freedom do you have if you have all of your money in a bank that can freeze it? What freedom do you have if you have your money embedded in a currency where someone can print 4x more of it without your approval and debase it to zero? What freedom do you have if you own real estate in a city where the mayor can put rent control on it or expropriate it, or the governor can tax it away from your family? What freedom do you have if all your wealth is in a business where the government can tell you you can't operate, shut down your pipeline, tax your employees, tax your income, regulate your product? And the answer is, you only have conditional freedom until the government changes and they just take away that freedom. And then when they take away your wealth, when they take away your economic power, they're going to starve you to death, and then you've got nothing. So Bitcoin represents putting your economic wealth in cyberspace. It's beyond the reach of the mayor, beyond the reach of the governor, beyond the reach of any nation state, beyond the reach of any other company that would do you harm. It is the first time in the history of the human race that you can bind economic energy tightly to an individual, to a family, to your company, and you don't have to ask permission to have economic wealth, to have money. And you don't have to live in fear that someone gets up on a morning and just takes it all away from you to power you down. And so if I am conservative, I want a family, I want a company, I want freedom. Well, how are you going to pay for it? And if you live in a country like Venezuela and the currency goes to zero, you're going to be begging for food next week. Wouldn't it be great if I could take the wealth of my family and put it into a network that no one can loot, no one can corrupt? And at the end of the day, I don't want to gamble my future. I don't want to take my life savings and gamble in the stock market. I don't want to take my life savings and gamble that the mayor of the city won't just take my property away from me. I actually just want to own the wealth. I want to own my money. And Bitcoin is a way for you to convert your capital into digital capital that will last 1,000 years. Your country will be, your company, your country, or your family will be wealthy for generations to follow. You don't have to live in fear. And when you don't have to live in fear, when you have economic independence, you can actually stretch your time horizon out, and you can build an institution, you can build your family, you can build a life for yourself.
Michael, you talked about several things there. One is wealth, sovereignty, agency, the ability to come in and for someone, a mayor, a city councilman, to take what you have. We've seen that happen from New York to California. A lot of us have been subject to this. And then you also talk about leadership. We have President Trump. We have the greatest leader our nation has ever had. He's compared to George Washington. People love him, we love him. He sees Bitcoin, he sees the digital asset industry as an exceptional opportunity. How can America ensure its dominance moving forward?
You know, this nation became great because of the Louisiana Purchase. We bought 1/3 of the country from Napoleon for a few $1 million. Then we purchased Texas and California from the Mexicans for a few million more. Then we purchased Alaska from the Russians for a few million more. We didn't even know there'd be $1 trillion of mineral rights underneath Alaska when we purchased it. They called it Seward's Folly. But what I'm describing is manifest destiny. If you want to create a great nation, you have to build it on valuable property. You have to know, where is all the money headed? Where is the future? When we bought California, we didn't know there'd be a Hollywood. We didn't know there'd be a Silicon Valley. No one really considered. In 1867, we didn't have a petroleum industry. And so where is the money headed in the future? The money's headed to cyberspace. Bitcoin is property in cyberspace. The manifest destiny of this country is to own cyberspace. And I think that President Trump understands the value of owning scarce, desirable property. If we go to cyberspace and we buy Bitcoin and the nation embraces Bitcoin, then all of the capital in the world, all of the Chinese money, all the Russian money, all the European money, all of the money from the 20th century, the money invested in a Siberian warehouse, the money invested in fill in the blank, anything you could possibly own in Africa, all of that capital is flowing into cyberspace. It's going from physical to digital. It's flowing from the 20th century to the 21st century. The 21st century is going to be 1 billion AIs thinking 1 million times a second. And what are they going to be using to move their money around? They're going to use digital money because they can't get a bank account. They can't get a credit card. I have to approve my wire transfers from my bank once a week. It takes about 20 minutes, and they ask me on the phone whether the money should move.
It's a good problem. With 478,740 Bitcoin, Michael.
The computers...
We don't feel too bad, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I get it, but my point we've been doing it that way for 50 years. And if you look at the way the digital economy is going to run in the 21st century, it's going to be 1 billion computers thinking 1 million times a second, moving assets at the speed of light. Bitcoin represents digital capital. That network is $2 trillion today. It's going to be $20 trillion in 4 to 8 years. It's going to be $200 trillion in 20 years. Then it's going to grow faster than every other asset in the world. It's going to continue to grow. The United States should own it, right?
Is that the conversation? Talk to us about the U.S. Bitcoin reserve. Everyone, and we've heard a couple other coins being yelled out by the crowd, and people want to know, are we going to have a U.S. Bitcoin reserve? And when is that going to happen?
The way to think about Bitcoin is it's the most powerful digital network in the world. It is cyber power. If you want to dominate the next 100 years, just like the last 100 years is based upon dominating sea power, fire power, air power, space power, nuclear power. You want to dominate cyberspace. You want cyber power. It's the unstoppable network that no one can corrupt. And the use of the unstoppable network, among other things, is hundreds of trillions of dollars of capital moving from point A to point B. But the other use of the network is I can send a message which is unstoppable, and I can store information that is unstoppable, and I can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt the authenticity of an instruction or a document. No country, no company, no individual, not 1 trillion computers can corrupt that message. So if you want to own the future, you want to own cyberspace. How do you own cyberspace? You own Bitcoin, and then you run the Bitcoin networks. You mine Bitcoin, you own Bitcoin. President Trump understands property. He understands the value of Greenland. He understands the value of Alaska. He understands the value of oil rights. He understands drill, baby, drill would be impossible if we didn't own the land, right?
He understands American dominance.
And land is physical property. When I run electricity through semiconductors and I create a wall of encrypted energy, I create digital property. Bitcoin is digital property. You should own it, your company should own it, our nation should own it. It is the future.
In your perspective, how soon do you think we're going to be buying Bitcoin and have within our U.S. reserve at a timeline? You think it's going to be 12 months, 24 months?
I think there's an appreciation of the power of Bitcoin throughout the cabinet, throughout the House, throughout the Senate. There's going to be a political process by which we build consensus with the White House, the Senate, and the cabinet, and find the right way through. But, you know, what I would say on this topic is the U.S. could own 20% of the network like that for free. The dollar would strengthen, the nation would be enriched. And the real promise is if you own 4 to 6 million Bitcoin, you're going to pay off the entire national debt. You're going to neutralize it. We can generate a $50 trillion to $80 trillion benefit to the United States people, to the citizens, to the taxpayers, and we can do it simply by seeing the future. It cost $6 million to buy Alaska. The payoff was $1 trillion. Just like right now, you can literally buy it for a song and dance. That's the opportunity. The risk is that you wouldn't want the Saudis to buy it first, or the Russians or the Chinese or the Europeans. And there's only room for one nation state to buy up 20% of the network. And obviously, I think it should be the United States. I think it will be the United States. It's a way for us to enrich ourselves and emerge as a creditor nation in a matter of a decade. It's also a way for us to ensure that we're the economic leaders in cyberspace and the digital economy for the next 100 years. And if we do that, every one of our allies will follow us, and then all of our enemies will end up having to buy into the network once it passes 10 or 20 million a coin, and they will enrich us.
And we saw that just yesterday. President Trump was in Miami, and he was talking about Bitcoin. The Bitcoin reserve is a touchy subject. A lot of people want to know what other coins within the digital asset industry are going to be involved. The U.S. does not just hold just gold and oil within our reserve. It holds up to 27 other trace minerals. And so we're completely diversified. Do you see room for another digital asset to be included in the Bitcoin reserve or the U.S. financial reserve system?
I think the key thing to keep in mind right now is that Bitcoin is a commodity. It is an asset without an issuer. There is no company, no individual, no country, no entity that can corrupt it. It has reached escape velocity. It has gotten to the point where it is basically a freedom virus, a truth virus, a monetary virus. It has been embraced by $1 trillion of smart money. That is, $1 trillion of real money has been invested in the network. It is 99% of the digital power on Earth. It's fairly unstoppable. And so if you're going to capitalize a company or a country, you want to capitalize it on property or a commodity or a network which is beyond the point where anybody could change the nature of it. And so that makes Bitcoin the most certain thing in the digital universe.
And when you talk about certainty, and when you talk about truth, over the last 4 years, we've experienced as a culture travesty. We haven't been able to speak. We've been censored. How does Bitcoin, what is Bitcoin to you? What do you see that others don't? And how can conservatives capitalize on the opportunity to take advantage and make sure that America is dominating our future, that we have the economic freedoms, that our children and our families in America will stay at the front runner of this industry?
What I would say to everybody in this room is if you want freedom, if you want liberty, if you want to live your finest life, you're going to need economic power. You need physical power. You need political power, but you need economic power. Bitcoin represents economic armor. When you put on the suit of armor, then no mayor, no government, no collectivist, no socialist can debank you. They can't take your money away. They can't impoverish you. Just like a gun is a deterrent, Bitcoin is a deterrent, because if you have wealth in Bitcoin, you have the option to move it to any jurisdiction, and you can keep it, and no one can take it away from you via force of violence, no matter where you are on earth. And so Satoshi gave us an opportunity. I hope I intrigue all of you with the opportunity and you go do the research and determine for yourself how you benefit from it. But I just leave you with the thought that Bitcoin is economic armor.
You have, Michael, thank you. God willing, we have as much Bitcoin as Michael one day. This is a defining moment for digital assets. It's a defining moment for our country. We thank all of you. Michael, thank you so much for joining us. CPAC is going to be at the front of the digital asset industry. We see Bitcoin and the entire industry as a significant resource for our country and our people. Thank you, everyone. God bless America.
Thank you.
And that concludes the panel discussion on cryptocurrency at CPAC 2025. It is taking place in Maryland, just outside of D.C. We want to step away for another brief commercial break here at Live Now from Fox. Still plenty of live events on this very busy Thursday. A Live Now look over at the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As we do want to touch on some breaking news here, courtesy of the Associated Press. You can see on your screen a post on X saying, breaking, Republican Mitch McConnell, the longest serving Senate party leader in history, won't seek re-election next year. The Associated Press breaking this story just moments ago. Mitch McConnell, the senator, choosing his 83rd birthday to share his decision not to run for another term in Kentucky and to retire when his current term ends. He did inform the Associated Press of his decision before he was set to address colleagues in a speech on the Senate floor later today. Mitch McConnell, a senator first elected in 1984, does intend to serve the remainder of his term ending in January of 2027. And as you may remember, he has dealt with a series of medical episodes that we have been covering here at Live Now from Fox in recent years, including injuries sustained from falls and times when his face briefly froze while he was speaking. Senator plans to deliver his speech later on today. Now, his announcement comes almost a year after his decision to relinquish his leadership post after the November 2024 election. South Dakota Senator John Thune replaced him as majority leader. His departure also reflects the changing dynamics now that President Donald Trump has stepped into his second term in office, and we do have a Republican-led GOP, a Trump-led GOP, I should say. In Kentucky, Mitch McConnell's departure, it will mark the loss and set off a competitive GOP primary next year for what will now be an open Senate seat. Kentucky Democratic Governor Andy Beshear, who has seen as a rising star for his party, winning the statewide office in Republican territory, has previously said that he has no interest in running for the Senate, though he is widely viewed as a contender for higher office. Mitch McConnell is still also champions of providing Ukraine with weapons and other aid to fend off Russia's invasion. And this comes, as you may have seen in recent days, President Donald Trump drumming up criticism of the country and its leader, President Volodymyr Zelensky. Senator does plan to make it clear later on today during his address that national defense remains at the forefront of his agenda. You also may remember that Senator McConnell and President Trump, they were partners during the president's first term in office, but the relationship was severed after Senator McConnell blamed President Trump for, quote, disgraceful acts in the January 2021 Capitol attack by his supporters. It was a momentary thaw in 2024 when McConnell his endorsement of President Donald Trump did not last. But this was the latest breaking news there, courtesy of the Associated Press. There on your screen, you do see Senator Mitch McConnell, who we have showcased countless of times here at Live Now from Fox, as he always debates his points there on Capitol Hill. Again, he was the longest-serving Senate party leader in history, only replaced throughout this last election, November 2024, when he relinquished that title to who is now the majority party leader, Senator John Thune of South Dakota. So we'll keep you up to date. Of course, we are monitoring everything happening on Capitol Hill, including what some of those remarks from Senator Mitch McConnell will be later on today. We'll bring them to you live as soon as we get them and keep you up to date with that entire address. We do want to stay in Washington, D.C., continuing on with some more of the happenings over there, especially with CPAC 2025. It is being held in Maryland, just outside of D.C., but it is called the CPAC DC 2025. And here we do have another panel discussion happening on your screen, and this is a discussion having to do with weaponization. Let's listen.
Or the month anniversary, right, of since January 20th, since the new administration took office and was sworn in. But you have to, he can sign these executive orders, but he has to have help from the federal government and from Capitol Hill to actually implement them. Yeah. And now you're also seeing a number of judges trying to get involved to stop his use of executive authority. Can you talk about the judges continuing their lawfare and whether they actually have standing when it comes to blunting some of these orders and saying he doesn't have the power in the executive branch to do what he's doing?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you know, it's a lot like what I spoke about before. This is desperate times for them. And I'll say this, I think that if you are going to fix a car and you don't look under the hood, how can you fix it? So what we're doing is taking a good hard look under the hood of where the money was spent, how it was spent, and their attacks, for instance, on Elon, we were discussing this, it's so baseless. It's so ridiculous. The fact that they're upset, for instance, yesterday, Governor Hochul in New York, that she's gonna fight our administration tooth and nail for stopping congestion pricing. Congestion pricing in New York is ruining tourism. It's stopping people that work there from driving to work. Their subways are not safe. These people are caring more about their next election. They care more about their face on TV and their politics than they do the people they're supposed to represent, the constituents that voted for them to do the work. Unfortunately, they've taken that to courts. And we've seen it, we've won, we always win, we keep winning. I mean, even Chukin said it. Look, if they had it their way, our guy would be in jail right now, and that didn't happen. And instead, we won in the most profound way. The American people are happy with what we're doing. And the amount of executive orders that we are pummeling on them is because we have that much work to do. We have to correct 4 years very quickly, and we are all committed to win. And we're gonna keep winning.
Congressman, you want to weigh in on the role that Capitol Hill has, especially with Republican control in Washington now, to make sure that these executive orders are implemented in a way?
Right. I have a bill in the House. Mike Lee has the bill in the Senate. We're going to do everything we can to pass that legislation to expedite these executive orders and to put them into law. So whenever the next president comes around, they can't change them by executive orders, because what Trump's doing is what's best for America. It's common sense. He's restored common sense back to Washington, D.C. He's getting the government and the bureaucrats out of the way of the private sector, and we've got to make sure that becomes the law of the land. And I think the support's there in Congress. There were a few members of Congress on the Republican side in the House and the Senate that stuck their toe in the water to try to defy the president, to try to obstruct the president, to try
Rhinos.
Hey, well, I think they're on the team now. I think they got the message from the constituents back home. They listened to their people when they went home, and they're on the Trump train now, and hopefully we can drain the swamp and make America great again.
So everybody knows that Elon Musk has been leading his team of Doge and rampaging through a number of federal agencies in Washington, D.C., which we are loving because there's so much waste, fraud, and abuse. But as we continue to see more of what they're uncovering, yes, of course, we see these silly pet projects like Sesame Street in Iraq, for example. But we're also starting to see a massive issue of actual corruption that has occurred. For example, it was reported, I believe this morning by the Free Beacon, that Stacey Abrams, who is, Georgia's darling, ran for governor twice. She was involved in a lot of voter initiatives there, got a $2 billion grant from the Environmental Protection Agency after only managing $100 at a nonprofit that she started.
Yeah, it's the NGOs.
Right. So, Congressman, talk about what the Oversight Committee is doing with these new cabinet members like Lee Zeldin, for example, at the EPA to really root out this corruption and this infrastructure the left has built in D.C. to really push their political agenda on the entire country.
We're going to work with the administration. When they identify something that they believe is fraudulent, we will follow through with investigation, with subpoena power, follow the money. That's what we did in the Biden investigation. We got the bank records. A lot of people say, well, go after the tax records. Let me, as someone that's been involved in banking, tax records don't always tell the true picture. The bank records don't lie. And one of the things that we're working on, we go through a thing called the suspicious activity reports where banks identify fraudulent behavior. Banks usually catch when something suspicious happens. If there's an account that had a $100 balance, which is probably the minimum to open an account, and then all of a sudden they get a multi-million-dollar deposit out of the blue, that raises a red flag. And the banks report that to Treasury. So that's where we're going to be following the money. We're doing this now with Act Blue. And I think we're going to have some very interesting information to come out very soon on Act Blue. But we're having a hearing on March 5th with the sanctuary city mayors. We're bringing in the mayors of New York, who's not a bad guy, the mayors of New York, Boston, Denver, and
California.
And Philadelphia. And we're bringing them in. And these, other than the New York mayor, they have tried to obstruct what Tom Almond's doing and obstruct the deportation efforts. So we're going to let them explain that to American people. But one question we have is, who's been paying for this? And I believe you're going to see there are a lot of government pots of money that have been funneling through these NGOs, these non-governmental organizations. And that's what we want to identify. Musk is all over that, Doge is all over that, and Congress is going to be all over that. And hopefully we can show the American people how abusive the Democrats and their allies in the deep state bureaucracies have been with their tax dollars. They have funneled this mass implosion of illegal immigrants into our country. They've housed them. They've provided free health care. And at the end of the day, I think you're going to see a lot of tax dollars were laundered into programs like this.
Sounds a lot like money laundering
Absolutely.
to me. So, Alina, when it comes to these NGOs, there's been a lot of lawsuits that are filed by leftist groups to try and get judges involved in stopping the taking away of the funding, or even giving Doge and Elon Musk and his team, who's a special government employee, much like Anita Dunn was under Joe Biden and others in previous administrations, to keep that kind of funding. But it does seem like there is a lot of corruption, not just maybe something that got lost in terms of going to the wrong place.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's very clear. You don't have to be a rocket scientist. When you have a line item of trillions of dollars that does not get traced to anyone or anything but entities that are run by family members of bureaucrats, that's a problem. You don't have to be a lawyer to know that ain't good.
Yeah.
And the end of the day, look, even yesterday, they tried to file these restraining orders. There was a bunch of individuals that said, oh, we're being hurt by this, and it was denied. And that was actually by a very liberal judge in D.C. Who sat on a lot of the January 6th issues for President Trump and other people. Look, at the end of, this is what I can say. We have been, I think there's 70 lawsuits that have been filed, and I was speaking to Elon and I said, you should put in Times Square a ticker. It'll say on the top how much money you're saving, and then on the bottom we're gonna put one about how many lawsuits get filed. One will go up, one will go down very quickly. But they do that when we're winning and when we're hitting them where it hurts. So desperate times call for desperate measures. You see all these AGs and DAs trying to come in, you see individuals, but they're not winning. And the only people that are winning right now are American people.
Right, the taxpayer.
We are winning.
And it happens to be tax season, so everybody's filing their taxes, going, if I don't pay the correct amount or miss a couple cents, they'll threaten to throw me in prison. And now's a great time.
Well, don't worry, we're firing a bunch of the IRS today, so don't worry.
Yes, indeed.
That's great.
But that was the stuff that they did, and America didn't like it.
Yeah.
You're funneling people to audit and hurt the American people. Why don't we audit the people that are hurting us?
Exactly.
It's not supposed to go the other way. We're not supposed to hurt each other.
Yeah.
And that's really the mission, and President Trump said just yesterday, I was with him and he was speaking at an economic forum, and he said, look, we hope to take 20% of what Doge has recovered, that is billions and billions of dollars, and put that money back to the American people who were hurt by the last administration, who can't buy eggs because they went off and killed all the chickens. But, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And we have to get back to common sense.
So, Congressman, how can Republicans on Capitol Hill, with their slim majority, work to codify these Doge cuts into law? Because you keep hearing people saying, well, Congress has to decide because they hold the purse strings. So now you guys have lots of examples inside a lot of these agencies about where these things that have been approved through Congress are going. How do you make sure it's not just, we see it, it's a problem, but we're going to keep going?
The first step is to pass my bill and Mike Lee's bill that expedites this and will allow Congress to codify all the executive orders. Secondly, we've got to follow this up with a budget, with President Trump's budget proposal. We've got to cut spending. We've got to ensure that the tax cuts are renewed. This budget reconciliation bill is huge, and the reason this needs to be a very large bill is because this is the only vehicle that you can pass through the Senate that only takes 51 votes. If we have to depend on Democrats, we might get Fetterman, and that's it. We're still going to be 6 votes short.
Still a long shot.
Yeah, that's a long shot. I wouldn't want to hold my breath on that. But we've got to do it on this reconciliation bill. We've got to renew the tax cuts. We've got to put in the tax cuts that President Trump promised, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and put this whole agenda in and cut the bureaucracy and watch America grow. Watch this country take off. Once you get the government off the backs of the private sector, the entrepreneurial spirit in America will flourish. Americans will prosper, and I think Americans will start to regain a little confidence in their government again, all because of President Trump's mandate, because of the work that everyone in this room did to get President Trump elected.
And deregulation, of course, is a big one. The president has promised for every new regulation, they will eliminate 10 of them. We only have a few minutes left.
We're listening here to a panel discussion on political weaponization. This is currently happening at CPAC 2025. You see there on your screen on the stage from left to right, Katie Pavlik, Lena Haba, and Representative James Coburn out of Kentucky. We do have to step away for a brief commercial break at Live Now from Fox. We continue with more of your top stories and live looks next. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, where I want to showcase some of the biggest headlines that we are tracking for you throughout this Thursday. Taking a look here at your screen, a post on X from Senator Mullen of Oklahoma, voting now. The Senate is now voting on a motion to invoke cloture, last procedural hurdle on Kash Patel for a term of 10 years. Now, Kash Patel nominated by President Donald Trump to be the director of the FBI. I do believe that we have a live look inside of the Senate floor, and we are listening here to Senator Mitch McConnell, who just announced his retirement. He will not seek re-election. That's here. Let's listen in.
But I figured my birthday would be as good a day as any to share with our colleagues a decision I made last year. During my time in the Senate, I've only really answered to two constituencies: the Republican Conference and the people of Kentucky. Over the years, the first group trusted me to coordinate campaigns, to count votes, to steer committees, to take the majority, and on 9 occasions to lead our conference. Serving as a Republican leader was a rare and, yes, rather specific childhood dream. And just about a year ago, I thanked my colleagues for their confidence, which allowed me to fulfill it. To the distinguished members of this body, I've had the privilege to lead, and I remain deeply, deeply grateful. Today, however, it's appropriate for me to speak about an even deeper allegiance and even longer-standing gratitude. 7 times, my fellow Kentuckians have sent me to the Senate. Every day in between, I've been humbled by the trust they placed in me to do their business right here. Representing our Commonwealth has been the honor of a lifetime. I will not seek this honor an 8th time. My current term in the Senate will be my last. I've been a student of history my entire life. I can't remember the last time I didn't have a stack of biographies or political memoirs on my nightstand. And I know well how tempting it can be to read history with a sense of determinism, assuming that somehow notorious failures were inevitable, that crowning triumphs were predestined, and in either case, that lives and careers followed orderly paths. This, of course, isn't how things work. And I've never had to look further than my own life to recognize it. I've never lost sight of the fact that without my mother's devoted care, a childhood encounter with polio could have turned out a lot worse. That unless my father had taken a job in the bluegrass state, my interest in politics might have run a course somewhere else. But if it weren't for an 11th hour outside-the-box idea on the campaign trail, my Senate career would have been over before it began. Or that, if not for the people of Kentucky, time and again, agreeing that leadership delivers and electing me to send back here, it would have been someone else from somewhere else taking that seat at the table where I've had a chance to work, strategize, fight, and win. I grew up reading about the greatness of Henry Clay, but there were times when the prospect of etching my name into his desk in this chamber felt like more of a long shot than making it to the major leagues. I got a front row seat to the greatness of Senator John Sherman Cooper of Kentucky as a summer intern in his office. But at so many moments in my early career, the idea of following in his footsteps felt more distant than the moon. So the only appropriate thing to take away today, apart from a healthy dose of pride, is my immense gratitude for the opportunity to take part in the consequential business of the Senate and the nation. Gratitude to the people I represent, Kentucky's families and farmers and miners and service members and small business owners. Gratitude to loyal friends, dedicated volunteers, and talented staff who've helped me serve much better. Gratitude to this institution that has repaid my devotion so generously over the years, and to so many colleagues who've become great friends. Gratitude for my family's support. And in particular, my ultimate teammate and confidant of the last 32 years. Elaine's leadership and wise counsel, in their own right, have made her the most seasoned cabinet official in modern history. On top of all that, her devotion to me and to Kentucky is a lot more than I deserve. When I arrived at this chamber, I wasn't coming with a governor's statewide executive experience or a House member's appreciation for Washington dynamics. I knew my hometown of Louisville, and I'd spent the previous few years working hard to learn what mattered to folks all across the rest of the Commonwealth. And yet, within weeks of swearing the oath, sure enough, I was here on the floor talking with colleagues from other far-flung corners of the country, discussing solutions to a farm income crisis and infrastructure challenge that affected different states in the same way. I learned quickly that delivering for Kentucky meant finding the ways the Commonwealth's challenges were actually tied to national debates. Seeing to it that major agriculture legislation remembered Kentucky farmers and particularly included when they needed extraordinary assistance, like the tobacco buyout. Making sure that nationwide steps on transportation infrastructure included resources for modernizing the Brent Spence Bridge, which supports billions of dollars in economic activity in Kentucky and the surrounding region. And with the trust of a local community, finishing the task first assigned by President Reagan, the safe destruction of America's legacy chemical weapons at the Bluegrass Army Depot. So efforts like these have spanned the length of my Senate career, and I've been humbled each and every opportunity to help Kentucky punch above its weight. Of course, the Senate has to grapple with foundational questions that reach even more broadly across American life. and either further into posterity. We're trusted on behalf of the American people to participate in the appointment of the federal judiciary, to be the final check on the assembly of power in the courts beyond the reach of representative politics, and to ensure that the men and women who preside over them profess authentic devotion to the rule of law above all else. When members of this body ignore, discount, or pervert this fundamental duty, they do so not just at the peril of the Senate, but of the whole nation. The weight of our power to advise and consent has never been lost on me, and I've been honored to perform my role in confirming judges who understand their role. On this floor, there's no place to hide from the obligations of Article 1, the Senate's unique relationship with Article 3, or our role in equipping the powers of Article 2. Here, every debate over agriculture or infrastructure or education or taxes is downstream of the obligations of national security. Every question of policy here at home is contingent on our duty to provide for the common defense. One of the first times I spoke at length on this floor as a freshman, I was compelled to join the debate over strengthening the deterrence of America's nuclear triad. Whether to expand the U.S. military's hard target nuclear capability was an interesting question to pose to someone whose most recent job had been running a county government. But there, of course, was the founder's brilliance at work. The hopes and dreams of every American are tied up in our ability to protect and defend the nation and its interests. Every family traveling abroad and every worker and small business owner whose livelihood depends on foreign trade, they depend in turn on the credibility of America's commitments to friends and the strength of her threats to enemies. In turn, the safety and success of the men and women who volunteer to serve this great nation in uniform depend on the work we do here to ensure that enemies think twice before challenging them, and those enemies never face a fair fight. Thanks to Ronald Reagan's determination, the work of strengthening America's hard power was well underway when I arrived in the Senate. But since then, we've allowed that power to atrophy. And today, a dangerous world threatens to outpace the work of rebuilding it. So lest any of our colleagues still doubt my intentions for the remainder of my term, I have some unfinished business to attend to. In our work, most of us in this body develop an appreciation for the Senate itself, its written rules, its collegial norms, its pace of play. And yet so often I've watched colleagues depart, venting their frustration at the confines of the institution or mourning what they perceive to be decline of its norms. Regardless of the political storms that may wash over this chamber during the time I have remaining, I assure our colleagues that I will depart with great hope for the endurance of the Senate as an institution. There are any number of reasons for pessimism. but the strength of the Senate is not one of them. This chamber is still the haven where the political minority can require debate. It's still the crucible in which jurists are tested for their fidelity to upholding the Constitution and laws as they were written. The Senate is still equipped for work of great consequence. And to the disappointment of my critics, I'm still here on the job. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator North Carolina.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the members and staff and spectators in the gallery be allowed to applaud for a period not to exceed 30 seconds.
Is there objection?
So you're seeing there senators on Capitol Hill applauding Senator Mitch McConnell after he officially announced that he will not be seeking re-election next year. Taking a look here at a post on X from the New York Post, just citing that Mitch McConnell will not be running for an 8th Senate term in 2026. Mitch McConnell is the longest serving Senate party leader in U.S. history. And of course, announcing his retirement there officially in the speech. We brought it to you as breaking news just a few minutes ago. In fact, this decision from him comes after a series of medical episodes in recent years, including some injuries sustained from falls and some times where we've seen his face briefly freeze while he was speaking. So I wanted to air that in full, as it is one of the big breaking news stories that we are following out of Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. A live now look there, because we continue to have so many more of these big breaking news headlines, given the fact also that the Senate has ruled to break the filibuster on the Kash Patel nomination to be FBI director. Now, that moment happened right before Mitch McConnell gave his retirement speech. I'd like to play it out for you all next.
We have 51 yeas, 47 nays. The motion is agreed to. Clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Justice, Kash Patel of Nevada to be Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Mr. President.
And you saw it there, the moment, 51 yeas, 47 nays. And here, a post on X from the Oklahoma Senator Mullen saying the final procedural hurdle, cloture for Kash Patel, complete. That confirmation vote to see if Kash Patel will be the next FBI director, scheduled for 1:45 p.m. Eastern Time today. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, and thank you so much for joining us throughout this Thursday. We want to continue with some more of these live looks and these live events that are happening. Let's head back over to Maryland, just outside of Washington, D.C., where we see speakers continue to step up to the podium here at the CPAC 2025 event. Let's listen.
With talking with the teleprompter, but I'm very happy to be here. Good afternoon, CPAC. How are you doing? It's great to be here in the land of the free and the home of the brave. I know many of you are well aware of the risks posed by unelected judges interfering with the policies of a duly elected president. Even we have all heard Elon Musk call it out. We've all heard Vice President JD Vance sound the alarm. And of course, we've all heard President Trump repeatedly warn that judicial overreach threatens not just his presidency, but the very foundation of the American democracy. Well, I come from the future, and I know exactly how this story can end. Okay. Maybe not the future, but I come from Brazil, which is not that different, as my country has become a laboratory for censorship and judicial authoritarianism. Since 2019, it's been used as a testing ground for the judicial weaponization against conservative, libertarians, and Christians, always under the noble pretense of protecting democracy, fighting misinformation, and stopping extremism, while in reality, silencing dissidents, controlling narratives, and criminalizing opposition. We continue to face the dire consequences of this experiment every day. Just 3 days ago, my father, former president of Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro, was formally charged by the Attorney General of the current socialist government with allegedly orchestrating a coup, a Disneyland coup d'etat, as some might call it. Without weapons, without a plan, and while he wasn't even in Brazilian territory, but in Orlando, probably debated strategy with Goofy and taking national security advices from Mickey Mouse, maybe. It's really the Disneyland coup d'etat. There is no other word to talk about it. This baseless accusation, entirely devoid of evidence, is nothing more than a tool to neutralize political opposition. It mirrors the same tactics used against the opposition in Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. Yet in Brazil, Brazil is perceived differently on the global stage because while its situation is in some ways even worse, the persecution is not spearheaded by the executive branch, but by the judiciary. And that makes it all the more dangerous. We are not talking about a dictatorship in the traditional sense. We are talking about a place where tyrants issue decrees and suppress opposition openly. No. In Brazil, the judicial system has been weaponized, creating an illusion of legality while systematically dismantling democracy from within. And guess who helped found this experiment? Right? Agencies like USAID and NED, institutions supposedly dedicated for promoting democracy, but in reality, channeling resources into censorship, judicial overreach, and political persecution in my country. Let me introduce to you a man named Alexandre de Moraes. He is not an elected official. He is a Supreme Court justice who has given himself unchecked power to decide who can speak, who can run for office, and even who can go to the prison. Under his watch, Brazil has become a country where social media platforms are forced to silence opposition voices or face billions in fines. Judges and bureaucrats, not the people, decide who is fit to run for office. Congressmen like Daniel Silveira are thrown into jail for so-called opinion crimes, receiving an outrageous sentence of 8 years and 9 months behind bars, simply for exposing his views in a video, a punishment more fitting of a totalitarian regime than a democracy. And, as I said, even the former president, Jair Bolsonaro, is at risk of being arrested on the same kind of bogus charges used against opposition leaders in Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua. But it doesn't stop there. The judicial system has become an instrument for persecution at every level. Political parties that challenge the status quo are harassed and investigated, and some of their candidates are banned from competing fairly in elections. Independent journalists face exile or worse, imprisonment for exposing government corruption or criticizing the judiciary. Ordinary citizens who dare to express dissenting opinions on social media find themselves banned, fined, or even arrested. This is not democracy. This is a judicial overreach. This is lawfare. And this is what happens when courts are turned into political weapons against the will of the people. Why is it happening? Because Jair Bolsonaro currently leads all major polls outside the margin of error and is the only candidate capable of defeating the left in the 2026 election. If he is kept out of the race, Brazil will fall completely under China's influence. There is no doubt about that, and Brazil cannot be overlooked. With over 200 million people, the largest economy in Latin America, and a land mass nearly the size of the United States, its geopolitical and economic importance is undeniable. China recognized this and is actively working to pull Brazil deeper into its sphere of influence. And while you might think this is just a Brazilian problem, it's not. This has many ramifications and has already spilled over into the United States. Here are three examples that should concern every American citizen. Number one, Jason Miller's detention in 2021. An American citizen, advisor to President Trump, was detained in Brazil under politically motivated orders. His crime? Attending CPAC Brazil and supporting free speech. Number two, Elon Musk's persecution. He was added to an illegal fake news investigation. That's right, Elon Musk is under investigation in Brazil. You should be, I don't know, maybe scared of him if he go around here, if he come around here. Threatened with billion-dollar fines and saw his company X banned in Brazil, all because he refused to comply with government censorship demands. The deep state scandal at CBP involving a Brazilian national. Number three, Brazilian authorities in collusion with American bureaucrats manipulated U.S. immigration records to fabricate justification for the unlawful imprisonment of Felipe Martins, a former national security advisor to my father. He was subjected to solitary confinement, psychological coercion, and inhuman treatment in an attempt to extract a statement that could be used to incriminate President Bolsonaro. So, think about it. If they can detain and silence American citizens, if they can control a country as large as Brazil, if they can manipulate official U.S. government's records to imprison a political opponent abroad, what else they can do? What stops them from doing the same to help terrorists, drug cartels, or transnational criminals? And more importantly, if they could do all of this outside of the United States, what makes you think they wouldn't try to replicate it within? This has gone too far. And you, the American people, must pay attention, because what happened in Brazil is being used as a blueprint for judicial tyranny elsewhere, including right here in the United States. Ironically, as I said before, this experiment was partially funded by your taxpayer dollars, which means they will soon come back. They will come to recover that investment. But instead of teaching leftist judges how to destroy Trump, let it serve as a warning for the American people. Freedom is fragile, And once you let unelected judges dictate your democracy, it's only a matter of time before we wake up in a country where free speech, free elections, and even freedom itself are just distant memories. Brazil was a test. Now, thank you. I told you that you have Bolsonaro supporters here. Now they are applying the same formula elsewhere, including here in the United States, and we need to fight back, just as President Trump is doing through his legal team and in partnership with Rumble by filing a lawsuit against Alexandre de Moraes for censoring and sanctioning American businesses and citizens. This legal battle will set a crucial precedent not just for Brazil, but for the future of the free speech and democracy in the United States as well. The globalist playbook is in full effect. If you don't fight back now, you will be the next. Learn from Brazil before it's too late. Thank you all, my friends. This is my message. Pray for my father. Pray for the Brazilians that are in prison now, our January 8th guys. We are asking for amnesty in the Congress, and we hope receive a lot of support from you outside of Brazil, because you know how it means. God bless America. God bless Brazil. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So you just heard there some comments made at CPAC 2025 by Eduardo Bolsonaro. Now, he is the son of former president of Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro, who has been charged with orchestrating a plot to stay in office despite losing the 2022 election. Now, those charges accuse the former president of leading 5 crimes, including a coup. Another 33 people have been linked to that plot. We're going to step away for a brief commercial break here at Live Now from Fox. We'll continue with more of these live events next. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, where we are continuing with some more of these speakers at CPAC 2025. Here on the stage, we're going to be hearing from Leo Zaki, who is the vice president of Zaki Farms, also was a board member of the California Poultry Federation, and is trying to run for California Governor Gavin Newsom's seat come this next election. Let's watch.
Stole the vote from the people by making IDs for voting illegal. by inflating the census, gerrymandering, ballot harvesting, and removing all oversight that was in place to ensure election integrity. I'm no detective, but even a dummy can smell voter fraud when the state with the most conservatives somehow magically votes blue every year. We are blessed to have Donald Trump as our president. We truly are. But all that means is that we have a few more years and a fighting chance to clean out the gangsters who are plundering our beautiful nation. The fight continues, and we must win this battle. And this battle is in California. We can turn California red again. It's responsible for some of the worst legislators in the nation and destabilizing our republic with anti-American policies. If it happened here, it can and will happen in your state too. But that's why you're here, to see conservative values defended against the psychotic enemies of our republic with their BS woke agenda 21 and 15-minute cities. Every day, the new Department of Government Efficiency exposes more of their lunacy and disgusting waste. California needs its own DOGE and a proper purchasing department to manage its spending habit with full transparency. Transparency in our government is mandatory to keep out the bad guys. California is over $3.2 trillion in debt. And thanks to DOGE, we will soon know some of the insanity these maniacs have been wasting our money on. This isn't just corruption, it's criminal. The fires in Los Angeles have woken up a lot of lefties. So guess what? It doesn't matter if you used to be a liberal or conservative when you're homeless. Losing everything tends to change your mindset. I'm here to tell you that California is ready for change, but it won't happen without the support of our Republicans across the nation. That means all of you, everyone in this room and listening at home, wants to save this country and defeat the Marxist globalist woke agenda. The time to strike is now. But the establishment rhinos are working hard to derail our America First efforts. Support your grassroots patriots and sign up for your local precinct committeemen. There's over 200,000 empty seats out of the 400,000 nationwide. If we're gonna hold the line, we need to scoop them up and also run for local board, council, committee, statewide positions. Trump winning does not mean the war is won. It means we are just getting started. And Americans are gearing up. The battle isn't just against a toxic ideology. It's against criminals who have infiltrated our system and are trying to destroy it from within. We are going to break the totalitarian supermajority in California with the help of God, the prayers of the righteous, and a lot of hard work. Again, my name is Leo Zaki, and please tune into my radio show Monday through Friday and visit my website to see how you can get involved locally with other patriots. Go to turnred.org, and I want to thank all of you so much. America, California's in the fight. Thank you, CPAC.
Several speakers there at CPAC 2025 continuing to take on to the podium. I want to give a little background on this last speaker that we saw, courtesy of our partners at Fox 11. So he is one of the GOP contenders vying for California Governor Gavin Newsom's seat come in this next election. Now, Newsom cannot run again because he is term limited. And our partners at Fox 11, they do say that Zaki is the vice president of Zaki Farms. He was a board member of the California Poultry Federation, and he says that he is a, quote, capitalist who believes in free markets, not socialism, wants to clean up the corruption, mismanagement, and wasteful spending, some of what you heard there during his remarks. I want to step away for another brief commercial break. We are seeing there that they are setting up for the next panel discussion at CPAC 2025. We'll continue with more out of Maryland next. Welcome back, and thank you all for sticking with us here at Live Now from Fox, as we have been primarily covering this event that continues on over in Maryland. Speakers rapidly coming out here to the stage for CPAC 2025. Here we are going to be listening to a panel discussion featuring the political director for Hungary's Prime Minister. Let's watch.
It is Hungarian for Trump won, and you know it.
Trump nyert, mi megmondtuk.
Very fantastic. That's great. By the way, we've had 4 CPAC Hungaries, or we will have
That's
a 4th.
true. Yeah, the
coming
4th.
up in May. Is everyone invited?
Yes, you have standing invitation.
Come.
Please come and visit us. Budapest is safe and sound.
Safe and sound. It's amazing how, when we first started collaborating with each other and with the center and with Miklos and the whole gang, people inside of government, people outside of government, everyone said, why would you go to Hungary? And then I read the Washington Post. I didn't know this. Apparently your prime minister is like a dictator or something. I didn't realize this. And then he was like a fascist dictator who rigged elections. And that's what I was told. And I remember telling one of these reporters, I think it might have been at the Washington Post, I was like, wait a minute, I'm always reading that you say you can't rig elections, and now you can rig elections. How did all that disinformation transform into the fact now people look at Viktor Orban and say, he's in many ways the leader of Europe?
I mean, first of all, the liberals are doing the same with everyone. They did the same with...
You mean lying?
Yeah, lying. With your president, they did the same with everybody who is opposing their power structures. That's how things look like. And second, if you represent the truth as a politician, and as it is done by my prime minister, then time is on your side. It means that it will turn out that your decisions, even if those were criticized heavily by the liberal institutions, and they did everything to destroy you, like we were dictators, fascists, Putin's puppets, whatsoever, but time is on your side, and it proves that you were wrong during all time. And that was the case with the migration, when we were saying that letting in hundreds and hundreds of thousands of illegal migrants to Europe and to our country, it's not a good idea. So we should do the other way around. And we were the only ones who asked the people. Migration wasn't an issue in Hungary. So we thought we were thinking about that. Oh, we don't have legitimacy. What decisions should be made? So let's ask the people. And we asked the people. We organized national referendum, and obviously overwhelming majority, even those who are disagreeing with the government, were saying no to illegal migration. And then we stopped it, and then we canceled it. And the same with the war. Same with the war. President Trump is right. As it was said by my prime minister, this war has to end because it brings us nowhere. It's crazy. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people are dying, and everybody takes it like
And your prime minister, from the very beginning of this war, reached out to Joe Biden and said, let's find a way to end this war. He was on this immediately, but the Biden administration was uninterested.
He was the one who started the peace mission. He said that, look, guys, if we want to end this conflict, we need to reopen the communication channels. How do you want to make a peace if you're not having communication with the other side? It's impossible. So if somebody is saying then that he is working for peace but not having communication with the other side, he's a liar.
That's right.
He's a liar. Don't believe them. Only those people take seriously peace efforts who are ready to engage and negotiate. And what happened? Only as a news, it's a small news, negotiations started immediately, energy prices went down, stock markets went up. There is again hope. So important, communication is important. Peace talks are hard, but communication is important.
So there's this special relationship with Donald Trump and Viktor Orban, which is multidimensional. Two amazing guys, very different guys. I think the Western press tries to act like they're the same. They have some similar characteristics, strength, endurance, same policies, but they're different in a lot of ways too, right? I think the one thing that is the most the same is this idea of kind of getting kicked out of power, even though I don't think Donald Trump got kicked out. That's my view. I'm sure I'll get canceled from someone for saying that. I don't think he ever got kicked out. But he had this ability to come back and win the White House. Viktor Orban lost power, gained power. That's something they have in common. Matter of fact, I talked to your prime minister on one of my trips, and I said, you're the one guy on the earth who can tell Donald Trump how you do this.
Yes, that's true. My prime minister is the longest serving leader in Europe, but also a longest serving in opposition. And I think it's also important. If you serve your country, there are different positions where you can, where and how you can do it. And I think there is one similarity between Trump and Orban. They both love their nations.
Yeah.
And this is crucial.
Yeah.
Nations are obviously different. Like Hungary is a small country. It's an old country, a 1,000-year-old country. United States is a big country, but in different geography, different history, different culture. But if you like your country and you are ready to act in accordance of the interests of your country, then you are doing a proper job. If you're not doing that, then you are a bad politician.
That's right. And one of the other similarities is, as you all know, the story of Donald Trump and CPAC is, before I was even elected chairman, he wanted to meet, he wanted to talk about how we could collaborate. He always understood that he was going to work around kind of the establishment systems and work with different kinds of allies. And one of the things your prime minister said to us in this wonderful lunch we have, which will remain off the record, don't worry. That's one of the great things about being around a long time as you follow those rules, is he explained that one of the reasons he lost power was because he didn't have any allies. He didn't have any allies in the media. He didn't have any allies in nonprofits. All the major Soros-funded institutions in Hungary were doing the dirty deeds against him. And he realized he needed to set up institutions and organizations that could help tell the truth. And I think Donald Trump has understood that well, too, by using social media, by being a good partner with CPAC and other conservative groups. You agree with this?
I agree with you. I think the Western world is healing. And we are like national conservatives, if I may call ourselves that way. So it means that we want to save our nation. And we want to see our nation thrive. This is our goal. This is why we engage in public life. But if we want to save our nations, we have to cooperate, because the liberals, they do cooperate. They have an enormous power structure.
Well-funded.
Well-funded, USAID and other organizations who are using American taxpayers'
Okay, so let me just stop you. On behalf of the American taxpayer, we apologize to the good people of Hungary that our government tried to destabilize Orban and the good leaders in Europe. We're sorry.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. But unfortunately, Brussels...
Nobody in this room had anything to do with it. I want you to know that.
Brussels
well, maybe some on the way back, but not the rest of us.
Brussels is doing the same. So it's our job to kick them out. Yeah. It's like ridiculous. Hungarian people voted against illegal migration. And what is happening? Brussels is using legal sanctions against us. We have to pay €1 million.
So they're bribing, basically blackmailing your government.
Crazy.
Just because you want to have a border. They're saying we're not going to hold back on the revenue you should be getting from the EU. Every day, the amount of money the EU owes you grows.
Yeah, every day, €1 million. We have to pay. But compared to the other option that we let everybody in and we let to have a country which is destroyed, it's the better option. So this is the reason in the long term we need a change. We need a change not just in Washington, but in Brussels as well. Europe liberal elites, they are the most isolated people now, because they are isolated themselves from Trump, and the new administration isolated themselves from Russia, isolated themselves from China, and they are desperate. But for this reason, they are dangerous, and they are ready to do anything to to crush their opponents. So we will not let it happen.
Don't let it happen. Don't let it happen. Okay, so I think we have some great titles in some of our talks. Do you know why I think they're great? Because I came up with some of them, so let me just bask in a tiny little bit of my glory. But there was this concept in America that we needed to have a truce on social issues. We shouldn't talk about questions like when life begins, what is marriage, what is gender, all that stuff. Let the teachers handle it in the schools. And as a party, what we should do is just try to lower taxes, you know, lower regulations. And over time, I think Donald Trump, who's not necessarily a culture warrior, understood that it was questions of immigration, questions of families, question of the continuation of our society that were paramount. Viktor Orban realized this when he came back to power. One of the most amazing things he has done with his party is try to change all these government regulations so that people want to get married. People want to have kids. There's little Hungarian babies in mother's arms. And you're not going to have a country if your people don't, right, have kids.
Yeah.
And this idea that you're going to bring in all these migrants to be the next generation in Hungary is something you guys reject.
So in general, the idea of liberal democracy, that the state is not interfering in any of the aspects of the private life, it sounds to be a good idea, because we all are freedom-loving people and we like freedom and we don't want to state at our courtyard. But in reality, what happened, the left used this argumentation to overtake the institutions, and the liberal state was interfering into the private matters. They were saying that...
Once again, are you saying they were lying? They were acting like they were neutral, but they weren't neutral.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
And I think many more conservatives are starting to realize that if these things are important for us, it's not about freedom. Everybody can do what they want. But if somebody wants to have a family, somebody wants to have a marriage, somebody wants to have a kids, then we need a state, we need a functioning institutional system which is not treating her as her as a criminal, but is treating her as a loyal, normal citizen.
I think they view her as a polluter. Going to bring another human being into the earth and add to the landfills. They view it as a negative.
It's crazy, isn't it?
It's crazy.
It's a nightmare, and this nightmare has to be stopped. This is what we are doing in Hungary for like 15 years. We're trying to create an environment which maintain freedom of decision for everyone, but also it advocates some policies. We have a proper family policy. Churches are not prosecuted. They are welcomed in Hungary. Woke agenda is out of schools, out of media, and I'm very happy to see that America is turning to that direction as well. And congratulations to you again.
So what we're really saying is big government ends up subsidizing all the activities for our young people that are counterproductive to society continuing. They're encouraging drugs, giving out free needles, encouraging them to be on their parents' health care until they're like, what is it, 47 years old now? Like, nobody gets to grow up at all. And in Hungary, you said, okay, well, if the government's going to subsidize all these things that we don't want to encourage more of, what if we actually use the government system to subsidize what we want? And you did it through tax cuts. So if a mom decides, by the way, I don't think we should force anybody to be a parent. It's really hard to be a parent. The last thing you want to do is have people being parents who are really angry that they're being parents. But like you said, if you want to be a parent, have a kid, you get a tax cut in Hungary.
Yeah,
here we give you almost like a tax increase.
If you have four children, you don't pay any income taxes.
For the rest of your life?
Rest of your life. And we are planning to increase it. Children with 3, and we will see.
What if your child's name is Hunter Biden? Do you still get a tax cut, or does that... Is there like an appellate process where maybe you could put a little taxes on that kid?
Every life counts.
Okay, fair enough. It's a good answer. Okay, so you're here in America. It's a long trip from Hungary. By the way, how many people have been to Budapest or to Hungary? How beautiful was it? How safe was it? Amazing, right? Okay, the Balabans are like, they're Polish, but even they are like the Hungarians.
We have beautiful people, beautiful architecture, good food, conservative safe space. That's also important for many people. So come and visit us.
So you've come all this way to America. You're one of the top advisors to a leader that the people here in this room really respect, the people around the country respect, Viktor Orban. You're in the middle of everything now, trying to stop a war, trying to change what Brussels tries to do to ruin people's lives. What's your message for America, and do you feel hope about how our collaboration, starting with CPAC, moving on to Orban and Trump, how this collaboration can change the world?
I think my message would be America is back, is a good news, and don't rely on the liberals and don't count on the liberals. You have your friends all around the world, and if you find your friends, work with them together and save the Western civilization together. This would be my message.
Are you up to the challenge? Balázs Orbán, thank you for being with us at CPAC. Thanks for the important work you do. And thanks for making Hungary great.
Thank you. God bless.
As we continue on with more of these speakers, they're showcasing themselves at CPAC DC 2025. You just heard from moderator Matt Schlapp there with Balázs Orbán. He is the political director for Hungary's Prime Minister, Viktor Orban. We do want to pivot away and take a look at some more of these live cameras that we have from all around the world and touch on one of the biggest news stories of the day at this moment. Take a look at this. This is a live picture over in Hostages Square in Tel Aviv as we are seeing a memorial service. Thousands, it seems, there gathered after we learned earlier today that Hamas released the bodies of 4 Israeli hostages, said to include a mother and her 2 children, who have long been feared dead and had come to embody the nation's agony following the October 7th, 2023 attack. So I just wanted to bring you this live picture. We are going to continue to monitor the latest developments coming out of Israel as that ceasefire deal continues between Israel and Hamas. But today, 4 of those bodies returned back to Israel, and it is said that 6 more hostages will be released before the end of phase 1 of this ceasefire deal. And we still have plenty more of these live events coming up later on today. Also back here in Washington, D.C., you can see that the stage is set. We are expecting a White House press briefing featuring Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who will detail the latest when it comes to Trump administration initiatives. Of course, some of the big breaking news headlines from throughout this week, including several of the events that President Donald Trump has been attending and will attend throughout the remainder of today and tomorrow, and so on. I'd like to thank you all for joining me here at Live Now from Fox. My name is Karel Lahara, and I have been with you for the last couple of hours or so, continuing to guide you through some of the day's top stories, also showcasing all of those live pictures from around the world. We're going to continue on with more of those events, including the fact that the Senate set to vote for Kash Patel to be the new director of the FBI. That vote set for 1:45 p.m. Eastern Time today. White House press briefing is supposed to get underway at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. But my time at the desk has come to an end. On the other side of this final commercial break, my colleague Mike Page, he'll be in the anchor chair guiding you through the day's top stories and showcasing all of these live events from around the world. I'm going to leave you with this live picture of the Capitol building over in Washington, D.C. We'll be right back.
And welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. We are with you worldwide right here as taking a look at the Dow, and it is in nosedive territory. More than 600 points in the red. Investors still worry about tariffs. They worry about interest rates as well, and we are seeing this sell-off, major sell-off going right now on Wall Street. We'll keep an eye on for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Everyone, Mike Bashir, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. I'll be with you for the next 4 hours breaking down today's biggest top stories and, of course, taking the live feeds as they come in and bringing them right to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We are keeping an eye because in this hour, we will have the White House briefing, highly in demand here, and we will be bringing that to you from the beginning all the way until the end. This is going to be a little bit of a talk from the Trump administration, talking about the first month of President Trump as the 47th president of the United States. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. As soon as that gets going, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. We should also know that we are monitoring everything on the Senate floor. The Senate will be voting soon on the nomination for FBI Director Kash Patel. Obviously highly contested from the Democrats, and we will be bringing that to your attention when that does get going here on Live Now from Fox. We also want to showcase some breaking news that we are following for you out in D.C. as well, as this is a bomb threat. An evacuation has been ordered at the Kennedy Center in D.C. According to the Kennedy Center PR team, the center has evacuated due to a bomb threat targeting the Shenyang performances. Security acted swiftly and following protocols right now. So again, we'll be keeping an eye on that for you here on Live Now from Fox. You could see the police there. They have the area blocked off, and they're actively doing an investigation right now. So again, we'll have that more updates as we get them in on Live Now from Fox. But while we do wait for the White House briefing, let's go out right now to CPAC. We've been bringing you there in the morning hours as well as the afternoon. Let's continue to listen right now on Live Now from Fox.
To join him in his experience and to watch over him. And that was the only reason I went. And I arrived there pretty early in the morning. And 15 minutes after I arrived, the alarms already went off. And I asked my brother if he wanted to come to my house with his friends, and they all agreed to come to my apartment. And I asked him if he wanted to join me in my car. And he said that he don't want his friend to feel like he left them, so he's going to go back with them, and he see me at home. I think like 30 minutes later, the terrorists start shooting on us. It was a massive round of shooting. It came from all around us. We had to leave our cars and run away, and I haven't seen my brother ever since.
When that happened, tell us about the moment when you realized, oh my goodness, he's been taken.
So after almost 10 hours of fleeing, running and hiding, while terrorists shooting on me with gunshots and RPGs, rockets, I was finally able to get rescued by our forces. And they took us to the nearest police station. This is where I called my father. And my father sounded broken, and I said to him, look, if something happened to my brother, you need to let me know. And that's when he told me that my brother was kidnapped, and that Hamas was already published a hostage video 3 hours before I was even able to escape, which meant that my parents, my family, everyone knew that my brother was taken, but no one told me, so I can focus on saving my own life.
So they saw the video, your parents saw the video first.
Yeah, and I saw it when I saw it after I was rescued, and all I could think about is that I went there to watch over him, and I went back without him. I just couldn't realize it. It took me a while.
How are you getting through day by day?
It's a whole process for us, the families of the hostages. Every day, it's another struggle. But we always have on our minds that our hostages,